What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from New York, New York. We're in Manhattan, folks. We're live. We're alive. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. It's Saturday, March 28th, 2026. I'm live. I'm alive. This is the #1 broadcast for driving a wedge in the Democratic Party, as you guys already might know. Thank you, MJMD, for already with the gift of subs. Goddamn. We're live, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is going to be a pretty big day. We have a lot happening. We have a lot to talk about. Hold on. Wow, right on cue. I just got a door knock. My my thing is here. Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna rerun this. I'm gonna rerun this video while I go grab my coffee. Anyway, we're live. That's AI. I know. It's so funny to be like, wow, that's AI slop. Yeah, it's the Iranian government, man. Like, for those of you who don't know what that intro is, I think it's like AI slop that the that's IRGC certified AI slop. It's a very different kind of AI slop, okay? Anyway, I'm live and I'm live early, and there's a good reason for that. I'm going to get right into it. But before I do that, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. But personal news this time, which is what I do in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, is also relevant to like news in general. So yeah, look at this guy drinking coffee from a small cup. Yeah, you know I love me some coffee from small cups. Anyway, I saw Zoran last night. I saw so many wonderful, brilliant journalists, advocates, activists. Yes, I hung out with Zoran quite a bit as well. It was awesome. I met his wife. She's dope. I went to this event, this aid event, which was really cool. It was a private event. It was not no filming, no nothing. You know what I mean? But it was very cool. I hung out with Mehdi a lot. I hung out with Hasan Minhaj. We had all three Hasans at the same place. For the record, we had all three Hasans were in the building. Yes, I met Rama. Did he disavow you? Yeah, he was like, dude, I disavow you. No, he did not disavow me. Did you tell him to tune out the bad faith haters? I did. I did. Okay, so anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, I'll just blast off real quick. Yeah, we had the Hasan trifecta. There were no photos at the event, so we couldn't take a photo. But Hasan Triforce, yeah, it was the Hasan triple play. Very irresponsible to not have a contingent Hasan in an undisclosed location. Oh my God, you're right. It's kind of like it's kind of like having the Speaker of the House or something. Like it's like a State of the Union security protocol. We can't have all three Hasans in the same place because what if something terrible happens and then like we need a designated survivor Hasan. Luckily, nothing happened. I mean, we were making a risky play with that. Who's the third Hasan? I know the second one is Mehdi, Hasan Minhaj. We need a designated survivor Hasan. You can't have all three Hasans in the same place. This would take out a big chunk of the Hasans. This would take out the entire Hasan contingency, and we can't do that. We can't let that happen. Are you going to see Stav in Radio City tonight? I mean, he invited me. If I have time, I might attend potentially. But the reason, like I said, the reason why I'm early is because we have a lot going on today. It's New York City day 2. We got No Kings IRL. I'm going to be heading out to No Kings with Noah Culwin. And then afterwards, I am going to be talking to Effie Phillips Staley, who's running against Mike Lawler. It's like going to be a brief, quick in and out interview situation just to get to know her a little bit better. And then afterwards, I'm going to be back here, doing situation monitoring, stuff like that. And I think I might do an interview with Donnie while I'm out there, as always. Were your Hasan powers peaking being in such close proximity to each other? Yeah, but that's the reason why. That's the reason why I was. That's the reason why I started early. Last day for 35% on gifted subs. Yeah, okay, let's go. I didn't even know it was like that. Noah didn't get to proofread your literacy tweet today, clearly. Wait, what happened? Did I write a illiterate tweet? I was in bed, not paying attention. I might have fucked it up. It's like crossing the streams in Ghostbusters. Yeah. Any issues with TSA security getting out of there? I don't know. We're about to find out later when I leave. But yeah, New York City day 2, No Kings IRL, situation monitored, Epstein's Free Day 29. CPAC is ongoing. There's a virtual peace summit there I'm going to be doing. It's new merch time, as you guys know. And yeah, DOJ is trying to silence me. There's a Politico article that came out that's like a big one, Yeah, there's a lot happening in the world, man. I don't know. I don't know what to say, right? DOJ wants to cancel my college appearances. It is kind of crazy that like the Department of Justice is behaving in ways that they like rallied against for years and years and claimed liberals were doing, and liberals are nowhere to be found. They're not actually they're not actually literally rates. Oh no, I said literally rates. Fuck me. Yeah. Well, that's a big bummer, isn't it? I meant literacy, and it autocorrected the literally. I guess I'm illiterate too. I'm a product of American education in some ways, so it makes sense.
Welcome to
Oh, Jennifer Welsh was defending me. Nice. Rokana got your back. Yeah, I saw that. Okay, so where was I? All right, so yeah, let's blast off. New York City day 2, No Kings IRL. DOJ wants to cancel my college appearances. Situation monitored. Epstein's Fury. Day 29. CPAC Virtual Peace Summit. New merch time. Get in now. But yeah, I Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. No, thank you. Quick deploy ESL counter. Yeah, it's fine. It's not a big deal. So where were we? This is the opposite of doors open. It's the doors closed. Because out here in New York, the door's closed. In LA, the door's open, right? Anyway, speaking of which, I'm wearing my merch right now. Operation Southern Spear. But we're blasting off. Get in now. Let the people know. We're live. And we're alive. I'm going to talk about my personal news right now. So I ended the broadcast last night. I got dressed up, all fancy style. And, I put on a suit. It was a casual suit to go to this event. And it was this massive, Noah calls it the Muslim Illuminati dinner. And it kind of is like that, like jokingly. A lot of big names were in attendance. I sat very close in proximity to Rashid Khalidi. I didn't get to talk to him because Noah was unfortunately sitting in between us, and he fucking chewed his goddamn ear for the approximate 2 hours that we were at dinner. So I didn't even get to say hi to him, nor did I get to talk to him at all. But I did talk quite a bit to Mark Lamont Hill, Mehdi Hasan, numerous other people. Like I said, the triple Hasan threat was there. We were all there in the same room, chopping it up. We should have done a contingency plan. We definitely. Trippy Orchids, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Gifted subs are 35% off. This is the last day for the record. But yeah, we did not have. We unfortunately did not have a contingency plan. We should have put a third Hasan somewhere else, but luckily nothing happened. In any case, has Joe Budden an appearance? No. You need to get Mark back on? Yeah, I love Mark, obviously. There were just so many wonderful people that I love that I haven't that I have so much respect for. You know, it's like a room full of people that have been at the moral center of what is now modern American politics for years and have been endlessly punished for it. Right? And it was, you know, it's always great to be in a room like that where you don't have to worry, right? Where you don't have to worry about like having to explain your existence to people that are inherently hostile to it. Something that you develop an appreciation for later in your life, I guess. I've never been that kind of person because I'm in a lot of white spaces as a white guy, right? As a swagged out white boy, quirked up white boy. But these past 3 years have been a little different, for sure, in the way that people perceive me. So it's cool. Yeah, you vibe so well with New York City. I know, I really do. I really do. But yeah, I saw the Politico article. I haven't read it because I couldn't read. I couldn't bypass the paywall on my phone. So I'm just going to read it now. I don't know why there was like a weird paywall on the article, but yeah. But did hang out with Zoran. He is such a fucking charmer. It's unbelievable. Obviously, I will not be revealing the conversations out of the privacy and keeping with the events. The event was a private event. It was very familiar. It was awesome, but ultimately, it was great. It was very productive. It was a wonderful environment, and I'm very fortunate that there are so many awesome people out there that are fighting the good fight, and I got to see them. But other than that, I went to bed, woke up early, and my bestie's little sis was the chef. Okay, my compliments to the chef, for the record. Holy moly, the food was spectacular. Was Mahmoud Khalil there? Of course. Saw my goat, Mahmoud. Yeah. Emma Vigeland was on CNN last night, and she apparently had a very interesting couple media hits as well. We'll obviously watch that. But I just emailed your business email about a potential misquote in the Politico article. Okay, we'll look through the Politico article right now. I can just like text the guy who wrote it directly. But yeah, we're blasting off, ladies and gentlemen. Did they have vegan food? Zoran always treats his vegan as well. I mean, it wasn't Zoran's event. Zoran was just invited. entire panel had a meltdown over Israel, that's not surprising to me at all. I really do. In times like this, I will say, in times like this, I do appreciate, you know, white, Christian, Jewish, anti-Zionists, because let's be real. No matter how fucking white passing you are, no matter how like bro-y you are, no matter how MAGA coded you might be, when your name is Hasan, people do actually get a little racial with the commentary, in my opinion. Not even a little racial, but very racial with the commentary, as a matter of fact. And there is that angle that is like somewhat frustrating, because I saw people trying to endlessly pontificate on the last couple of days events, talking about, well, Hasan is like somewhat of a danger to Jews, but like we still got to go on a show or something. It's like, the fuck are you talking about? Like, don't concede on this stuff. Don't. You don't. That's an insane concession to make. Just say the truth. Okay? Please, just say the goddamn truth. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Can you explain why so many public figures who have no personal connection with Israel sin for Israel so hard? It is the many of you have only learned about this stuff in the past, I would say, in the past like couple of years. So you're unfamiliar, but like for the longest time, this was the third rail of American politics. It was the untouchable. It was the untouchable third rail of American politics. If you said anything, even remotely Israel critical, you were done. You were getting inundated with attack ads. You were being called an anti-Semite. You were getting deplatformed. Basically, a lot of the stuff that's happening to me right now would have destroyed someone's career completely, would have obliterated their career completely, maybe 3 years ago, right? But of course, times have changed. Times have changed dramatically. And therefore, some people still operate with the old guard mentality, or they're a little bit more reluctant. They're a little bit more afraid to say stuff because they still exist in this environment that is surrounded by people that read those sorts of articles. And then they take this, they take the information and go along with it without ever questioning it. Right? But times are changing. Times are changing rapidly. And yeah, it is what it is. But that's why I'm uncompromising and unyielding, because I think it's important for us to just like kind of push through this last barrier. Yeah. Being pro-Israel is the institutional norm. Touching it was a triple whammy of being attacked as anti-Semitic, pro-American adversary, and pro-Muslim. Yeah. But yeah, where was I? Okay, so I mean, I guess we'll start there. There's a Politico article that turned into an article that was just Adam Wren. Adam Wren wrote the initial article about me stumping with Abdul El Sayed. Adam Wren then basically took my super long response to him and turned it into an article in and of itself. The article is titled, "Why Some Democrats Want to Shut Off Hasan Piker's Megaphone. The popular streamer's rise as Democratic influencer coincides with the party's long search for a path out of the wilderness." Hasan Piker speaks to the media at election night watch party for Zohran Mamdani's campaign in Brooklyn, New York. Okay. Hasan Piker's new role as a midterm surrogate and potential influence on the 2028 presidential race is driving a wedge in the Democratic Party. After Politico reported that Piker, the far-left political streamer with millions of followers, will stump in Michigan with Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed next month, his history of divisive comments have launched an avalanche of criticisms from Republicans and Democrats. Two of El Sayed's opponents, State Senator Mallory McMorrow and Representative Haley Stevens, lambasted El Sayed with Stevens telling Jewish Insider, someone who's campaigning with someone like that is not going to win in Michigan. And McMorrow saying Piker says extremely offensive things in order to generate clicks and views and followers, which is not entirely different from somebody like Nick Fuentes, comparing him to the anti-Semite nationalist influencer. Piker's rise as a Democratic influencer and surrogate coincides with the party's long search for a path out of the wilderness, particularly in recapturing young men. Piker is scheduled to appear alongside a live stream Choose Your Fighter rally organized by Progressive Victory at 6:30 p.m. Saturday by Representative Ro Khanna is among the list of attendees. Maine Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner was originally billed as a participant, but he pulled out of the event. A person familiar told Plattner's planned appearance was a miscommunication. And on Sunday, Piker will rally with Senator Bernie Sanders at a Tax the Rich rally. The question over Piker's prominence also comes as both the Republican and Democratic parties ask fundamental questions about how big their tents should be. But it's out of power Democrats who face the higher short-term stakes. In an interview, what is happening? I'm getting fucking blown up right now. Hold on. Okay. But it is the out of power Democrats who face the higher short term stakes. In an interview with Politico, Piker downplayed accusations that have been leveled against them, like the center left think tank Third Way, whose leaders wrote a Wall Street Journal op ed that Piker had a history of anti American, anti women, anti Western, anti Semitic comments. Piker said Third Way was losing their institutional relevance. He also said he's merely channeling, not changing the attitudes of the Democratic base. I'm a megaphone, right? Piker told Politico. There are lots of Barbs and Debras out here, and out there in Minneapolis, for example. I said Barbaras, but they wrote Barbs. I don't know why. For example, that have never encountered me, and yet they share that frustration with the failures of establishment liberalism all the same. Piker said those type of voters view the Democrats as ineffective, inept. It's not because they tune into the HasanAbi broadcast every day, he said, referencing his Twitch channel. They arrive at that conclusion because the Democrats lost to Trump twice, with the same principle that you got to pivot to the mythical moderate center. This isn't Piker's first rodeo. He live streamed an interview last year with Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Sanders before the duos fighting oligarchy rallies. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani also sat for an interview with Piker last year. But Piker's increasing coziness with prominent Democrats also comes as some in the party argue he poses a problem for them. Piker is close to, but not over the Nick Fuentes line, where going on his show itself is indefensible. Third Way co-founder Matt Bennett, who's been sounding the alarm about the Democrats' affiliation with Piker, told Politico. Bennett added that Democrats take on all his baggage if they don't overtly reject him, which he said is dangerous because it empowers the right and gives them an incredibly powerful tool to hit Democrats with. That's very bad. But some Democrats, I mean, this is literally, look, I didn't think I'd be at the epicenter of this conversation, but this conversation is not about me at all. You know what I mean? Like, it might come across as a conversation that's about me, but it's not about me. This conversation is about where the Democratic Party should be heading. Will they be responsive to the needs of the base? Will they be responsive to the overwhelming demands, totally just demands, totally moral demands coming from, large majorities of the base of the party? Or will they continue with establishment neoliberalism, right? So because there is no Jeremy Corbyn style figure as it stands currently in the American left flank of the Democratic Party, they have positioned me as the fixture point, right? They have decided that I am the placeholder for a Jeremy Corbyn style figure that they can just like actively undermine with the same exact style of smears. But the difference now is when the anti-Semitism smears against Jeremy Corbyn were very effective in purging the left flank of the Labor and turning it into the Keir Starmer, very right-wing Labor Party that it currently is, that's collapsing the party in and of itself, right? When they did that, it was a very different media environment, okay? When they did that, it was an entirely different media environment. It was an entirely different political environment. The issue of Israel was nowhere near as salient as it is now. And also, the issue of Israel was nowhere near as favorable to our side as it is now, right? So what they are trying to do is basically cut away at me being the vessel, the vehicle for left flank politics in the Democratic Party. I have made it I've made it known. It's not like I hide my perspective. I'm like, I want the leftmost persons to be elected in every single seat, right? I'm very open about it. I'm very honest about it. And I think that's what is so terrifying for a lot of these guys, right? I want socialists. I want a million Zorons all around the country. Okay? I want to elect 1,000 Zorons. Let 1,000 Zorons bloom. Okay? And that is terrifying for a lot of these people. And it's not terrifying because these people will lose. It's terrifying because they'll win. Do you understand? That's the problem. They don't want the Democratic Party to have a large share of the power sharing agreement coming from people like Zoran Mamdani, who will be objectively more popular. And then the rest of the Democrats will have to caucus alongside people like that. And then the rest of the Democrats that want to maintain maintain their positions of power will have to reconsider their stances. They will have to lean into the left flank attitudes, the left flank push. And they will have to genuinely fight for those sorts of things. That's my goal. I've never hidden that. And I think we have an opportunity for it because this is the time. Right? This is an opportunity unlike ever. An opportunity that we have that we've never had before. My take on the Hun stuff, Dem politicians have long been happy to tout themselves. What is this? Dem politicians have long been happy to tout themselves, talking to controversial far-right fascists to flaunt their left-punching credentials, and they've concurrently tried to starve all left-leaning media of attention, so the whole fake controversy here just spotlights the deeper asymmetry. And to be clear, I'm not equating Hasan with the far right, nor am I weighing in on all of his views, statements, declarations. I'm making a larger, indisputable point. As the country is crushed by very real problems here in the real world, there's a never forget we're the real story, not them vibe and media folk trying to make politicians' views about other media folk the main focus of attention. Watch the old film Broadcast News. It's all about this annoying dynamic. That's precisely what it is. Because like this is a larger conversation about where the party's future should be going, but it's being had over someone like myself. I'm at the center of it, but I'm just a placeholder, right? I'm simply a placeholder here. I'm not the actual story. The actual story here is where the Democrats go, where the Democrats go from now, where the Democrats go from here. Should the Democratic Party be a centrist party, a center-right party? Should the Democrat actually be a leftist party, an actual truly leftist party, an actual progressive party? But some Democrats like Khanna argue that the party needs to assemble a broad coalition that must include engaging with Israel critics like Hasan Piker, as PodSafe hosts have done and many progressive candidates here have done. Khanna told Politico, of course, I disagree strongly with some of his statements and point that out, but canceling people or shaming people like Hasan Piker, Sean Ryan, or Theo Vaughn is not the answer. The debate over Piker's place within the party is set to play out across the 2028 field, too. Now they're saying you can't drive a wedge because 55% of self-identifying Democrats don't even know he exists. It's almost like you agree with us that it's bizarre and pointless for politicians to waste time smearing and denouncing him. Yes. Exactly. Thank you. And that's precisely the reason why they're doing it, because 55% of self-identifying Democrats don't know who I am. The ones that do love me, right? And the ones that do that don't like me, they're incredibly marginal, right? They're not like self-identifying Democrats who know who I am as like a progressive guy at the Young Turks, or, a guy who is like an anti-Zionist, all the, like those, not just you guys, but just like the broader Democrats, the people that come up to me when I go out to these rallies and stuff, like those people are far, far larger in numbers than the people who are like, I'm a self-identifying Democrat and I fucking hate him. It's like, those are like Elizabeth Warren staffers. You know what I mean? There's a handful of them. There's a handful of them. They're not very significant. They don't represent a significant, forceful part of the base. They do have institutional relevance because they think I'm like fucking up their jobs, right? Because their job is to just like hold on to power, right, to the best of their ability. And the most effective machine thus far has been to glaze billionaires and their interests and place profits over the interests of the people and be feckless and ineffective at fighting back against the Republican Party, fighting back against fascism, right? But they don't have the numbers. If they did, they would be honest when they run for office, right? They would say, hey, what's up? What's up? I'm Mallory McMorrow, and I am basically just an empty vessel for whatever corporate interests that I can massage into my focus-tested messaging, and that's what I'm here to do, right? I don't have any real values. Maybe I have some values here and there that I will represent, but overall, like my positions are very changeable. I'm very malleable, and I'm very susceptible to corporate influence. That's what they would do. Do you think that's a solid way to campaign? Do you think you would win any votes doing that? Of course not. That's my point, right? These guys can't be honest about it. That's part of the reason why a lot of people, understandably, are frustrated with the way politics operates, and even the most, normie, even the biggest normies will always say the classic thing: "Oh, I can't trust any politicians." It's like, yeah, you can't, because we haven't really had a great string of earnest politicians that communicate their worldview openly without fear. You know what I mean? Politico surveyed 14 potential 2028 Democratic presidential candidates, asking whether they would appear on a live stream with Piker if invited. Only 3 definitively said they would. Senators Cory Booker, Ruben Gallego, and Elisa Slotkin all said they wouldn't go on Piker's stream through spokespeople. Mr. Piker's terrible comments about Jewish people, 9/11, and other areas aren't the kinds of conversation Cory participates in, and he will not be joining him on a stream, an aide to Booker told Politico. I think we all know the real reason why Cory Booker wouldn't do that. But it doesn't really matter because he's not winning anything anyway. Cory Booker, a person like think about this. Cory Booker has literally been photographed next to Benjamin Netanyahu last year. Okay? Like, we're talking about a guy who has no problem hanging out with straight up fucking war criminals, right? But I'm a bridge too far. Like, get the fuck out of here. It's very obvious. Okay? It's very obvious. You know where your bread is buttered. But they can't say that. Again, it goes back to politicians can't be honest, right? Politicians can't be honest. Yeah, that's I don't think he's like still homies with Rabbi Shmuley, but he used to be. But that's what I mean. If you want to this is like, you read this statement, right? And then you put your honesty glasses on. If you read the statement at face value, Mr. Piker's terrible comments about Jewish people and 9/11, other areas aren't the kinds of conversation Cory participates in. You put the glasses on, and it's like, I don't want to talk to someone who's going to question me from my left flank and expose my immorality, because I, first and foremost, will always defend the state of Israel rather than my own constituents. That's what it is. You put the glasses on and you see the truth behind the statement. This is the fake conversation that are set on the boundaries that they can have this conversation on. The real conversation is, yeah, I don't want to do that because it's going to make me look incredibly immoral and make me look really bad. I obviously don't have an issue aligning with, horrible monsters like Yoav Gallant, right? Like, this is the guy who's like, I don't want to talk to Hasan. Like, okay, well, I don't want to talk to you either. That's not true. I'll talk to anyone. I don't really care. But it's pretty funny to me that, like, these are the guys who are like, remember when libs demanded you applaud Booker for his 25-hour speech that accomplished nothing? I do remember that. Yeah. The other person was Gallego, which, again, in my opinion, is another one of those guys that's like, that famously Yeah, that famously was podcaster presses Booker on Netanyahu. What the actual fuck? Yeah, Jennifer Welsh did cook him. This is insane. Yeah, I know. It's pretty funny. Piker isn't inviting these people onto his stream. They're coming to him for his audience. It's true. Exactly. It's exactly what it is. But it's ironic that they're having these conversations so far out from 2028 that they literally are positioning me as like a kingmaker for no reason. But I guess it's healthy to have these sorts of conversations because like inevitably we're going to land somewhere, right? Either the Democrats are going to be like, if you go on Hasan's stream, we will shut off, even in the general, we will not fund your race against a Republican, even if you would be a reliable vote against Republicans, right? If you're a left flank candidate, we're just not funding you. It's over. You're done. You're not a part of the fucking coalition. You're not a part of the caucus. You're out on your own. Like they might do that. They might just like destroy the party in its entirety, specifically because they want to control the flows of information within the party, right? Control like the power that they have over the party, right? You'll never guess who's back. Oh my God, my goat. My goat. I mean, this is the moment. When the world needed him the most, he vanished, and I'm glad that he's... Didn't you openly say you don't want to be the Joe Rogan to the left? I did, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, they never really listened to me. Not only did I say I don't want to be the Joe Rogan to the left, I also said you can't actually podcast your way out of the problems of the party. Ironically enough, right? So who would appear on Piker's stream? Let's look at who would. Ro Khanna, California Governor Newsom, and Rahm Emanuel. That's really funny. I love that. Rahm fucking Emanuel said he would come on the broadcast. That's hilarious to me. I don't know where that came from. He has never reached out to come on the broadcast, but I guess he's doing the rounds. Big Rahm. Big Rami Rahm. Yeah. It's not on the agenda right now, but the governor has never shied away from debating anyone anywhere. Newsom spokesperson Izzy Garden told Politico. Said an Emanuel spokesperson, Rahm is always willing to have difficult conversations with anyone about the future of the country and to tell people he disagrees with why they are wrong. Aides to Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and Kentucky Governor Andy Bashar declined to comment. I've literally talked to Andy Bashar personally, by the way, when I was at the Pod Johns conference in Washington, D.C. I mean, he did not know who I was back then, but I suspect that given what he has said so far about Israel, when someone was asking him, when CNN was asking him about Israel being a litmus test, I don't know if he'd come on or not. It doesn't really matter. Aides the former president, former VP Kamala Harris, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Mark Kelly, Maryland Governor Wes Moore, J.B. Pritzker, Illinois Governor, did not respond. Asked about some of his controversial past comments, Piker didn't retract any of them. Asked if he had ever misspoken. Misspoken? No. Taken out of context? Absolutely. He did point to one particular quote about his October 7th Hamas attack on Israel, which he noted often comes up when he's criticized. One of the quotes that they love floating around is the October 7th quote where I said, like, rape's happening, like, conversation around sexual violence taking place on October 7th doesn't change the dynamic for me. And I was talking about genocide. I was like, this doesn't justify genocide at all, Piker said. As for the quotes he catches heat for, no, I stand by them, Piker said. So who does Piker like 2028? For 2028, he's got a short list. I said, Georgia Senator John Ossoff would be a dark horse pick depending on how he presents himself, if he has ambitions for higher office. I do love UAW President Sean Fain personally. I like an outsider pick. I like Ro Khanna. I like AOC. I actually like Chris Van Hollen quite a bit as well, even. In the New Yorker article, you said Buttigieg's people reached out to you and you said no. Yeah, that was supposed to be a private conversation that I was having in front of a New Yorker reporter, which is precisely the reason why it was reported in the New Yorker. Sometimes I like to keep things private. Okay? And the criticism cuts both ways. At the end of the day, of course, I have disagreements with every single one of these candidates, Piker said. No candidate is perfect. An advisor to one potential 2028 candidate granted anonymity to appraise Piker's influence told Politico they expect Piker to be a gatekeeper in the primary. But Piker isn't sure how much sway he'll hold. Who knows how things change, he said. I mean, this is a very dynamic environment. So yeah, that's the article from Politico. It has reached, because it's like so perfectly nuclear. It's basically like an atom bomb for Twitter discourse. And that's precisely the reason why there is a lot of discourse on the Twitter discourse machine. Threading some thoughtful reaction to my Hasan Piker item here, Adam Wren reports, Matt does. Hasan isn't driving a wedge into the party. The failed, repeatedly discredited, yet unfortunately still entrenched corporate wing of the party is. They fear the left's growing power and see Hasan as a way to make us argue amongst ourselves. We shouldn't fall for it. Crystal Ball says, correct. And the current AstroTurf Hasan freakout is precisely because them elites know they can no longer control the base. Adam Wren, go on Hasan Piker's. The list was asked. What the fuck is that? Bro, they're asking me about 2028 candidates. Like, what do you want me to say? Vladimir Lenin? Like, there are no real, like, right now, we don't even know if there's going to be a 2028 race. Okay, we're so goddamn far out. You guys are insane. Like, the amount of emphasis you place on these like picks is so silly. It's not a real, like, it's not a real question right now. You know what I mean? Say Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib. Yeah, I mean, I love Ilhan Omar and I love Rashida Tlaib. I don't think either. Well, first of all, Ilhan Omar is naturalized anyway, and Rashida Tlaib, I don't think has any ambitions of higher office like that. Chatters are acting like they're putting the house. Chatters are acting like they're putting their entire house on the Kalshi prediction market. Anyway. This guy says, go on Hasan's show as a fan, tanky loser, don't sniff nomination, refuse invite from Hasan, awkward moderate, make one debate, future failed Senate run, go on, explain why he's a loser, 2 terms in the White House. Yeah, this guy is so... Where does Piker refuses to have you on land, Lamount? That's actually probably 2 categories. Piker refused to have you on because no one would care. Don't make debate stage. Piker refused to have you on because he's scared you'll influence his audience to be smarter. 2 terms, Rushmore. Yeah, this guy is living in delusion land, but that's very funny. All them should go on Piker stream. That doesn't mean they should have him as a surrogate to the campaign. This is the other, like, they're trying to carve out. They're like weirdly trying to concede that you gotta go on the stream, but you can't like be next to him. You can't like identify him as a person that's like representative of your values, right? But that's a concession. You're waving the white flag at that point, right? Do you see what I mean? Like, this person has realized he saw the writing on the wall and he went from, yeah, maybe you do go on a stream, but like you don't have him come to your rallies. It's like, okay, why do you get to decide that? Rokana, I'm for engaging Sean Ryan, Theo Von on the Hunt, Andrew Schultz, Cenk Uygur, not canceling or censoring them. Matt Bennett says, leaving your bullshit smear aside, what moderates fear is the Democrats will be connected to a bigot who said America deserved 9/11 that will help the MAGA right win. I don't know why you don't fear that. This is Third Way Matt B. It's ridiculous. And the reason why it's ridiculous is because it's the concept of 9/11 that, like, what I was saying is blowback. There's academic consensus for it. I've apologized for it in 2019. Everybody fucking hates cancel culture. Most Americans also understand that these are wars of choice that we've engaged in the aftermath of 9/11 that actually destabilize all these other places, and they have consequences that we don't want to experience. Okay? So, once again, you can keep coping and crying and shitting and pissing in your diapers, but it's not, you know, it's only these sorts of statements. These sorts of statements are only as damaging as you let them be damaging, right? Leaving your bullshit attempt to weaponize an out-of-context quote aside, what progressives fear is the Democrats will be connected to pro-corporate, anti-worker, neoliberal idiocy that has already helped the MAGA right win repeatedly. Matt Bennett, oh, what was the context? Like, he's just, like, this kind of politics doesn't work anymore. This kind of, like, hysterical. They did this to Bernie in 2016, and it failed, right? Or rather, it succeeded in 2016, but it led to the failure of the party. You know what I mean? So it's very stupid that these guys try to do it over and over again. This like silly, hysterical, like, oh, but what about this? It's like, dog, do you see the current media landscape that we're existing under? Okay. Donald Trump can go on Theo Vaughn's show where Theo Vaughn talks about doing cocaine, and Donald Trump is sincerely asking Theo Vaughn how cocaine makes Theo Vaughn feel. And like, that's a real humanizing moment for Donald Trump. You guys are literally operating on La La Land. And the real reasons why you want to do this, the real reasons aren't because you're, whoa, what the hell? A little baby F there. That was weird. The real reasons why you're saying all this stuff is not because, you know, you're genuinely worried that this is going to actually hurt the viability, the electoral viability of a candidate. Because if you actually saw me as an ally, right, as someone who's ideologically aligned with you, you would just turn around and say the appropriate thing, which is, what the fuck are you talking about? The goddamn president is Donald Trump. He is a psychopath and lies all the time and actually says infinitely more unhinged things that you're claiming Hasan Piker is saying. Live in the real world, please. Like, this is a person that's being disparaged because you just don't agree with him, but you don't actually want to have the conversation on those boundaries, because those, if you were to have the conversation on those boundaries, most people would be like, well, I agree with the guy that you're calling controversial, as a matter of fact. That's it. That's it. That's the reality. That's the reality of the matter. That's actually what's going on currently. And they can't say that. They can't do that because this is an ideological battle. Okay. Yeah. Will Staken had a good take on this. He's the senior Washington reporter for ABC. He said, getting flashbacks from 2019 when Bernie Sanders went on Joe Rogan, faced similar intense backlash, and basically Dems lost an entire podcast / comedy audience to Trump and MAGA. Yeah. That's exactly what's going on. Anyway. I mean, just through the nose, Booker, Slotkin, and Gallego accepted a collective 10 million plus from AIPAC and other Israeli lobby groups. So is it a Hasan problem, or a Hasan might ask me questions that I am donor bound to answer a certain way problem? The Doney New York Times piece with super bad faith law is weird. Wait, what? The Doney New York Times piece? Doney doesn't write for the New York Times. He writes for CNN. I mean, he does videos for CNN. But there's more. Rotimi Adeoye, who's a New York Times contributor, says, honestly, I hate talking about influencer palace intrigue, but I think the Dems who would not go on Hasan but would go on Rogan are making a weird argument because both have said things that any id-pol progressive would consider bad, and yet Rogan is good and Hasan is bad. I guess the argument that Hasan is worse is that he's further left and more confrontational, but that's a strategic choice, not a moral one. What is this? It's better just to be honest about that than doing the whole, this is a moral stand I must take. Also, if the goal is reaching audiences that don't already agree with you, both Rogan and Hasan have massive platforms of young men who aren't watching cable news. You either want those voters or you don't. You can create someone, but, or you can create someone, but yeah, everyone will see that it's fake. To be honest, ideally, I'd rather everyone just stop treating these online celebrities as deciding factors in a campaign when things like candidate quality, electoral fundamentals, and actually meeting voters where they are, determine election results. This influencer shit is Bush League. I totally agree with Rotimi on this. I said, I think it's insane to place my values and consistent left advocacy anywhere near Rogan's libertarian adjacent MAGA politics. It's clear that they don't want to be challenged by their left flank, especially on Israel or Medicare for all, two issues I'd absolutely raise. To be clear, I'm not comparing your politics to Rogan's. They're obviously different. The comparison is about the audience. Both your platforms reach young men who aren't watching cable news, and the Democrats need a consistent standard for showing up where those voters are. And the reason why I said that to him was because he replied to someone where he was like, well, you know, Rogan and Hasan have said like equally crazy things that could be perceived as anti-Semitic or whatever. And it's like, I don't think that's the same. I've never at most, I joke about how silly it is that people say Jews control the media. I've never had a conversation where I was like sincerely talking about whether or not Jews control the media, for example. You know what I mean? It's like one you could actually absolutely point to the anti-Semitism of, the other you can't. right? Has the stream started yet? Yes, the stream is live. Can you not see it? What's going on? Is your platform mostly young men though? Yes. It's so funny that a lot of people don't realize that, yes, this my audience is still very much primarily under 35 white guys. We do the demographics year over year. I'm a lady. Yeah, I mean, it's a very large platform, and only a small chunk of people that are in the broader platform that watch me will, write in the chat, obviously. Yeah. The big tent, Dem should go on Rogan Crowd, is a surprisingly cramped tent when it's a couple brown guys outside. Yeah. Come on, bro. Hasan regularly boosts terrorist organizations, Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthi. Should Democrats accept this into the big tent? I think a lot of people are saying, I don't personally like his politics, partially because I refuse to understand what he's talking about, or partially because they're saying, like, I do understand what he's talking about, and I don't want to have that conversation at all because it's not one that favors me. So I want to nip this in the bud, right? That's what a lot of people are saying. They're like, I don't like him. I don't like his politics. I don't want to have a national conversation about like what the Democratic Party would look like if they were to lean into his politics. Anyway, what else? What else people said? Hasan responds, I think it's insane to place my values because of advocacy. Democrats who declared 18 months ago that we need our own Joe Rogan are now realizing that the Joe Rogan equivalent will say a lot of stupid stuff, says Frank Luntz. Of course, Frank Luntz is the right wing. Frank Luntz is a right wing focus tester, like pollster. Sorry, I'm all over the place. They can't fit you in the tent. Sorry, they're saving space for Marjorie Taylor Greene. No, they would never have Marjorie Taylor Greene on as well. You know, you're a worse version of Asmongold that takes care of himself. You're comparing someone with a degree in the thing that he's talking about with like 10 plus years of consistent advocacy and political commentary experience, analysis experience, to a guy who just basically says yeah base over Donald Trump videos as of last year because he realized that that's a really easy way to farm the dumbest people on the planet. I think that shows your lack of intellect or intellectual curiosity. You don't come across like a brilliant centrist here. You don't come across like a moderate when you say stuff like that. You come across like an idiot, and most people can understand that. There's not a lot of back and forth happening about Asmongold's placement in the fucking Republican Party as a mouthpiece in the same way that is happening over me. Don't you think there's a reason for that? All you do is grift over emotionally charged fringes. Yeah, I think the reason why you have to lean into that is because you just, can't have a normal, sincere, thoughtful conversation about this stuff, and it's okay. You just have to like posture in a vague, generalized manner. Oh, you just grift, bro. Yeah, totally. I've been grifting. It's the longest grift of all time that has taken the last 13 years of my life and a barrage of hatred along the way. Just a grift, bro. Anyway, if 2024 was about the groups, 2028 is going to be about the influencers. I think so too. His roach logs. Wait, what? So you're just a fan of Asmongold. Ugh, it's always like this. These guys will be like, well, Asmongold sucks too, but you suck even more. And it's like, it turns out you just like Asmongold. Another component of this is that Dems don't get to the media figures that broke through on the right, Rogan, Vaughn, etc. Were not GOP apparatchiks. They were independent figures who, over time, were aligned more or less with the right of center politics and promote Republicans. But Dem operatives seem to see Rogan and Vaughn and Shapiro Kirk as the same type of figure and only want the latter, party men. They want control and just don't get it. Exactly. You do get the same insults as women law, low-key funny, but also I'm sorry. Yes, I'm the only male victim of objectification. Like it's a kind of a joke, it's kind of a meme, but it's also kind of not a meme. It's also always the same fucking sweaty incels that hate like female content creators that also hate me as well. This is the last thing I was going to show. Worth noting, as third way campaigns against Hasan Piker and moderate Dems join in, that they especially want to reduce far left influencers in infrastructure, which of course barely exists. This is from their stated purpose. Reduce far left influence in infrastructure, build a moderate democratic infrastructure, including media, talent pipelines, and communication networks, push back against far left staffers and groups that exert a disproportionate influence on policy and messaging, ban far left candidate questionnaires, and refuse to participate in forums that create ideological purity tests. Okay. Here are some of their thoughts on podcasts. Integrate and engage with the business community. Democrats need to stop demonizing wealth and corporations broadly. Engage with businesses, business podcasts like Earn Your Leisure that reach the aspiring class and entrepreneurs to discuss economic policies. Be pro-aspiration and pro-capitalism in a smart way. Recognize that working class voters value upward mobility and economic success. Have a prosperity gospel aimed at the working class. Call out corporate abuses individually instead of attacking corporations as a whole. Like, this is what the third way method is. The third way method was demonstrated in the last election cycle, right? It was what Kamala Harris's campaign turned into. And it is precisely why they lost. So just like AIPAC can't run candidates on the issue of Israel directly and put Israel as like a salient point in the campaign, and they have to do this like weird engineering around it, third way has to do a similar thing. They want that. They want to change the communications, but most people are too smart to lean into that because they know they'll never win another election again. So they'll restructure, they'll attack people that are calling them out. They're calling out their influence in the party. They'll attack people that they've identified as like real threats to their, institutional power that's going away. And that's it. And it's ironic because so many people do this for free. Like, these guys at least get paid handsomely, right? These guys get paid handsomely. They get rewarded to do this. And yet there are people who are doing it for free in my chat right now. There'll be people that come in here and be like, nah, dude, you're a cancer to the Dems. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Do you want to defeat Republicans or not? You and I, if you say yes to that, you and I have the same fucking attitude on this. You just have a different opinion as far as how to do it. Make an argument on why your methods are more successful. Right? You might not be that big, but you are significant here as a litmus test for leftist politics, so you should recognize your newfound influence through that. I mean, I recognize it. I do. I think they're glazing me too much, though. Also, speaking of which, this was pretty crazy. And once again, donate to Abdul for Senate. Okay. Mallory McMorrow going on Jewish Insider and starting this next barrage of attacks has led to the right-wing fascist administration's chair of the DOJ task force to combat anti-Semitism to come out and demand, and mods have my donation link somewhere. Here it is. But yeah, Mallory McMorrow and Haley Stevens coming out and like doing this attack against Abdul El-Sayed has led to the right-wing fascist administration's chair of the DOJ task force to combat anti-Semitism to come out and demand that University of Michigan and Michigan State University shut down these 2 campaign rallies. Okay? Individuals should not score political brownie points by platforming anti-Semites. Jewish students should not be subject to the constant hate and intimidation on their own campuses. Where is the leadership at UMich and Michigan State University? Silence unacceptable. Federal funding should go to institutions that prioritize education, not ideological agendas or tolerated hate. Okay? Unbelievable. Like, this guy at the Department of Justice is getting his notes from Stop Anti-Semitism, which is like one rabid, psychopathic lady from Long Island. Okay? This is not a real serious institution. There's also the other side of this that I wanted to address one more time, because there is, like, we talked about, the right-wingers and their attitudes and things like that. But Adam Carlson wrote this effort post that I think he thought was very thoughtful, and I'm going to describe to you why it's actually not, okay? So he had previously talked about how this is most likely not to win voters, but instead is to eat away at Stevens' donor base and present herself to AIPAC and AIPAC adjacent donors as like the reliable person to go to for the pro-Israel or at least Israel adjacent candidate against Abdul el-Sayed's anti-Israel approach, which was true. But then I guess he talked to some people from Michigan, and they told him that no, that's not the case, which is really dumb. And I'm going to explain to you why in a second. Okay, after some reflection and talking to people, including locals that are smarter than me, points 3 and 4 seem way too cynical and galaxy-brained. It's not. It's the truth, right? And it's probably not some strategic 4D chess to triangulate a middle path of denomination between el-Sayed and Stevens. I had completely forgotten that the West Bloomfield Temple Israel attack, where 140 preschoolers could have been blown up, was 2 weeks ago. This is unbelievably racist, okay? This is unbelievably racist. But because it's Islamophobic, even people who fancy themselves to be like progressive white guys don't see it, okay? Like tying me and Abdul el-Sayed to a thwarted synagogue attack is fucking insane, dude. That is 2003 era Rush Limbaugh racism. Just because you're saying that and then positioning that as like Jewish fears around this sort of incident happening, if people like myself and Abdul are able to speak to college students, doesn't make it a reality. It's so, and I know for a fact Adam Carlson doesn't even realize what he's doing, okay? And that for many for whom that is still raw, even in the most very progressive Jewish community like that, Piker's presence nearly both are within about an hour drive would be raising the temperature, not lowering it. That is disgusting. Like, the shit that you can say about Muslim candidates and Muslim commentators is so unbelievably fucked up. And the reason why it's extra unbelievable that Adam Carlson is saying this is because he was so pro Zoran, and Zoran ate these attacks over and over and over and over again. Okay? So he should have realized that this stuff is very cynical. And Zoran is out there every day trying to do his very best to just be like, here, I'm obviously not an anti-Semite, which should be clear to everyone, but I will go above and beyond to try to make people feel comfortable about my Muslimness, my brownness, sorry. Like, he does that every day to a degree that I think, unironically, is counterproductive because it gives legitimacy to the hysterical fears, right? At a certain point, you have to say, look, man, I'm not an anti-Semite. I've spent this entire campaign cycle advocating for Palestinians because of their humanity and never leaning into anti-Semitism. And you guys have been trying to whip up an anti-Semitic panic. But we have to realize at a certain point that it's because I'm brown, I'm Muslim, and I'm an anti-Zionist that, there is a lot of hysteria, a lot of racist hysteria. So masquerading that as like legitimate Jewish fears is a very sinister way to do this. It's very racist. Okay? That's precisely what was happening with Zoran, and that's what Adam Carlson is doing to me right here, where he thinks like, well, these are really valid fears. Like, what are you talking about? Are they valid fears? Are they valid fears? They can be real fears, right? That can be a real fear. I'm sure there were plenty of people who legitimately thought Zoran is going to set up concentration camps or something. Does that mean it's valid? Okay? When a black candidate is running in the deep red South and you got fucking Klansmen coming out and being like, well, we have valid fears that they're going to destroy our white Christian identity. Do you take that seriously? No, you do not. You say that's your problem. Okay? That's your problem. It's ridiculous. There's a difference between someone like a Fishback, for example, right? Or someone like Nick Fuentes, for example, who are actually trafficking in anti-Semitic conspiracies, and someone like myself. Okay? So it was very frustrating to read this from someone who thinks like they're, a progressive pollster that is still trafficking in the same biases that they do not even fucking think about. It's unbelievable. I think the difference in encouraging people to go on a guest who has said controversial things in the past and actively campaigning with them is an important distinction. It's not. Some may infer the latter as an endorsement of their views, which no matter what you think of Hasan, you have to admit that some of what he has said could be hurtful to some Jews at a time when many are deeply concerned for the safety of them and their children. Ridiculous. Okay? I will stand on that one more time. Ridiculous. Yeah, if you only read Jewish Insider articles and you place a lot of emphasis in the big 2026 on what the ADL is saying about me, sure, you can whip yourself up in a panic. But it's not true. So why should I do that? Why should you do that? Why should you lean into it? Especially when it has been shown time and time again that institutions that masquerade as Jewish advocacy institutions, when in fact all they do is defend Israel and at times actually harm American Jews, will cynically weaponize false smears of anti-Semitism against anti-Zionists. The Jewish kids are probably fans of yours, by the way. Yeah, of course, of course. For those who think McMorrow is bought and paid for by AIPAC, I would like to remind them that they're expressly backing Stevens in this race and that McMorrow has stressed that she has not and will not take money from AIPAC. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. She gave privately policy papers to AIPAC, and then also on top of that is very clearly positioning herself to at least get some of the AIPAC heat off of herself right now. Anyway, I'm willing to bet it's not a strategic move. It's a line in the sand for her. Yeah, it's a dumb line in the sand. If you disagree with what she said, that's fine. Your voice will be louder than those that appreciate what she's doing because that's what algorithms do, promote conflict. Important to remember that Twitter's not real life. I like Abdul and I totally get why people are voting for him, but let's not jump to the worst conclusions about other candidates just because tensions are high. Like, this is an unbelievably racist thing to say. The only reason why I'm bringing this up, because you guys know I fucking hate bringing up Islamophobia because everybody goes, here we go again, shut the fuck up, right? It's really a horrible way to campaign in general, right? But I'm sorry, there is no other way to fucking read this. Like you're tying me to a attack on a synagogue? What an unbelievably racist thing to fucking do. It's insane. And no one, like everyone reads that and goes, well, this is good analysis. No, the fuck it's not. We have to be a little bit more thoughtful with the way that we talk about these sorts of things, because I do genuinely think that if we don't push back on this stuff at all, people just get more comfortable thinking that they're actually, What? Donnie wrote a piece about you in the New York Times? No, this is not. This is written by Tim Balk, man. We read this article already. He just shared it, chatter. Having this endless, I'm sorry that you've also had so much Islamophobic comments shown thrown at, especially in the past 2 to 3 years, has grown exponentially? Yes. As someone who absolutely fears the left's growing power, I think the smart play is for moderate Dems to go on Piker's show and agree with them that Israel is bad and then stick to their guns on other moderate stuff. Ha! See? Even Matt Iglesias is literally waving the fucking white flag on Israel. Okay? That's it. He's not wrong, right? He's waving the fucking white flag on that. So he's like, dude, just go on and like gain the legitimacy on the Israel issue. Please, you guys are gonna fuck this up. That's what he's saying. Yeah, see, look. And anti-Israel is one of the only non-toxic progressive views. If you're going to give the left something, that's what it should be. Then be pro-growth, tough on crime, etc. And yes, he's right. It's so unbelievably bad for Democrats to consistently posture against someone like myself because of very clearly the values that I represent on this issue that is a 90-10 issue on our side. It's the Democrats not exactly really taking a consistent moral stance against problematic podcasters or whatever, because they've all said they would go on Joe Rogan. He said, he's clearly right-wing, MAGA booster. It's ridiculous. It actually has everything to do with them not wanting to give ground on the Israel issue and not wanting to even appear anywhere near this issue. I don't know how Adam doesn't see it here when he saw it with Zoran. The Jewish fear smear was used endlessly with Zoran. It was stupid and racist then. It's stupid and racist now. Yeah, the only difference is he likes Zoran. He's probably met Zoran. He doesn't know me, and he doesn't like me. That's it. So for him, he will look through the minutia to be like, well, Hasan has said this, right? Like, I saw a clip out of context, so now I believe the clip out of context that Hasan is actually an anti-Semite. Because, like, they don't know. Most people don't pay that close attention, right? He also most likely favors Mallory over Abdul, but he doesn't want to say it. Yeah. And to be fair, obviously, one, Zoran is the mayor of New York, right? So his worldview versus like the way he carries himself now, obviously he plays a lot more ball than I do, right? He is way, way more conciliatory to smears, no matter how ridiculous and how racist they are. I mean, think about how much it took. Think about how much shit he ate in especially the last month of that campaign, until he had to put his foot down and be like, enough. This is unbelievable. What the hell are we doing here? This is like incredibly racist. This is my first time watching one of your streams before. I would consider myself a democratic socialist from all I've seen and read about. Not much right now as a 19-year-old university student, full-time worker. That label and associated policy sits best with me. Can you recommend any theory I should learn more? All I've seen is entry-level commentary, some debates, interviews. Thanks. Thanks if you see this. What's a good starting point to read for this chatter? For the Zoloft addict 19-year-old chatters? What do we think? Okay, everyone is saying Marx and Lenin. I mean, I agree, but there's probably a better entry point than Lenin. Lenin can be a little dense. Parenti? Michael Parenti? But even then, that's like... black shirts and reds. Mark Graber, he's easy to get into. That's true. Lenin is not dense. Marx is. I mean, even Lenin is dense, but Marx is even denser. Hello? Yeah, you can bring them upstairs. Thank you. Is David Graeber? Mark Fisher. Oh, I think that chatter mixed up. Is it Mark Graeber? It's David Graeber and Mark Fisher. All right, let's run this. 300 U.S. soldiers wounded as Israel vows to escalate strikes on Iran.
Intense bombing in Iran, lighting up the sky in the capital, Tehran, amid more exchanges of fire with Israel and the U.S., and satellite imagery showing the destruction at a U.S. base in Saudi Arabia after it was hit in an Iranian drone attack. At least 10 American service members injured. Officials telling ABC News at least 2 were seriously wounded and at least 1 tanker damaged in the Friday attack. Altogether, more than 300 American troops have been injured and 13 killed as the war now enters its 5th week. And this morning, even more troops are on the way. Multiple U.S. officials telling ABC News a 3rd U.S. aircraft carrier, the USS George H.W.
Have you ever talked about the impact of racist mirrors against you? Wait, hold on. I got to get the door. Yes, I have, but it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I can take it.
Bush is heading to the Middle East. They'll join another 2,200 U.S. Marines set to arrive in the region any day now. And with up to 1,500 paratroopers preparing to deploy too, questions mounting as to whether a ground operation into Iran is imminent. But Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaking to G7 leaders in France on Friday, saying the U.S. can reach its goals without putting boots on the ground.
And we can achieve them without any ground troops, without any.
Just hours later, President Trump speaking at a Saudi-backed investment conference, calling himself a peacemaker, praising the U.S.-Israeli operation and saying the U.S. is now, quote, just going after targets in Iran.
We have another 3,554 targets left, and that'll be done pretty quickly. And then, at some point, we're going to have to determine what we do.
Overnight, Iran reporting more strikes on its nuclear facilities and steel factories. Video of the confirmed Israeli strikes posted on social media showing smoke billowing from one of the factories. Just hours later, Iran launching a fresh wave of retaliatory strikes on Israel. Video circulating online showing the moment of a missile impact in Tel Aviv. At least 1 person killed, a man in his 60s, and multiple others injured. While the death toll inside Iran climbs to at least 1,900. In southern Lebanon, where the IDF says it's widening its ground invasion to create a buffer zone against Iran-backed Hezbollah, more than 1,116 people killed, over 1 million displaced, according to Lebanese authorities, the UN warning it's facing a humanitarian catastrophe. And with Iran-backed Houthis now joining this war, launching missiles towards Israel from Yemen, there are fears of this conflict expanding. That's despite Special Envoy Steve Witkoff saying that the U.S. is hopeful of having meetings with Iran this week. Rachel?
Yeah, as this war enters now its 5th week. All right, Britt, thank you.
1 month into the war with Iran, the country continues to fire back at targets across the Middle East. Overnight, Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia was attacked, and sources tell CBS News the attack was carried out using missiles and drones. Meanwhile, oil closed at its highest price, and stocks had their worst day since the war with Iran started. The Dow Jones Industrial Average entered correction territory. It's now down more than 10% from its all-time high. The Nasdaq sank deeper into correction territory, and the S&P 500 is on its longest losing streak since 2022. Holly Williams is in Tel Aviv with the latest on the war and President Trump's threat to expand his use of the U.S. military. Holly, good morning.
Good morning. 10 American service members were injured yesterday by an Iranian missile strike on a base in Saudi Arabia, according to U.S. officials, with 2 of them sustaining very serious injuries.
They're being hit so hard, anybody would be negotiating. They are negotiating. They're begging to make a deal.
President Trump repeated his claim last night that Iran's leaders are eager to negotiate an end to the war, pointing to the degradation of Iran's missile capabilities.
We knocked out 97% of the launchers.
But Iran is still launching missiles, doing damage here in Israel overnight. And Iran's leaders are wielding a powerful economic weapon. With strikes and the threat of mines, Iran has effectively paralyzed traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, sending energy prices soaring and piling pressure on Trump to end the war.
Now, this is the narrow.
The Strait of Hormuz normally carries around 20% of the world's oil. That's around 20 million barrels a day.
Could a single mine take out an oil tanker with a hull worth hundreds of millions of dollars and cargo worth hundreds of millions of dollars?
Nobody is going to take chances like this.
Even with a military escort, there's no 100% guarantee that an oil tanker could make it safely through the Strait of Hormuz.
Exactly.
Iran has reportedly charged some ships up to $2 million each for safe passage, described either as a toll booth system or a shakedown. Even with war in the Middle East raging, Trump hinted last night that he has another country in his sights.
They built this great military. I said, you'll never have to use it, but sometimes you have to use it. And Cuba's next, by the way, but pretend I didn't say that, please. Pretend I didn't say that, please.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio said yesterday that he expects the war to continue for weeks, not months. And he said the US can achieve its goals in Iran without any ground troops. Kelly.
Holly Williams for us in Tel Aviv, thank you.
With the first missile from Yemen, a wider war seems all the more likely.
I think that Cuba aside was a little annoying. Although that's just like the... Yeah, they do. They love just throwing that in as a dagger. How do I share where I'm going? With whom? Oh, here. All right. Hold on. Let me sit down here real quick. There's not a lot of space here, unfortunately. Yeah, no, I saw. Is that your beanie? Okay. No, I got my hat. It's fine. Okay, so here's the deal, guys. I'm gonna keep running these. I'm gonna keep running the videos for a little bit. We are going to intercept the No Kings rally, and then I'm gonna be out a little bit. We'll do IRLs. We'll ask some people like how they feel about the No Kings rally, where things are going. We'll interview some folks out there, hopefully, and then I'll be back later. We'll do the virtual rally as well. That's just going to be like a 15-minute hit that I'm going to be doing. I'll see you on the other side in a second.
Likely. Israel said early Saturday its air defenses responded to incoming fire from Yemen. This came after the Iran-backed Houthis expressed their readiness to join the conflict in a televised address on Friday.
We affirm that our fingers are on the trigger for direct military intervention in any of the following cases: the joining of any additional alliances with the United States and Israel against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the axis of jihad and resistance. The use of the Red Sea to carry out hostile operations by the United States and Israel against the Islamic Republic of Iran or against any Muslim country. We will not allow that.
Although military intervention could refer to strikes on Israel, the announcement has primarily raised fear of renewed attacks on the Red Sea. All eyes are now on the Bab el-Mandeb. This vital corridor off the coast of Yemen, connecting the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, is one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world. Attacks on the strait would further disrupt the global energy market, already impaired by Iran's effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. At a Yemeni rally in solidarity with Iran, Lebanon, and Palestine, some expressed their support for Houthi involvement in the war.
We stand with our brothers in Iran. We are not neutral. At any moment, when the time comes, we will intervene. If God wills, that will intervene. And when we see blatant aggression against our country, we are ready.
The Houthis have already shown their ability to disrupt global trade. In late 2023, the group launched attacks on international shipping vessels in the Red Sea, which they said were in support of Palestine in the Israel-Hamas war.
Let's return now to our top story. The missiles launched from Yemen by the Ansarullah Houthis towards Israel, and as we said, is the first attack by the Iran allies in this conflict. Ansarullah, or the Houthis, were founded in the 1990s as a Shia Muslim political organization. But in the early 2000s, it became a militarized movement involved in armed conflicts with the Yemeni government. Fighters seized the capital, Sana'a, in 2014. Since then, they've consolidated control over the northwest. This triggered more than a decade of conflict with a Saudi-led coalition, which backed the internationally recognized government. Well, let's bring in our guest panel. Joining me here in the studio is Mohammed Al-Masri. He's Professor of Media Studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. And in Milan, we're joined by Ibrahim Jalal. He's a senior researcher and policy advisor on Yemen, the Gulf, and the Horn of Africa. If I could start with Ibrahim in Milan. So, Ibrahim, are we about to see the Ansarullah Houthis now widen their attacks to include a whole range of targets beyond simply Israel? Is that the direction that you see the Houthis going in?
Thanks for having me. It was anticipated that the Houthis will join this war since February 28. It was a matter of timing. And when we review the Houthi cross-border attacks over the past couple of years and decade, they always depend on phased and layered approach to scale up and widen the scope of targets. Over time, now that the Houthis have their arsenal intact, they have deployed, a sizable amount of drones and missiles in a decentralized manner. They will realize over time that striking, as they did in the past, that striking a target 1,100 kilometers north is distant, less effective, although it adds up military pressure, it exhausts the defenses, and they might to target eventually in the second and third phases what they would call Israeli vessels through Bab al-Mandab. And when that happened, we knew in 2023, 2024, 2025, that this meant the global shipping passing through that, regardless of what they say in practice. So that might be another layer of escalation.
All right, that's an important point. We'll come back to it in a second. But focusing here on the Gulf, Mohammed Al-Masri, does this mean further targeting and pressure on the Gulf? The Houthis are already talking about U.S. bases. Could it extend beyond that?
That is possible. That is possible. I mean, we're now entering the 5th week of this war, and with each passing day, we climb the escalation ladder a little bit farther, and there's always the risk of bringing actors in. People were asking for weeks now when the Iranians might play this card, might activate the Ansarullah Houthis, and now we're getting.
Do you think it's connected to the shift that we've seen in U.S. and Israeli attacks focusing more now on civilian infrastructure within Iran, steel factories and so on?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's a coincidence that yesterday you had a significant escalation by the Americans and the Israelis, targeting civilian infrastructure throughout Iran. In one attack in Isfahan, according to Drop Site News, 7 women and 7 children were killed in one attack, and there were other attacks on residential neighborhoods across the country, especially in Tehran. And Israel's been using, according to some sources, these heavy bombs, these 2,000-pound bombs that are knocking out basically like residential neighborhoods, like an entire city block. And so with that in mind, and Israel also yesterday attacked at least one university, I think today's activation of the Houthis is not a coincidence, it's a response.
Okay, and Ibrahim, you mentioned international shipping. Just how critical are the shipping lanes near Yemen to the world economy? When you look at some of the details, 12% of the world's seaborne oil, 10% of its LNG, 10% of world trade going through the Bab el-Mandab Strait, right?
Yes, that's very alarming, and especially when it's compounded by a coordinated multi-strait blockade, as we see now with the Hormuz Strait. And this is exactly the theater that Iran has been preparing for. What we saw in the past few years with the Houthis, that was a smaller scale, performative, geographically bounded operation. It's been always bounded to what this would mean when we have a coordinated multi-strait blockade where you have a greater deniability of maritime passage, disruption of LNG across a few straits, and this might even extend to direct targeting of Suez Canal, especially now that we have the Yanbu east-west pipeline, which has been rerouting a few millions of Saudi crude oil when it's been one of the bypasses that are functional. So this is alarming in many ways. It will highly likely invite international responses targeting the Houthis, and the Houthis have made it to the national security doctrines of many states. This will not go unresponded to, and is only deepening, the whole direction of the weakening of the.
Hello. Fancy seeing you here.
We're back.
And we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Boys, girls, and Emmys. So we're on our way to a No Kings rally right now. We're going to intercept it. I believe it started at Central Park, and it's making its way down right now. And wait, let me actually check to see if we're actually back. Okay. But yeah, we're on our way to a No Kings rally right now here in Manhattan. And they are... I don't know how many people are actually out there right now. I don't know how big the crowds are. I haven't really seen a lot of local news coverage on it, but we are going to be intercepting it on the way downtown as people are walking. And one of the reasons why I wanted to do this is because obviously there's a lot of chaos and a lot of commotion in the United States of America. If you're familiar, if you're aware, I think crowds look pretty big. Okay. But these No Kings rallies are put together by an assortment of different advocacy organizations and groups. It's very localized as well all around the country. But the umbrella group that owns the protests is 501 or 50150.
I think it's no idea.
Well, anyway, it's Indivisible. They're
Indivisible.
They're like a very liberal organization for the most part. So there's been criticisms about what these protests represent and what they should represent, and people talk about how disorganized it is or whatever. But I think I have a policy that any kind of action is good in general. Anything that gets people outside, gets people organized is good. And so we're going to test that theory on whether or not people actually are on the ball as far as what some of the more prescient, I want to figure out what the biggest issues are for the people that are at the No Kings rally, So we're going to be hopefully talking to some people and seeing where the resentment is coming from, what has led them to go out and take to the streets on this otherwise beautiful Saturday afternoon here. It's 2:43 p.m. Eastern Time in New York, New York. What do you think, Noah? Do you feel like these? I mean, we've talked about this a little bit. There's not really a lot of anti-war rallies taking place in the country.
No, I think it's the people. Oh, this is probably fun. It's in the dark.
Yeah,
it's
very dark.
I could be anybody. When it comes back
turn
on.
your light on.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
I forgot that we go through tunnels when we're here.
Look, I think something that I've been pointing out a lot on Twitter and in conversations with, where's the Vietnam War? Short answer to that question is that we don't have a draft. Part of how an anti-war culture and an anti-war political movement developed in this country, and when it develops, is because Americans feel the war in a human cost, not just in the body bags either, but people go to places, people thousands of Americans, millions during World War II or Korea, obviously, get deployed overseas in support of these things. It incurs a cost, and that generates a backlash. And so I think that it's if you're without making a normative judgment about it, but just sort of trying to paint a descriptive truth, the case is that there are not that many, these gatherings are filled with lots of people who, while politically they may hate the Iran war, it's not the basis of why they're so engaged.
Mobilizing. Yeah.
And so it's what does that mean then? It's well, if I'm the organizer of the No Kings rally, that's a different thing. But if you want to show up to it. I mean, there's a reason SJP chapters, other radical organizations are present. And it's, again, not because they agree with everything the organizers do, but just because it's like, in this country, you know, when you see who has the ability to fill streets with that many thousands of people, you know, I think it's you can't deny it's an opportunity to connect or reach out to all of those thousands.
I mean, this is also, this is part of what I talk about when I say, like, liberalism is the mass movement, unfortunately. Like, most people are self-identifying liberals, even if their worldview might be a little bit more radical than that. I have to open the door and close it real quick because my shit is stuck. Sorry. My trench coat was stuck. But yeah, liberals, most people are self-identifying as liberals, even if they have, like, if they got more political education, they would recognize that there's something beyond that. That's, you know, a big part of my advocacy. As far as the foreign policy goes, though, I think we have a very deliberate design in mainstream media for many, many years to totally decouple Americans broadly from from even thinking about, like, what our actions are responsible for globally, and what kind of impact that even has on our domestic existence. So what I mean by that is, like, people just see that as something that's happening over there. War is constant. People are always going. There's a poverty draft angle to it as well. There's no, like, real draft, like you said. So people don't have to think about it, and they don't see it in the news that much either. And so, like, war and constant war is only an afterthought for an overwhelming number of Americans. Even though it has a major domestic impact, because as I always like to point out, you know, every dollar that you spend bombing a school is a dollar that you could have spent here building a school.
And also, like, you know, like, from the fucking Patriot Act to everything we're seeing on college campuses now, you know, with the restrictions on the speech that they're trying to impose, like, the war is also, like, it's not just a thing that happens over there. Like, it has a home front, as they would say, and that home front gets kind of crazier and crazier every day, wilder and wilder. And you know, people may not conceive of the turmoil that the country is in as that. You know, that may not be how they understand it, which is fine. But I think a lot of people, you know, it's the depravity of the policy abroad combined with the total, like, you know, like aggressive recklessness or whatever here. They see that, and it's not. I think they're open to some pretty radical ideas about how to tame it. More radical, certainly, than the, you know, political system currently allows for.
Absolutely. That's what I was trying to stress with the hit pieces that have been coming and rolling in this past week, where it's like, I'm just one person. The reason why I'm popular.
I mean, you're like 1.5 sized.
Yeah, okay, I'm one and a half persons. But the reason why I'm popular is not because, like, I have the capacity to hypnotize people into assuming certain positions. It's because they do have those positions. I'm simply communicating those positions. I'm able to identify the shared resentment that we all have, you know, with the inability to change, the sense of overall, like, powerlessness, and the demands. I'm just able to identify the same shared resentments that we have and communicate them more effectively. So even if you were to, like, take me out somehow, it would not change that overall force of resentment that exists in the base right now. That's reflected in the polls as well. When you look at the approval ratings of the Democratic Party, still not as great as they should be, especially when we have an unprecedented, unpopular president.
That tells the whole thing. Like, those polls that show how, even though Republicans and the Trump administration are unpopular for how they are handling pretty much every issue, on a relative basis, sometimes they still outpoll Democrats on a generic basis, like a generic, like generic issue association, immigration, etc. They still beat out Democrats, and that, you know, is I'm not sure I could contemplate, like, a more devastating reality, right? That they are in power, they are unpopular. Everybody resents the shit out of it, And the only form of political opposition that our system allows for is actually even less effective at reaching people. You know, I mean, it is a bad joke.
Yeah, and it's so funny that like we're in many ways relitigating 2016.
Yes.
And we're relitigating 2024 as well. And especially in the case of Abdul al-Sayed, we're relitigating it in the same place where they already made the exact same mistakes that they are seemingly
We're
committed
going back to the graveyard of 2016
and 2024. Like they're committing to the same exact issue where they're like, no, you don't understand. We have to find a way. We have to find a way to like find a reasonable, moderate, centrist opinion on an issue that is 90-10, where we still maintain a posture where we're like critical of Israel, like an Israel critical posture.
Or what they say now, I mean, what's increasingly clear to me in the rhetoric of what's evolving is that there's now a group of people who they want to be able to treat the influence of organizations like AIPAC and the power of the Israel lobby and so forth, even if they don't agree with it, even if they would not say these are my views, they are comfortable letting them sit as established political fact, that they are facts of political life that you have to get along with and that you have to agree with and that you have to in some measure cope with if you want to do anything else. You know, it's a series of rationalizations, in other words.
Yeah. I do love this though. This is like the common meme. This is what this is such a perfectly like internet phenomena too, and it doesn't have like a real base of support in the party at all. I don't think it has a real basis in the real world at all. Like most people don't know me, and I'm sure there might even be more people that know who Nick Fuentes is now than someone like myself, I suspect. Because I mean, he fucking dined with the president, right? But most people's opinion of him is that he is, you know, not a very favorable person. I think, like, by and large, most people don't know who I am, but the ones that do have a relatively positive opinion of me because of the values that I represent and what they've seen of my advocacy. But if you were to look at Twitter, it's like I'm a devil. Depending on who you're talking to, I'm either like actively trying to infiltrate the Democratic Party to destroy it so that Republicans can win, or I'm a Hamasnik who wants to get the Democrats to commit to offering material support to resistance fronts all around the world. You know, I just want to defeat the Republicans. Like when it comes to electoralism, regardless of my worldview, regardless of my perspective, I just want to defeat the Republicans. I don't want Republicans to be in charge.
I'm tired of the like evil chud menace, man.
Yeah, they're gross.
I mean, it's
They're
also
fucking
just
gross.
like I think one of the things that is like so kind of like apocalyptically weird about this circumstance is also the extent to which, if you were serious about wanting to beat them, then you wouldn't really be splitting hairs over support for Israel. You know, this very obvious like generational divide.
Dude, that's why my favorite.
It'll you know, I mean, we've had this conversation over and over again, but it is sort of like shocking.
My favorite is Matt Iglesias, who has also finally come to the conclusion that Israel is a dead end, and that, like, I mean, he straight up quote tweeted the Adam Wren post. Wait, where is it? And he said, as someone who absolutely fears the left's growing power, I think the smart play is for moderate Dems to go on Piker's show and agree with him that Israel is bad, and then stick to their guns on other moderate stuff.
I mean, but this is where it's like, I like love it, because it's like, okay, Matt Iglesias is telling his side, surrender please, just like it's not worth it.
Yeah, no.
Like, even fucking him, the most stubborn asshole in the world.
Yeah, because it's such a, like, you have to be unimaginably echo chambered. Like, you have to be living on a totally separate plane of existence to not recognize where the public is at on this issue.
We may be approaching a position soon.
Yeah,
it may be worth walking.
They're not there yet at all. So
then we're fine.
Yeah,
then we're fine.
because they're walking here.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the GPS on drivers thing. See what I mean?
Yeah. I think there's probably just some.
I was gonna say let's just keep an eye on it.
I think Andrew might want to bring.
My crew's.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, to like the earlier stuff about the anti-war thing, I think something that's like really I feel pretty strongly about these days is also that, like, if you look at the way that like our media and the information that people consume about the world and what they're led to believe is important, and I'm including like highly educated people, not that educated people, high information consumers, people who do have the opposite of Taylor Lorenz screen time. Like, broadly speaking, whatever information they do get about the world, it does not necessarily like prioritize any of this stuff. It does not tell them that it is that important or that it affects them in major ways. And like for the many, rather infinite flaws of 20th century America and the 20th century, like world information society in the West, there was like there was a prestige that was accorded to thinking about the world. It was not, it was not an afterthought or far from it, or it wasn't just thought of as America, being treating poor countries like a charity case. There was a sense that there was a world out there that, people in America, obviously a lot of them thought it had to be tamed, but they wanted to engage with it. And I think now it's just kind of undeniable that, we've retreated in ourselves as a country. And that's not that's just the way it is, and you're going to have to contend with it and find ways to draw people out of it however best you can. It's not going to be like waiting for a political tendency to emerge that has suddenly like figured out one weird trick to get everybody to care about foreign policy. That's not going to happen. The world is just going to have to change in such a way to force that, and the best you can do is prepare people for how to engage with that reality.
Do you want to see the polls that Manhattan Institute did? It was the only time I've ever been polled amongst, like, I guess, other figures in the Democratic
Manhattan
Party.
Institute, by the way, which is like a right-wing think tank.
Yeah, but I think they're probably doing.
I don't think that they're. No. I don't think that it means their polls are bad. I just mean that like whatever they find, like, put it this way, I'm preparing the audience for the fact that if the numbers aren't so bad, that is evidence against interest with them.
Yeah. So. They found that 55% of the voters that they asked didn't know who I was, and I have a 50-50 split amongst the favorability, unfavorability. I think I'm at a +1, right? And it's interesting because it's like, I think it's like 14% like me, have a favorable view of me, and then 13% don't have a favorable view of me, and it's like 55% don't know who I am. So the conversation that we're having is also stupid in that regard as well, because they've the people that are on the third way side of things, the people who are like, centrists that are trying to maintain their grip of power on the party, they are using me as like a signal to like left bash. That's all this is. That's what I keep trying to repeat and reiterate over and over again. It's not because like I'm some sort of kingmaker or something. Well,
yeah, it's what I said to you the other day, that it's that you're an avatar.
Yeah.
That, like there's no, also it's like, this is now gonna, I think that there is also a,
accidental Streisand effect.
Yeah,
I agree.
It's this like, this idea that they believe that they're like, oh, this guy is so ipso facto unpleasant. This, this like disgusting uggo who nobody likes to look at and who is uncharismatic. Like, we got to draw attention. Like, that's their like. Yeah. I don't understand.
Yeah. Why won't they listen to my guy instead?
I mean, look, actually, this is their answer to that. It's that because they don't have a guy, so they have to make sure the other team doesn't have a guy too.
Yeah.
It's like if you couldn't make a nuke, you take out the other guy's nuke.
Yeah, Josh Kraushaar has This is his week, dude.
Oh, Hotline Josh.
Yeah, this is his friggin' week. I love people saying, "Do you condemn the Jewish Defense League under his?"
Do you condemn the
JDL? Really... Do you condemn the JDL? That has been an interesting conversation as well. Like seeing people straight up, like Zoran Mamdani came out and spoke about the assassination attempt against Nordin Kaswani, pro-Palestinian advocate, Palestinian herself, and every single one of his like top replies was literally people saying that he's anti-Semitic for calling out the JDL. It's like that's a winning argument.
I mean, it's people don't know. I mean, look, it's a very. I think people. It's like really crazy. I think if you. Like there's a, we've talked about this before also, like the projection where it's like people assume that groups like, you know, SJP or, you know, Within Our Lifetime or whatever, like that these are groups that essentially do the same kind of stuff that pro-Israel groups used to do in, for example, the 1980s and 90s, and still to this day
you mean
for
like,
its worth.
You know,
but like the killing of Alex Oda, yeah, exactly.
Assassinate like prominent activists and stuff.
And so there is this, you know, I think the idea that like Mayor Kahana, for example, and that like the JDL, like that these were, you know, groups, by the way, the JDL's equivalent in Israel, a political party called Kach, was outlawed in Israel. They were too extreme for even Israel at that time.
Well, because like Baruch Goldstein was an acolyte, right? Like,
yes, correct. And now to be clear, like that's not to say that like, wow, Israel did such a good job. It's that they outlawed that party, and now disciples of that party's, you know, intellectual.
Well, they have
forebears.
Jewish power now.
Well, yeah, they've like, I was about to say, now you have like Smotrich and in particular Ben Gvir, who come from that school of thought.
Yeah.
But no, that's what I mean. There has been a history of Jewish organizations doing this kind of stuff, and the Jewish and groups like the ADL, you know, they get to just shake that off as they accuse other people of doing what they themselves have done.
We're like a block out, I think.
Yeah, we're close.
Should we just, is it faster to walk at this point?
Yes, at this point, yes.
Should we, yeah, we should, sir, we can get out here, it's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. It's clear from both sides.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Clear, take care.
Thank you.
Hop out on your side, though.
Okay.
Yeah, you go out, I'll come after.
I'm gonna grab it, you got it?
New York, baby.
Wait, sorry.
Did I drop anything?
I thought you might have. No, you're good.
You got your phone?
Yeah. All right, let's do it. My favorite place. This is the number one place. We're currently headed to Times Square. Everyone's favorite place in New York. Every real New Yorker will tell you that Times Square is the best place to be. It's kind of like Hollywood Boulevard.
It gets a bad
It's kind of like Hollywood Boulevard. You know, when you go to Los Angeles, you go to Hollywood Boulevard. It's the best way to understand what living in Los Angeles
look what I
feels
just
like.
did.
That's crazy.
That's bad, dude. That's awful. I'm gonna step in here real quick.
Stepping into a Starbucks. Get him. BDS. This guy, he's out of control. This guy's out of control. He just got really excited. But yeah, we're gonna be linking with Andrew Epstein and with Claire.
Hell yeah.
And the DSA folks as well. Get a read on, you know, what their attitude has been so far about the No Kings protests.
The last day of petitions for them.
Last day of petitions?
Yeah, last day of petitions.
For what?
Tomorrow is.
What
to
is
get them on the ballot.
Oh, to get them on the ballot. Okay.
Cool, if I'm not mistaken, at least for all assembly.
For the DSA slate.
That's right.
Yeah. God damn, it's cold, man.
Yeah.
What the hell? New York.
It's going to be 70 degrees on Wednesday.
What?
It's going to be 70 degrees on Wednesday.
Yeah,
you
well,
missed out.
Fucking not right now.
No.
As far as I'm seeing, unfortunately. Oof. Everyone was calling me. Zoran was making fun of me last night for saying it's unbelievably cold in New York, which it was. I was shivering.
Good. I got a nice stylish stand to rock.
Yeah, you got it.
There you go.
All right, let's keep moving. Oof.
What?
It's a lot colder than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you can get you an I Love New York beanie.
I want an NYC Tucker Carlson commie beanie. That's what I want. Someone was telling me last night, how'd you let that one go?
That is true.
It's my merch. That should be my merch.
I do like the idea of like Tucker Carlson going and like finding like some DSA like merch designer and being like, everything that you've ever wanted to do, I need you to do for me.
Yeah, go balls to the wall, like, you know, because Republicans can get away with that. That's the other thing.
Well, yeah, but that's like, okay, but it's because it's the principle, right? Of it's like how it's like why you should never wear a t-shirt that says like anti-pedophile. You know, it's just like, they don't care about that. They don't mind having the hammer and sickle on their shirt. Like, they are active, like they even if it's like a negative thing or whatever, because they have good taste.
Yeah, they are, I think they're literally like two blocks out. We are one block out from, like, we have to walk as fast as possible so we can catch up to them. Because, like, we're going to be, boom, connecting. They're coming off 7th Avenue.
Yeah, we're hitting 6.
Yeah.
Well, we'll hit him.
Hopefully.
Surely.
I might need to get some I Love New York gloves. God damn, I'm such a pussy.
You want to borrow mine?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
You need. Also, it's like it's a nice jacket, but it is also kind of like a raincoat.
I thought that this would be enough. I was wrong.
It's like low 40s.
It's 42, but what does it feel like?
Like, I mean, I don't know, man. It feels.
Sometimes they'll say.
We're still good, right?
Feels like 26.
What?
Screen went black for a second.
Well, that's also because you're.
Wait, screen went
black?
black
For a second. Is that okay?
Let's see.
How's it
What's
going?
up?
Can I send a picture of you real quick?
Sure. Yeah, it's fine. I think.
It's fine. Okay.
You see, there's one here.
There's a minor F.
Oh.
Hi, chat.
Nice to meet you.
Have a good one.
What are they saying? It says no memory inserted.
Huh?
Wait, I don't see it. No, it's fine.
Okay, great. Great.
What the hell?
I mean, it is also like Midtown Manhattan is like notoriously just like a wind tunnel.
Yeah.
Midtown Magic.
Bro, it says feels like 26. That's not good. I was not ready. I was like thinking it's gonna be like 50, 60 degrees maybe. That was foolish of me. I guess we can walk.
Oh my lord.
Turn into Murder-apolis all over again.
Yeah. I like this version of Midnight Cowboy. Actually, yeah, you've never seen Midnight Cowboy.
I've never seen Midnight Cowboy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyway, so for your audience, Joe Buck, Ratso. It's terrible. Oh, there they are, see? We caught them. Do you think we could get you and Madame Tussauds?
Maybe. Oh yeah, there it is. All right, where are they? Okay. Where are you at, Andrew? I mean, is he walking with the crowd?
What's he saying?
He's 900 feet away, but I'm gonna text him. Oh, sorry.
Love your hat.
Oh.
There it is, my favorite place in New York. We're a minute out from where he is. I think we're literally gonna be walking past them as we get there. Also, Donnie's calling me. What up, Donnie? 45 and 7. Yeah, where you at?
Oh, wow.
Are you walking down? All right, we'll wait for you. We'll wait for you here.
And Broadway. 7.
We're
45 and Broadway.
45 and Broadway. So we're next to a Swatch store. Yeah, and a Swatch store. Okay. All right.
Oh, wow.
Look at that. Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do.
Right up there, look at that.
Wow.
That's a lot of people.
Big crowd. That is a big crowd. Good. Very cold. Very cold. A lot colder than I thought it was going to be. Goddamn. One of the things that I notice immediately when we come to these sorts of rallies, especially the No Kings rallies, is actually the demographics of the crowd. A lot of the people that come out here are oftentimes not as young as you'd expect them, even though there are young people here as well. Many of the people here are a lot older, a lot whiter. And I do think that this is something that the Democratic Party doesn't understand as far as like where the base is at. They oftentimes associate, you know, anti-war movements and people demanding more from the party with like, I guess some sort of youthful appetite for more, but it's actually a lot of the older people, in my experience, that share similar resentments that we do in our community with the Democratic Party's inability to address.
I mean, I see a lot of gray hair holding up signs that say, you know, like Epstein class, no war.
Yeah. What's up, man?
Can I say hello? My name is Matt. Jamming on Matt on Twitch. Should I get a pic?
Sure.
I appreciate your streams.
No problem. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Have a good day, man.
Yeah, you too. I know that the people that are. What's up, man?
Can I get a picture of you?
Yeah. Let's do it. I know that those aren't old people. The ones that.
Oh, dude, it's so good. I was like right over here, and like I saw you were right down the street. Yeah.
Well, look, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. No kings.
Agent Orange is creating utopia.
Yeah. I don't think these guys are like, I mean, these are lifelong Democratic Party voters, right?
Well,
like,
yeah, and also it's like, you know, I don't think we've had something quite as, I don't know, something quite hits all the lib buttons as like the last 6 months.
Yeah.
I don't know, remember the last time I saw this many.
No war on Cuba. There's a lot of answer coalition. So, but for the record, remember when you flip, flip the camera, they won't be able to hear us at all. It'll like, oh, hi, nice to see you guys. Yeah.
I see some watermelons.
Look at this lady with the pedo, felon, coward, racist, bully, pervert, liar, draft dodger, rapist, cheater. Had enough, lock him up. I love that.
Yo, Hasan, what's up?
What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, guys?
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys.
We're brothers. We're from Connecticut.
Hell yeah.
I'm actually running for state rep up there.
Nice.
Yeah,
What's your name?
Marcus Palumbo.
Marcus Palumbo.
I just launched, so like no followers or anything.
Okay.
But I'm trying to run on sort of an economic populist platform. But,
hell yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just thought I'd mention that.
All right, cool, man. Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah. Take care.
All right, have a good
Wait,
one.
can I take a quick photo?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Here, let's do it.
Here, let me get you in, Jared. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Nice to meet you guys. Have a good one.
Thank you for the work you do.
Of course, you too.
Appreciate it.
Let's do it. Yeah, it's a let's do it kind of day. You already know what it is, man. I told them Swatch, but I'm gonna tell them we're across from Swatch.
How are you?
Donnie, are you? I'm across from Swatch. Like I'm on the other side. I couldn't get to the Swatch side, but you'll see me.
I just want to say hi.
What's up, man?
I don't want to interrupt you.
No, it's all good.
Dude, so fucking cool seeing you.
Yeah. Across from the Pop Mart. Yeah. We're in front of the
Can I
McDonald's.
get a stream picture?
Like I'm in front of the McDonald's. You can catch me in the arches. All right. What's up? You want to take a photo? Yeah, let's do it.
Get a screen pic. Just
Yeah. All right, let's do it. All right. Nice
Dude,
to
I
meet you,
fucking
man.
love your shit. Thank you so much for just being like a voice on the fucking internet. I'm gonna catch up with my friends, but
Thank
cool.
you for
It's
being
awesome
here.
seeing you. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm Zach, by the way.
What? Nice to meet you.
Good stuff.
Okay. We should tell. Can you tell Andrew that we're in?
Yeah.
See ya.
I can just call Andrew.
Tony O'Sullivan.
You're live on CNN.com. We're live on Twitch right
Yeah.
now, right? I
Yeah.
guess.
What's going on?
Can we-
CNN.com.
Can we mic you up?
Yeah. Of course.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm very cold. Very cold.
Are you trying to put this on?
Oh yeah.
Let's turn this way so people can see the protest.
Yeah. That's a better way to do it.
Actually, we can do one more thing.
Coming up to you.
Yeah. Of course. You already know. These are my people.
Hey, good turnout here today, right?
It seems to be, yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot of animosity towards this administration, and I think people feel a little rudderless. So events like this bring a coalition of people that have maybe some shared resentment, but also key issues that they care about. Because like not everyone here is actually here exclusively because of the war in Iran, for example. Some people are here because there's a war against trans people in this country, and they care about that. So I think overall it's a good umbrella to engage under.
And for some of our audience on CNN.com who might not be familiar with who you are a very influential, progressive streamer.
I'm a wedge.
On Twitch, which video game streaming platform, but you use it for politics. But a lot of people might have seen your name this morning in the New York Times, in Politico Playbook. You have become an issue within the Democratic Party yourself. Tell us about that.
I don't think I'm necessarily an issue within the Democratic Party as much as I am an issue for a lot of consultants, a lot of analysts, a lot of people that work with the Democrats, the Democratic political class. They find someone like myself to be a bit of a disruptor, and they're very frustrated by it. I don't think they should be if our goals are the same. I don't want fascism to win in this country. I don't want Republicans to win in this country. We can argue on the methods. Maybe you think that my worldview and my values and the policies that I want politicians to represent might be different than yours. But at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals. But the amount of time and effort that some of these people are spending the amount of time and effort some of these people like Third Way are spending, the resources that they're expending against me, they should be using against the Republican Party instead.
And so the most recent sort of conversation, debate about you.
Hi.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Just a random guy. I'm just a random guy. I'm a political commentator. On Twitch is a website. You're on it now too.
Oh, okay.
And you're also on CNN.com.
And you're also on CNN. Love you too. Thank you for being here.
What's your name?
Hollydale.
Hollydale? You gotta get on Twitch.
Okay.
I know it should be. There's people in your demographic that watch me.
I knew you were going to say that.
No,
right
there
away.
are really.
My demographic.
What are you? You're like 45, right? 46?
Yeah.
Okay, not a day over.
No.
Why did you show up today? Why did you come here today?
Because I think he's a prick.
Okay. You want to expand beyond that?
I think we're in such bad shape now. I don't know. Every day my husband and it's so different. I mean, I was in Chicago for 68.
Really?
So this is way worse than 68.
Do you think are the Democratic Party meeting the moment?
No.
I was about to ask the same question. You don't think so?
The Democratic Party is meeting the moment?
Yeah.
No.
How do you like Zohran Mamdani?
I love him.
That's awesome. Hell yeah.
Who do you think would be a good presidential candidate?
I'm not sure. I like a few people, but I'm actually interested in JB
Pritzker. Right. I thought you were going to say J.D. Vance.
No.
Lovely to meet you. Nice talking to you.
Nice to talk to you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. I'll have to look out for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Oh, never mind.
I did want
Snub.
to.
Hasan, can I take a picture of my mom with you?
Sure.
She's a huge fan.
All right, yeah.
The earlier point.
Yeah,
of
sure.
the Democratic Party.
What's your
No, I'm just an observer.
Okay, right.
On the point of him going against the Democratic Party is like dedicating resources against that. I think it's actually the opposite effect. I've been a Democrat, pretty disappointed with the party turn their back, and there's a lot of folks that are kind of sitting on the outer edge, and he's been able to bring them back into the Democratic Party.
Sure.
So you think of what happened to Bernie in the prior elections with Joe Biden kicking him.
11 months up. 11 months. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Nice to meet you.
Deadass, I'm from Nebraska. So whenever Austin talks about Nebraska, I always have to be like, there are some good ones.
No, we know.
But no, thank you so much.
So the sort of latest debate about, and I mean, I'm getting into this because I think from so many people we even spoke here today.
They were like, Hasan, we're drawing our line in the sand. That's what they're saying out here.
People are saying a lot of younger people, also some people who name checked you directly, fans of yours, say the party needs to run more progressive candidates who are speaking out against Israel, various different things. The sort of debate that's going on about you right now is that you are too extreme, that you are anti-Semitic, and that Democratic candidates shouldn't associate themselves with you.
Yeah.
That's what the Democratic Party. That's what I'm.
Could you give us, I mean, for the CNN audience, I mean, what's your response to that?
It's ridiculous. It's the only reason why this issue ever gets brought up. It's a heinous smear, first of all. I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America. And because that is such an impossible issue to address on moral terms, that I think a lot of people cynically will say prominent critics of Israel are anti-Semitic. Are there critics of Israel that are anti-Semitic? Absolutely. I'm not one of them. As a matter of fact, I combat and fight against them pretty actively, which is why I find it so distasteful and so ridiculous that these smears would consistently get advanced, only because you can't have a conversation on where the party's moral center is right now. This is a 90-10 issue, you know? After October 7, 2023, there were a lot of people who were not willing to have this conversation about 80 years or 75 years of apartheid at that time. But now, after 2.5 years of Israel's unlimited bombings and genocide, a lot more people are aware about exactly what was going on in the regular lives of Palestinians living under this crippling apartheid on a good day, right?
And so you've seen ADL, the CEO of the ADL, John Greenblatt, coming out and criticizing
He's
candidates.
my biggest fan, my boldest fan.
Criticizing candidates who are associating themselves with you. I think I even saw in Politico Playbook today, they did a survey of what candidates would speak to, what would not. But you do, you have an issue of people are taking, obviously things you have said in the past year, you speak online all day for a living. But two things that keep getting brought up is you said America deserved 9/11, and you use the term Zionist pigs. So I think there are two things that keep being brought up. And I mean, how do you justify using those, saying that?
I mean, I call Nazi pigs as well. Like I said, Zionism is an ideology. It's up to the individual to associate with it or not. It's not personal, right? I oppose and abhor racism, ethno-supremacy, racial supremacy of every sort. I'm against it. I'm an anti-fascist. I'm unapologetic about it. And I'm not going to compromise on that. I think these kinds of like aesthetic postures are distractions away from the real conversation. I think many people understand it. Even if they don't have the tools to properly communicate it, many people are frustrated. So I think in this environment where a lot of people are frustrated, I'm very fearful. I talked about this at Oxford Union as well a couple of years ago, where I warned people. I was like, the association of Judaism and Israel is a very dangerous one. It's a false conflation. People are people. States are totally separate from the people. No matter how much people advocate for state violence or state action, they can change their minds, right? So a criticism of the state should not be a criticism of an entire people, especially Jewish people, American Jews. They have nothing to do with Israel at the end of the day. They might support it, some do, certainly, but it says nothing about an entire group of people. People are not monolithic at all.
Who's the candidate? I mean, I remember interviewing you back at the DNC in 2024. You were invited to the DNC as a content creator, right?
Yeah.
But back then, I don't think you wanted to vote for Harris.
Yes, I said that I would not endorse Kamala Harris unless she actually separated from Joe Biden on the issue of the genocide in Gaza, which the Democrats at the time were participating in, right? This happened under our watch, and we had many off-ramps. We have tremendous control over what Israel gets to do. And instead of actually enforcing the red lines that Biden said he wanted to enforce, we decided to allow Benjamin Netanyahu to go all over those red lines, and the results were disastrous. And now we have Donald Trump as president as a consequence of that. That was a major warning that I wanted to issue to any Democrat that would listen to me, whether they're consultants, analysts, politicians, privately, publicly, and I urge them, not just on Israel either, mind you, I urge them on the issue of immigration. Many people out here right now are here because they're frustrated with this unaccountable Gestapo force that wears masks and kidnaps our neighbors for no other reason other than, some kind of ridiculous white nativist anti-immigrant stance that they want to enforce to distract away from their lack of interest in fixing people's economic problems.
So who's the candidate in 2028? And I'm asking you this because, one, obviously you have a big following, but two, I think you represent and we see this on the right too. I mean, I was at CPAC this week where a lot of people are very unhappy, young men who voted for Trump, unhappy about the war in Iran. Who is a candidate a Democratic candidate that could speak to you and people who follow you?
I mean, a lot of people in my community are very excited about AOC, but who knows what she's willing to do. The thing is, 2028 is so far away, we don't even have any assurances that we will be having a 2028 presidential election. I mean, the way the Republicans are moving, they're moving like there's never going to be elections ever again, right? So I'm more focused on what's immediately ahead of our what's immediately ahead of us right now. I think that's what we should be focusing on and protesting against this administration, no matter how much outrage fatigue people have, because there have been some significant people-backed movements that have won, really. I mean, Minneapolis is a great example of this. People immediately instituted Neighborhood Watch against ICE agents that were trying to kidnap people, and they won. They were able to force ICE out of Minneapolis.
and they even were able to collect the scalp in the process as well. You know, Christine Noem is no longer the DHS secretary. Obviously, there were some other issues there as well. It was corruption that played a role in that too. There was a lot of scandal. But let's be real, who isn't corrupt in this administration? So I do genuinely think that that was a pressure valve for this administration to say that we're taking a different approach when it comes to the DHS for one reason or another. But I think it was because of that public pushback.
All right, and I'll let you go because you have a long line of fans here.
Yeah, we got
patiently waiting for you.
Yeah.
I spoke to this guy earlier. He's a big fan of yours. And he was basically, I mean, when I referenced that questions about candidates and who to support in the 2028, he was talking about you. But are you going to run?
No. I don't think America's ready for a corked up white boy like me just yet.
I will see you soon.
All right, good to see you. All right.
And yeah, you're rallying with Bernie tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be at the Bernie rally as well. Yeah, I have. I'm gonna be there with Ana Lilia Mejia. Yeah. All right, perfect. Great seeing you, brother.
Cheers. Thank you.
Yeah. What's up, dude?
Appreciate you every day. I hope I rep you well in the CNN.
I think. Yeah.
Oh, hi, Shad. Hi, friends.
What's
up?
What's up, Hasan? This is like our 4th meeting.
This is my nice to see you again.
Yeah.
Well, we really appreciate you. Like, I organized anti-ICE action at John Jay College, and I was able to get like at least 1,000 votes, 1,000 signatures. Like, I honestly credit some of your speaking to help me to speak to my fellow peers. It means a lot, and I don't know how to describe how much you influenced my life after like October 7th. Like, I've been part of like a lot of anti-Zionist organization. I was even at the synagogue cell in Kew Gardens, which is in my neighborhood, and there was kahanas, and these kahanas literally gathered around us and tried to literally jump some of us. Like,
yeah,
the police,
they're pretty violent.
Barricaded us, and it was like a bunch of kahanas running towards us. We had to literally break the barricades ourselves to leave before we got jumped. And there was like a kid who was like nowhere less than like 12, and they were like saying like absurdities, like most like disgusting absurd shit.
Yeah.
And I hate how the news doesn't like depict that, so I felt like I needed to say that to you because it happened. I saw it. I was there.
Yeah.
Like, kahanas are not like good people. They are basically horrific people who are willing to jump children.
They're terrorists. They're actually terrorists.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They call me the terrorist.
Anyways, I would say your coverage has helped me get more involved into this sort of stuff.
Hell yeah.
We actually have a little Palestine contingent, but they pushed us all the way to the back.
Okay.
I've also been doing some volunteering electorally, canvass for Zoran, and also canvassing for this other guy who's running for Congress. You know who Chuck Park is?
No.
He is running against Grace Meng, who is the longtime incumbent of District 6, and Grace has always been a big supporter of Israel. She went on her first trip back in 2010. She also did this really wild thing where she wished Eid Mubarak to her Muslim constituents using the same graphic that Israel used. Which,
that's crazy.
But yeah,
wild.
I think Chuck is someone you would be interested in. I have literature on him somehow.
Okay.
But hold on a sec.
Don't worry about it. Well, I'll look him up. Oh, you got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen this guy. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, like you can see his policy on the back. He supports abolishing ICE, Medicare for all, universal child care.
Hell yeah.
Putting an end to foreign wars and bringing that money back here. Whereas like Grace Meng, she actually signed on a resolution thanking ICE. So yeah, she's never really out there talking to her constituents. Meanwhile, Chuck is always out there trying to make himself known. I think you should definitely like have him on stream at some point.
For sure.
He's responsive on Instagram, so you can hit him up there.
For sure.
Right.
I'll look into it. Nice to meet you, man.
My photo was used for your article yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, the one on New York Times?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. It was not the most flattering angle. I was a little disheveled, but what are you going to do?
It was the Queen's Valley. So it was
Hell
fun.
yeah.
But I just wanted to
Nice
say.
to see you again.
Can I take a photo?
Yeah.
Thank you. Have a beautiful day.
You too. How's it going, man? What's up, guys? Oh, Jesus. Wait, where's Noah? No, where are the DSA guys at?
I saw a couple red signs pass by. He hasn't gotten back to me. Did he say anything to you?
Yeah. No, he hasn't.
Who do you know he's with aside from Claire?
Just Claire's gone. Let me see. Where is he at? Wait, did he just pass us?
I think they're not here yet.
Oh, they're walking. No. We're looking for one specific person.
They're closing in.
All right, they're coming in. Hello.
I already got my picture with you. Remember me at the Burning Round?
Yeah.
They used a bunch of guillotine earrings and pins.
Wow.
And I want you to see this. My cat loves you.
Oh.
That's Lily, and she saw you
That's
on
so
TV.
sweet. Okay. Nice to see you again. Thank you.
Yes, you make my day.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Super
you.
counterintuitive. I work in private equity, and I listen to the stream all day, every single day.
Hell yeah.
So like, exact opposite. I know, preach exact opposite. I wish I could politically commentate for a living, but unfortunately, not for me. Maybe one day. I have like a meme page with 100K followers. It's really right wing. I've been trying to mold it into the left and like posting as much as I can. But one day, we'll see. Are you thinking of speak up, like battling it out, like hashing it out? I know what it is on like, the image and whatnot.
Maybe.
But,
Who knows?
Yeah. All right, can I get a picture of you?
Yeah, man.
All right, I appreciate it. Thanks. Take care, man.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Lee. I've been following your career for a really long time. I'm from Miami, Florida, and since you were on the Young Turks on Facebook, and I just wanted to say thank you for what you do. Honestly, I grew up thinking I was one of those crazy people, and it really was thanks to listening to the work that you do that really helped me.
Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here.
Can I bother you for a minute? I know it's been a lot. Thank you so much for the work that you do. Thank you so much. Keep holding on.
Can I hug you? Is that okay? Sure. I'm from Canada. Actually, I came to NYC to see BTS on the Today Show, and the friends that I met up with, they ended up leaving me alone here, and I'm so sad. So my friend was like, "You should watch the songs Master Chef Reacts," because she knows that always makes me happy. And then I saw that you tweeted you're gonna be in NYC tomorrow, and I was like, oh, sorry, I'm getting really nervous right now.
It's all good. Nice to meet you. Do you want to take a photo?
Yeah.
All right. Let's do it.
Sorry, 1 second. Let me.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you.
Enjoy your stay in New York.
You're gay and Lebanese?
Yeah, I'm gay, Lebanese, and Jewish. Half Jewish.
Oh yeah. Nice to meet you.
Got settlers in my family and people getting bombed. That's awesome.
A little bit of both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, where's all your merch?
Yeah, I got your merch.
Hell yeah. I love that. You too.
I got banned for saying Merry Jewish. I'm Jewish and Christian, and I was really drunk on Christmas, and I'm really upset, and the ban appeal didn't go through.
We have a very, we can obey you for sure. We have a very strict protocol on anything that's, we probably ban a lot of Jewish chatters who make jokes because we're
really drunk on Christmas and said Merry Jewish.
Because people don't know, and then they use that. They're like, look, see, they're so anti-Semitic. It's like,
I'm
sorry.
Jewish and Christian. Cheers.
Thanks.
No kinks. Thanks for being here.
Hello.
Of course.
My name is Mark Kianuka. I'm part of NYC DSA. I run the organizing committee for soccer.
I have this already.
Yeah, you have this jersey. Yeah. You got it when you were last time here in New York.
Yeah, when I did the DSA
Yeah.
Shout out to Dan Fig.
Thank you. Yeah, Dan Fig. Shout out to Dan Fig. Awesome. He designed these shirts. We have new merch coming out, and we'd love to send you some. Get some contact information.
For sure.
I love what you're doing. Yeah.
DSA New York has my contact
information.
Don't worry.
I'm sure. But anyways, love the work that you're doing.
Nice to meet you,
Just want to say thank you for coming out here. And if you could hold the jersey for a pic, that would be amazing. Thank you.
You really love this jersey, huh? I mean, it's dope.
And could I have a pic with you in the jersey holding it together?
Yeah, sure.
Could someone? Thank you.
All right. Ready? 3, 2, 1. There we go. Here you go.
Thank you. Anyways, have a good rest of your day.
Too. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for.
It's a really
Hi.
Hi, it's nice to meet you. Finally, I've been watching since Young Turks.
Hell yeah.
My mom watches you too now, and she says you curse too much. I made you something.
Moms do say that
But she
about
loves
me.
watching you. I made you bracelets.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
I put the new...
You got the fa and the blammo in it.
What's up?
But and then you say you've got to. Every time you have to go to the bathroom, you always say you got to pee.
Well, that's so people know why I'm leaving the camera, you know?
I had to put it down. Wait, can I please see the picture?
Yeah, let's do it.
So he wants to take a Polaroid.
Yeah, I will do a Polaroid. All right, cool. Get closer. No, get together. Both of you together. Marshall! All right.
That's DSA.
Is that the DSA?
Yeah.
All right, you guys ready? A little closer. 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna do another one on our phone.
Okay.
Take it. I just want to say thanks for everything. I did. All right. You guys ready? Man, I really appreciate the work you do. Thank you for being here. No, of course, but appreciate it.
All right.
Man, I like this. I like this chat. Is this yours? Yeah.
Thanks for everything you do. Let's go.
Sorry.
Joe Banana!
Of course. Nice to meet you, man.
Do you mind if I get one of just you? Like, real quick?
Sure.
All right, cool. All right. 3, 2, 1. That's good.
All right.
Do you mind if I have you sign it real quick? 'Cause that's cool.
Sure.
Andrew said he's
Oh, he peeled off. Yeah. All right, so we don't.
Yeah, VSA folks. I've seen more of these the VSA signs.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. That's about right. That'd be cool. I'm gonna take some time to develop it. I'll tag you in it as soon as it's done. Thank you so much. I don't feel like it's amazing.
Yeah, they're great. Thank you. What's up?
Hey man, born and raised New Yorker. Really glad to see you here. Thank you so much. I got into activism and like helping out like the David Orkin campaign and whatnot. Just trying to do as much as I can as a photographer and videographer and whatnot.
Hell yeah.
And I also heard you're cold. That's because you got the heat tech on. You got the.
I don't have any of that, but I didn't realize I needed it because I thought it was gonna be like 50 degrees. I was like, I can take it. It's
You
fine.
gotta know New York got that like fake
It's fine
spring.
now.
Got that fake spring.
I
Can I get? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm used to it now. It's fine.
Can
I got
get,
acclimated. Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Nice
Thanks so
to
much,
meet you.
man.
Thank you for being here. What's going on?
I'm Luke.
good.
I started watching you. I was living in Shanghai actually last year.
Nice.
And watching like Trump win the election and seeing like the U.S. backslide into fascism while living in like an authoritarian country was like kind of an interesting perspective. And I learned about Mom Donnie's campaign from your coverage, and so then I moved to New York after I got back. I volunteered for him. So thank you for that. It was like really inspiring. Yeah, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Can we take a photo?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Thanks.
Nice to meet you, man.
Hey, son, I'm Bryce.
What's good?
Thanks for coming out, man. I've been following you since like 2020. Because I think I found you on like the AOC, like Among Us team. I just want to say like thank you. You kind of changed my life, man. Like I used to be like this dumbass liberal who thought I was supposed to like support the Democrats no matter what, and like you woke me up, and like now I'm a socialist.
Hell
and
yeah.
I didn't really realize until I got older like how much, like I'm Jewish, like I didn't realize how much Israeli propaganda was being fed to me. And like you woke me up with that too, and now I'm out here like supporting Palestine and you know, like anti-APAC and all that shit. So
hell yeah.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, man. Like I appreciate everything that you're doing.
Well, thank you for being here, man.
Can I take a picture
Yeah,
of you?
let's do it.
Thank you, son. Have
Nice
a good
to
day,
meet you.
man.
All right.
Yo, chat, deport ICE to Epstein Island.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice
Thank
to meet
you
you.
so much for just all of your commentary and everything that you've done for the movement. And I love your outfit.
Oh,
Let
thank
me just
you.
say, this jacket, incredible.
Very cold, but you know, at least it's drippy.
At least it's drippy.
We were both leaders of our respective encampments, helped found it.
Hell yeah.
Kat did Berkeley, I did Columbia, worked with Mahmoud Khalil, Wilson Madawi, and we're actually thinking of starting up production again.
Wait, you're on stream, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah, oh, don't worry. No more details we revealed, but we wanted to know if there's any way you'd be able to speak to Mohsen Madawi or other members of the Columbia
I mean, I saw
community.
Mahmoud last night. I talked to him.
Really?
Yeah, I see Mahmoud all the time. But yeah, no, for sure.
Should we just email the email that you have on your Twitter?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
I'd love to do that.
Thank you. Thank you
I don't know
so
how
much.
Columbia would love that, but What's up? You want me to sign that?
Yeah. Congrats on achieving mainstream relevance, by the way, because seeing somebody with my views, which I've held for a long time, be where you are, it's like pretty awesome.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to stop that right now, so we'll see.
Yeah. Anyway, good seeing you again.
Yeah, good to see you again too, man. What's up?
You too, man. Your colors.
Oh yeah, I know, because I'm cold. I'm trying to get like a little bit of the wind resistance.
I fuck with it. I fuck with the Cuba stuff.
Yeah.
That was cool.
You want to take a look?
Yeah, let's take a look.
All right, let's do it. Sure. And here you go, man. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
What's up?
How are you doing? Love your quote, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Just thank you for being here. And I just want to take a picture real quick. I watch you all the time.
Let's do it.
Yeah, and my brother as well. So. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nice to see you guys. Hey, what's up?
I'm a student. This is my boyfriend. We're from Jersey. Nice to meet a Jersey boy, Rutgers. I just wanted to get a picture and say thank you for everything you do.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, let's do it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for being here. Hello.
I'm Audrey. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I just want to say thank you for standing up for trans people. I feel like no one on the left is like really committed to that, except for obviously the DSA and you. I live in Seth Moulton's district, and after 2020, it was really disappointing.
It was so annoying. It was, I mean, it was so bad that even like the Pod Save America guys were immediately like, shut up.
And now he's trying to like cover it up.
Yeah. Yeah, they did that for a lot of stuff. They did that for trans issues, like as though it was it should have never even been a primary focus of the campaign.
Right.
And it really wasn't from the Kamala side either. They just like kind of, like, they patched her up with it. They shoehorned it in because there's nothing else. There's nothing else that they were like fighting for. This is my argument always is like obviously you should be uncompromising in your values, but also if you actually offer people things, like they're not going to be able to like constantly talk about like what are we going to do about trans people? Like why is this an issue? Like it should not be an issue. Yeah.
Can I get a picture?
Of course.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
What's up?
I don't watch you, but my sister talks a lot about you, so I appreciate the work you do. And yeah, is it okay to get a photo?
Yeah.
All right, man. Thank you.
We should move, right? After
Yeah.
this. Well, we should start maybe walking with this.
I agree.
Yeah, when you're ready.
Yeah. 41st and 7th.
All right, thanks, man.
Can I just ask a quick question? It's from my brother. Are you going to get John Kiriakou on the stream ever?
John Kiriakou? Yeah. He initially said that he wasn't going to do it, but then he also said that he actually is planning on doing it. And it's weird because like we've been talking to him and he's been super excited in the private conversations that we've been having, like my team and his team were talking. So I don't know why he said that initially, but yeah, I think so, eventually.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for your work.
We got Hasan merch in the wild.
Sure.
I'll have the power fix it.
Yeah.
Love it. Thank you. And then we'll do one quick one.
You guys do.
Hey,
He's
check
a big
out the
guy. He's
merch.
a huge fan.
Thanks so much, man. Have a good one.
They're at 41st and 7th right now, the DSA group.
Yeah, we'll just walk. We don't have to be with them.
Yeah.
I wanted to link up with Andrew, but he left already anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's all good. Hi.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
I just want to say thank you so much for your advocacy for LGBTQ rights, and especially in the Democratic Party. We're from Jersey. Yeah. And our politicians can be so fucking disappointing.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow I'm gonna link up with Anna Lilia Mejia, so she's at least there's someone.
Yeah.
Someone out there, you know.
Your streams literally every time I have I go through like a doomer crisis, your streams literally bring me like comfort. So I really appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you for watching and thank you for being here, guys.
Thank you. Can we take a picture?
Yeah, of course.
Would you be able to share with us? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
no. We should start moving with the crowd. I think. I don't know what this group is, but. All right, let's go.
Keep up the great work.
I just want to thank you. I listen to you every day. I'm an old lady,
yeah,
so
nice to meet you.
you're awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You want to take a photo? Yeah, let's do it.
Other way around.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you too.
Sure. All right, quick.
Sorry.
And,
nice to meet you.
My friend Joe Vanetta as well.
Sure.
NYC
Okay.
said, oh yes.
Thanks for covering.
Okay.
After,
Thanks so much, man. Everything you do is awesome.
We'll get you out.
Here, let's do it.
Thanks, man. Give it up. This is Joe Vanetta.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Joe Vanetta. I'm from New York City. I'm Democratic Socialist of America. We'll walk because I have to go catch up with the rest of the DSA contingent. We're stumbling all over the place here. But yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to YDSA. If you are a bunch of college students, because I know, listen, I've been a HasanAbi head for years. I know a lot of y'all are in college, a lot of y'all in high school too. Really good opportunity to start getting organized at your colleges and your high schools. These are really strong places for you all to start getting people politically involved, because we all feel it day to day at our colleges, but also we do have campaigns we're focusing on right now, especially with Sanctuary City campaigns, because that's really what a lot of the moment is. So I just want to give a shout out to that. Join YDSA, and if you're in New York City, shout out New York City DSA. Go to socialist.nyc/join, and yeah.
Say that URL again?
Oh, sorry, socialist.nyc/join. I'm like so cold. I can't feel myself.
It's so cold. I mean, I got a little used to it now.
Honestly, just look up online for the YDSA. It'll be really easy to find your local chapter, and if you can't find your chapter, there's a chapter near you. It is very easy to start one. We will provide it. We'll usually provide resources for you. We are looking to help. We're looking to help grow. We are one of the fastest growing socialist groups in the country. Join YDSA, guys. It is. Right? If it's only for the community, then just that.
Got a question. Is LA like a lot warmer than this? I've never been outside the metro area, except for Chicago.
Yes, it's like 70 degrees right now and sunny. It's beautiful.
Bro.
That's the only thing that's like holding me back from moving out here. Well, that and also my entire business, I guess. Like all the stuff that I do is out there.
Yeah, no, real. I keep saying this joke that, oh, global warming isn't real because it's climate change. But like seriously, it is so much colder while the summers are so much hotter in New York City.
Yeah.
I've never experienced it being so cold at so many different times.
Seriously, I go to Brazil on the regular, and it does not get as hellishly hot as a tropical country is colder than this place.
Yeah.
Bye. All right, Johnna, you want to head back to the convention with the rest of the folks? All right, perfect.
This is the movie that'll come out.
Just a light crowd.
What do you think of the vibe?
What do I think of the vibe? I mean, it's nice. I think it's interesting. I don't remember the last time I saw this many people out. It's pretty impressive. I think it tells you how many people just want to do anything at all that like lifts a middle finger, you know?
Yeah. No, it's definitely like I think it would be. I think like issue-specific movements are a little bit better, but this kind of stuff is also good, I think.
I just wanted to like say hi. I saw you were here. I'm a really big fan.
Nice to meet you, man.
Do you mind?
Yeah.
I don't want to like interrupt you guys. I know you guys.
No, go for it.
Thank you. And I'm a big fan of you too.
Thanks, man. Appreciate
What's up? You want to take a photo?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
From Germany.
Oh wow. Okay. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, everybody's just it's a measure of how much like ambient, liquid, unformed energy there is to do something.
Yeah.
Even if right now it's just walking down the street.
Yeah.
In a big line.
And banging on your drums and making a protest cardboard sign.
Yeah, about how Donald Trump is a pedophile or something. It is
I mean, he is.
It's true. Read the documents.
Yeah.
It is like kind of crazy how quickly that one took over.
Like that's why some people will be like elitist about it, but they're like Epstein class doesn't actually fully understand the scope.
Yeah,
The capitalist class. It's
but
like,
it really does seem
right.
to resonate.
You're right, but like I said this in the beginning of the Epstein stuff, where I told my audience like Epstein is the closest expression of like class warfare that the average American that's never understood class positioning can comprehend.
Yeah, it's a big club and you ain't in it kind of thing.
Yeah, no,
It's like,
literally.
well, I would never go to that island.
Yeah, because it's like one of those
I would
things,
never do that.
It's one of those things where it's like being wealthy is considered aspirational in this country, right? It's in every facet of our existence, this like, you know, overall goal, not attainable, but like the aspirational goal that they have, but no one is aspiring to be a pedophile on an island.
No.
Yeah. They don't want to do it, well, unless they're Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, like, listen, you say that, but I think a lot of those guys do exist. They're just on the other team.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why they talk about how dope he is. If he wasn't Jewish.
Yeah, it's just one flaw. Just like one character flaw. Everything else about him was great.
Yeah, he's like, God, they would be fine with it if he was doing it Christian style. I mean, I guess that's honest. There is an
honesty.
There is an honesty in that, where it's like,
that's like, it's all the like.
Oh my God, they have a Robert Mueller.
Wow. Yeah, Taps is playing. You know, imagine that.
What's good? Hold on 1 second. Let me. Trying to. Yo, can you shove this in here? Yeah.
Give me
the belt.
Through the conch.
Thank you, sir.
What's up? 6'3" or 6'4"? I thought you'd be a bit taller than me, but
that's the first time someone said that.
Is that?
That's the first time someone's told me that.
I'm a former.
Okay, we have to get a picture with that.
I came here from Canada.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Wait.
Yeah.
You gotta look at the.
What is that?
I found you through H3, like when you guys did that interview like 6 years ago or something. I've been watching you ever since, and then, you know, in the divorce, I sort of had to pick a side.
Yeah.
I'm glad I picked the right side.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like almost too dark, but you gotta send that to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I took a photo of him on my 3DS.
Oh wow, that's sick.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that had the capability.
Yeah, it's so fun. I've been taking photos on it a lot lately. But
Hell yeah.
I really appreciate your work.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
My name's Julia.
Julia, nice to meet you. Thank you for being here.
You too. Thank you.
Are you still freezing?
Now I'm freezing again. I was fine for a little bit.
Well, now it's because you're in the middle of the wind, brother.
Yeah, I'm in the wood tunnel. We have the next. When is the next interview supposed to be?
I haven't looked at my phone in a minute.
Who are you talking to?
I don't remember what pocket I put it in.
Shit, hold on.
It's in a pocket. Oh yeah, there it is.
Oh, it's at 5. We can do it earlier though.
What time is it now?
4.
Do you want to do it? You want to do it around here, right?
We can do it around here. Yeah, exactly.
I think the plan was we got to let them know how to do it here.
Yeah.
I think that they think it's somewhere else.
You need to go warm your hands someplace.
No. Yes. Yes, I'm freezing.
I don't know. I just have an intuition about these things. All right.
I'm so sorry. I'm just such a big fan.
Nice to meet you. Hi.
Nice to meet you. My boyfriend's gonna be living that. Thank you. Sorry, that was. I just really want to thank you, honestly, because I think that the way that you distill complex ideas is unlike a lot of people online, frankly. And like, as an anti-Zionist Jew, you've helped me sort of articulate some of my feelings about it, especially when people try to tell me I'm not a real Jew. So I really appreciate everything you do.
Hell yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Sorry, I'm so cold.
I'm so cold too. I live here, but I grew up in the South, so I'm so pissed. It's so cold. It's freezing.
Yeah, we're in a wind tunnel right now.
It's horrible.
Realizing.
No, it's really horrible. Anyway, thank you so much. I'm also
Thank you
glad
for
you're
watching
here.
and thank you for being here.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Oh, I like the band.
Yeah.
thing about Times Square, it's actually kind of an indie neighborhood. Sort of
Lesser known.
It's like an indie style, like sort of under the radar.
Lesser known. No one ever talks about it.
I mean, what I just don't understand is like they've got all these big buildings and everything. It's like, why don't they put some more billboards on them?
Yeah, that's
like
what I was
more
thinking.
screens.
That's what I was thinking. Not enough.
They should do more. That's actually what my advice is to Times Square. Do more.
Hasan, are you tired of capitalism? You looking to get organized?
Sometimes. I'm good, man. Thank you. Trots. Oh my god. Oh my god, Trots, dude. That is so funny. Never stop with the
They'll never.
Have you tried that?
Oh yeah, no. So I'll confess I forgot his name, but a fan who came over earlier and who's on stream for a minute, he gave me this to give to you, and he was saying he's from Puerto Rico, and that the conch was the thing that people used, you know, slaves, others, to warn others of incoming danger, and the gift was given in that spirit.
Okay.
You know.
What? That's kind of ominous.
No, I think it's that you're the one who warns people about other
got
danger.
it. Yeah.
I don't think he's saying, yeah, you're marked for death.
Yeah.
You should try it.
No, I'm not putting my mouth on that. Are you fucking crazy? I don't know where the fuck this has been.
Valid.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, of course. I'm glad you're braving the cold in New York. Thank you, man.
Nice to meet you.
I've seen a lot of good free Palestine stuff, even though it's a super liberal protest.
Yeah. No, liberals are there. They're here.
Can I get a pic with you?
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, nice. Hey, thank you so much. I love your streams.
Nice to meet you.
Can I get a picture with you?
Thank you so much for everything you do.
Oh yeah.
I feel like watching you helps me talk to my friends more and educate them, you know? Very helpful.
Thank you for watching.
Hasan,
Nice
can
to
I
meet
get a
you.
pic?
Yeah.
I'm wearing your old merch.
Oh damn, that's
the
OG. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the work you do.
Thank you for being here.
Blowback is so incredible.
Thank you.
I love the work you do.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
It's the complimentary podcast of the HasanAbi broadcast.
Sideshow.
Oh man. What's up? Yeah.
Are you?
Sure. Hi.
No video, just say it.
Hi. Oh, she's screaming. Hi, nice to meet you. You have a great husband.
Appreciate it.
Our president rapes children. That's what it says. Oh wow! Oh, during the protest.
Yeah, so it's awesome. Hi, so can I get a picture?
Yeah, of course. I want to meet up with Effie. Hi, we're in Harlem right now. The train will be at Grand Central in 10 minutes and headed downtown. We'll be happy to meet beforehand. Okay. Yeah, they're gonna come to us somehow. But
let's cut. Then do you want to meet over by there? What do you want to do?
No, they're not gonna be here yet. They're in Harlem.
Oh.
But so I guess we can. There's a place that we were supposed to do this at.
And you want to see if you can get there earlier?
Yeah, maybe.
What's the place? You want me to call or something?
It's in the Lower East Side.
Oh.
Before we play.
It's this.
That's around the corner from my house.
Oh.
I know exactly where it is.
Watch out.
Okay.
Yeah. So no, we can go there and do something whenever.
Turn me around, ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching after freedom's land.
I mean, people will splinter off or whatever, but like, probably Women's March 2017 is the last time I remember this much, whatever.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you. Thank you for being here.
Watch out for the hole here.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
The dip.
Potholes.
Very nice.
How many
That was
potholes
sweet
did
of
he
them.
fill? How many?
Not enough. Get on it. Get on it, Zoran.
Oh no, I love blowback, dude.
Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Money. Now they're just fucking way. Yeah. Let's go. No fucking way. Yeah, people. Let's go.
Draft Baron!
I said something else.
No, he was Faulkner dropped out.
What's up?
What's your thought? How much longer you want to walk this way?
I don't know. I mean, I guess like, I just don't, I don't know how to like make this work. I guess I could go back to my hotel and then go, because like the other place is like near it. But then again, it's not really
near it.
But it's not near, from here it's like the hotel's in the direction, I think, right?
No.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to say where.
Yeah, no, it's fine, it's fine.
5 p.m. on a Saturday as spring is coming is a tough time.
I'm not going to say what kind of side of Manhattan.
Okay.
But
which side of Manhattan are you? Huh? Spoken in that Civil War.
I don't know how to make this work.
I mean, all right. 411. You're meeting them at 5 at the place you showed me.
Yeah. And they're coming in from Harlem, so they're not going to make it until at that time, I feel like, right?
No, and it may even be a little longer depending on their luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck it, man. Just walk this and then get a car, and then you'll get there probably around the same time.
Yeah. I think so.
And we can probably find a little cafe where you can warm your handsies.
Yeah. I mean, I'm chill. I'm not.
I don't think you're chill.
Piker, can I get
Hello.
a selfie?
Of course.
My daughter loves you. Thank you
Nice
so
to meet you.
much. She stops what she's doing every day at 2 o'clock to watch her.
Oh, hell yeah.
Wonderful to meet you.
Thank you for being here.
See, that's what we're learning. Yeah, there's a bunch of HasanAbi heads here, etc. What there really are the parents.
I got a picture, mate. Of course.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
I think that's what it is, though. Like, a lot of people tell me that they got their parents to start watching as well.
Well,
Like,
no, do you remember when you came last year? I think, yeah, it was last year last summer when we were in Harlem and we were walking and someone's mom came out?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, it's fun for the whole family. I should really stop cursing, honestly. That's what it is. That's why I always say, whenever I meet another mom, I'm like, damn it, I should probably stop cursing. And then I still keep cursing. It's not good.
I mean, I don't think people would really dig the Mormon Hasan Piker act, but like, I mean, if you're about that.
I think I just curse too much. That's what it is. That's my problem. Ooh.
It's one of your problems.
Yeah, I got many other problems. I got many other problems.
Hey, it's good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Keep up the good work.
Oh, thank
you.
You
do great.
Thank you for being here, man.
No, it's awesome. It's crazy out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, good job.
Wow, wow, wow.
Yes.
Watch out.
Yeah, it looks like it's starting to bunch up.
Yeah, okay. And then we'll get into a car.
Yeah.
You're coming with us,
Let's
right?
cut. Yeah. It's my direction anyway. Let's let's go that way.
Yeah. All right. Let's hit the sidewalk. Go back.
Agree.
Are they not allowing?
I love your sign.
When I was a kid, I used to be so scared of these things because I felt like I would fall into it.
I
still have that fear.
No, well, I mean, you should be afraid because you're a fucking giant. Like, maybe it will like slide through it.
No.
Whereas me, I'm infamously light as a feather. But the thing that I'm always scared of is that like my AirPods actually, you know what I feel that way about? When you're boarding a plane. And,
yeah.
There's like that 2 inches.
Yes, dude, same.
I'm never like afraid of that on the subway, whatever, real New Yorker, blah, blah, blah. But when I'm boarding a fucking plane, bro, that is not how I feel.
No, I feel you. I have that exact same fear. Yeah, this is supposed to be like kind of the end of the protest line too, because like that's where the Palestinian flags are. Apparently they put the Palestine ones in the back. All right, let's call it.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get over one though.
Yeah.
It'll be a little annoying for him to get here.
You might want to walk all the way to 5th.
Yeah,
honestly.
I agree. Look at it. Look at the fucking mess over here.
Because you can see they blockaded the.
Yeah.
6.
I'm hearing this. This is cold. This conch is fucking cold, dude. Like it's a very kind gift from that guy. I really mean it, but it is really funny.
Yeah. There's some other stuff in there, but it's fine.
Yeah, no,
it's a big pocket. It's fine.
And it's it.
Perfect. Hands free.
Well, it was just like it's
yeah.
Cold. It was like
that's why he gave it to you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sheesh, the traffic here is bad. May not be the worst idea. See if did you do a car yet?
No.
May not be the worst
City
idea.
bike? How's he gonna do it?
I mean, listen, bro.
I can go hands free.
That's crazy.
It's we could rig it. We got a little strap. We could figure something out.
Yeah.
Do you know how to ride a bike?
Yeah. Nice. Bro, I used to bike like crazy when I was younger.
City biking rules and wear a helmet. But yeah.
There's a New York City live streamer who streams from his bicycle and fixes all over the place.
What's up, guys?
Thanks for everything you do.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, see, they're hitting over at Herald Square down there. Let's just keep going this way a ways, and it'll be easier to get a thing. We can go we can go a ways. It is like super funny imagining too, like the third wave people like standing in front of that parade being like, please don't say Epstein class.
Yeah.
Like
or
trying,
being like, don't. I'll have you guys know this guy's a real dangerous guy.
Yeah.
You should not be around him.
That was like.
And also, if you agree with him in any way, shape, or form, you are not welcome in the tent. You are not a part of it.
50,000 suburban mothers coming up to you to thank you for radicalizing their children into jihad is what we just witnessed. That was what was going on there.
Yeah, Maddie B, Third Way, whatever her fucking name is.
Yeah, the jihad continues, brother, as you just saw.
It's just so funny to be that out of touch where you're like, oh, this looks bomb.
So this
warm coffee, but
you want a coffee?
No. It's fine. I'll tough
where
it out.
Where we're going,
where we're landing,
where we're going, there's gonna be plenty.
Yep.
Yeah,
Chat, how was the audio throughout the duration? Was it really loud and bad? Because I had no way of checking.
I mean, I got texts from people watching, so they were able to hear something.
Perfect, it was good. It was shrug, it was fine. Okay, perfect. All right, hell yeah.
Yeah, if they say it was even passable, then that means it was fucking diamond, considering their sensitive ass ears.
Oh my god, I love that you. Yes, Noah. See what you've done, chat. Even he knows. He's been on stream long enough to know that you guys are. I have audio sensory issues. All the motherfucking time. Less than 48 hours of savings left. Don't miss the final days to save 35% on gift sub bundles. Go. Where my Oilers at? Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. You like that tagline?
For tomorrow's news today. Yeah. I mean, you know,
Piker
it's like
Broadcasting Service.
It's like that line. I think it was the Nathan Tankus tweet, right? About how like
being right too early.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's you're a leftist when you're right months or years before everyone else gets there.
And everybody yells at you for it.
But yeah, everybody gets mad at you, and then. It's also like, I mean, I guess it was tomorrow's news today in the sense that this week more than most, considering that literally everything you did then became news the next day.
Well, yeah, but that's not even what I mean. I mean, like, I'm talking about, like, all of the, I mean, this has been an ongoing thing since October 7th, but, like, we'll talk about something, we'll cover it, and then Al Jazeera will cover it, like, maybe a couple days after. And then New York Times will maybe cover it 3 months after. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I initially started saying that. But even with like the Iran stuff, where the media's been a lot faster in response, because it's like, it's not a non-state actor. And I do think that the American media cares about that. Because like non-state actors, Hamas says, will like, or just like oppressed peoples in general, you never get their perspective.
Also, like,
but when it's a state actor and you can have him on your show, like Aragshi.
Yeah, you can have Aragshi.
Very different dynamic.
I mean, Iran let a CNN crew in. I think,
yeah, they were so mad about that. That's so funny.
Which, like, you know, for what it's worth, it's like, yeah, there's like no journalists that get to go to Gaza because Israel doesn't let them in.
Yeah. But there's also a contributor for like Channel, for like the French. It's both CNN and also like French news networks as well. Like I see him, he's Iranian, he's in Iran, and he does some coverage as well.
They have. It's not like you can take a plane and go to Turkey. I mean, not right now.
Not right now. But you can go through you can go through Turkey.
Yeah, I was about to say Istanbul. That's like the
first stop.
Yeah, we're at the table. It's not Islamabad.
Yeah. All right. Here's where we can catch something. I think.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Ay.
And we're back.
Bro, where are those very expensive trash cans at? Oh. Well, these aren't even the expensive ones, but
No. The like the what you're talking about, like the bins.
$22 million.
The bins.
Empire bin.
I mostly the first place I saw them was uptown.
That's where they started.
Yeah. They haven't reached me yet. I still I live in a neighborhood where it's like mostly still like rats and trash running around.
Yeah. What's up, man?
We just saw Sneeko.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
That's cool, I guess, huh?
You don't like Sneeko?
I'm not his biggest fan, but he's learning. He's going on in his own journey right now, you know?
Thank you, bro.
Nice to meet you guys. You want to?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
You just got to New York?
Yeah. Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you, right?
Yeah, all right.
Thank you, guys.
Who they ran into?
Sneeko.
No.
Yeah, but it's like funny because like it's very strange because he's like free Palestine, you know? Hi.
My name's MJ, 6 years sub.
Wow.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
I'm so appreciative of the work that you do. It's crazy. And may I take a picture?
Of course.
I'm so sorry to be that guy.
The car's here. It's a Chevy Suburban.
I'll be so quick.
Go for it.
Is that it? Right?
Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you.
Shout out Rose, shout out chat. Love y'all.
It says it's here. It might be on like that side maybe. That might. Oh, I think it's. Yeah, it's on there.
Oh, I see. Hasi, do I jacket or no? Not here, right? I don't need a jacket.
What? No, it's fine. Yeah. Wait, what the fuck? Which one is it?
That one, right?
Right there. That's Suburban.
I don't know if that's the one. What's the light? No, that's not the one.
Oh, then is it the one?
692901C. I think it might be the one in front of it.
Yeah, that's what I was about. Yeah, the same exact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, unmuted. W mute? Wait, really? Your ears pop? What is the problem? No, I unmuted. I was muted, chat. Oh, my fingers are so numb.
I didn't know where the where he set the ISO dial to, but I found it. So
oh, hell yeah.
I got the brightness.
Yeah. Yeah. You know we have auditory sensory issues. See, they're fucking complaining.
They're doing the thing again.
They're doing it again.
Because the problem is that when I have had legit audio issues, I just don't believe them.
Yeah.
And that's the trouble. It's the boy who cried wolf.
Sometimes it's real though.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes it is real. That's what happens at the end of the boy who cries wolf. The wolf shows up.
Yeah. This time it's like they're complaining that their sensitive ears can't handle the silence. That's what they were saying.
That's really funny.
Yeah. The chat who cried sound. I'm really not built for this, bro. Like, the fact that my fingers are numb from, you know, not that cold weather, like 20 degrees shouldn't.
I mean, what about, how did Minnesota compare to this?
Oh, dude, are you kidding me? There's nothing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
There's
I mean,
nothing on the planet that was as. There's literally nothing on the planet that I've ever experienced like that.
That
I don't
photo
think I'll
of
ever.
you next to Omar Fateh, where you're like you're wearing, like, you look like the fucking, like you're like with Ernest Shackleton, like you're going to the polls, and he's wearing like, if anything, a light jacket. I was shocked.
Dude, that's because that's the craziest thing, because like it's not like Somalia is known for its like particularly gruesome winters. So I straight up asked the first family that arrived and chose Minneapolis. I was like, what the fuck were you thinking? He's like, I don't know, we just thought that it was dope. It was a nice and receptive place for us.
Not wrong.
And we just stayed here, and then all the other families started coming in.
Not wrong.
That's what I'm always fascinated with, because like there's like immigrant enclaves all around the country, and it's always all around the country, and I'm always fascinated with like what decisions they made to go to like Idaho. You know what I mean?
Well, I can tell you they aren't going to Idaho, but I take your point.
Yeah. No, like I
don't think that Coeur d'Alene is a particularly welcoming place for Somali people these days.
What about Terre Haute?
Indiana?
Terre Haute, Indiana.
I mean, it's the Midwest. It's, you know, like part of why the Midwest, if like a lot of parts of the deindustrialized or like you know, awful suburban or semi-urban Midwest, it's like, yeah, if they have any life in them, if they've been, you know, revived at all, it's because of immigrants.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally happening.
I mean, like, remember all that
happening
shit
in Springfield, Ohio right now.
That was exactly what I was bringing up.
Like, Springfield, Ohio is getting like an economic revitalization as a direct consequence of Haitian migration into it, and they're like, the locals are very resistant.
I mean, it's because they're it's like the
Matt Brunig. Hearing a lot more about Hasan Piker than ever before. Seems like the big player in the Democratic Party.
Matt Brunig has tweet.
Yeah. Hasan Piker participated in the DSA taxi bridge rally with Bernie Sanders Sunday. Can we stop? That's so funny. Guy who gets mad about Bernie Sanders' association with me is the funniest guy in the Democratic Party. It's like, what? How rudderless are you?
I mean, well, it's like
not my Bernie.
Not Bernie.
Not my
Bernie.
Not my favorite socialist.
Oh, that's my comfort socialist.
Yeah.
That's my comfort socialist posing with the Democrat Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, it is really interesting because like Slotkin was saying that. Slotkin was one of the people that was chirping at me, and then she was on Bill Maher's last night.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Bill Maher's the OG 9/11 guy.
He literally is. That is absolutely true. That's pretty funny because he also said he said a far more extreme thing than you were alleged to have said.
Yes.
He said he made it just a completely different. Like, he said it was good. He said it was good.
Well, he didn't say it was good. He just said like it or hate it.
You have to.
They were brave.
Yes, they were brave.
You know
you have to respect their courage.
Yeah.
Which is, I'm not saying anything.
I haven't heard that.
Yeah, well, because, you know, before Bill Maher learned what Haktua, that's what Haktua means. Before he became that guy, he, like, I mean, I won't say that he was, like, you know, like the, you know, world's savviest stand-up comic, but he wasn't totally untethered from reality.
Damn. Third Way is pissed off at Matt Duss. Matt Duss said Hasan isn't driving a wedge into the party. The failed, repeatedly discredited, yet unfortunately still entrenched corporate wing of the party is. They fear the left's growing power and see Hasan as a way to make us argue amongst ourselves. We shouldn't fall for it. Matt Bennett, Third Way Matt B. Matty B, my boy. That's what the B stands for. Leaving our bullshit smear aside, what moderates fear is that Democrats will be connected to a bigot who said America deserved 9/11 and that will help the MAGA right win. I don't know why you don't fear that too. It's like, you don't care if the MAGA right wins.
Yeah, like, I mean, at this point also, it's like, I think you want them to win if you want to just, like, you have to make up stuff about him being a bigot and just like crawl into bed with AIPAC. It's like, all right, that's winning. That's what winning, because we all know that the most popular political cause in this country right now is Israel.
Yeah.
It's actually, when you go out,
when we went to the No Kings protest, everyone was like, more.
Everybody's like, we need more money for Israel.
Yeah.
Actually, that was the whole point of that protest.
Yeah, no.
They were like, please send money to Israel.
They were saying it's anti-Semitic how little we've sent so far. It's just like, there are so many angles that I think are hilarious about the people, like Cory Booker saying he won't go on a podcast with me. No, thank you. But then also like having, you know, photos with Yoav Gallant and photos with Benjamin Netanyahu. It's like, okay, dude. Like,
I mean, it's like,
but he's no longer saying, he's saying no to all PAC money, which also includes AIPAC as well.
But no, it doesn't though, because AIPAC isn't a PAC.
Yeah, that's true.
AIPAC, the PAC and AIPAC, it stands for American Israel Public Affairs Committee. It's just it's a non-profit organization. Yeah. It's not a PAC by itself. There are a bunch of different smaller PACs that are essentially like almost like venture capital funds, frankly. That, you know, like NORPAC. I forget what the one that they used for this most recent, for the cycle right now. But you know, like, it's because they obviously, you know, they give them bland names, like, you know, American Renewal or American Freedom or, you know, Black Rights or some shit. I don't know, but they, like, it's all these pledges. It's like the Newsom thing. It's like, it's the same. It's functionally the same thing as the flip flop. It's the incredibly vague promise to not keep doing a thing that you're obviously going to keep doing. Because if you didn't keep doing it, then you wouldn't be who you are. You know, why should anybody believe that, like, Cory Booker is all of a sudden going to stop being less pro-Israel than he has been?
Yeah. I just don't know why they think they can put the toothpaste back in the tube on this issue and like a litany of other ones too, but like they genuinely have seen like a couple big flips and they're like, oh no, we can do this thing.
It's because
they're rewarding us for our incompetence.
Like, you know, their logic, right, or their attitude. And you talk to people like this, or people who are on that side of the aisle, and their argument is like, this will pass. You know, everything passes. When obviously the counter argument is, yeah, the thing that is currently passing is pro-Israel sentiment. That's what's passing. That's the thing that is not lasting, and that is coming to the end of the, you know, historically exceptional period in which the American public could be persuaded to just like endlessly, you know, like support Israel with money or political clout or whatever.
Yeah. No Kings Day yelled, listening to Bernie Sanders, who's been in Congress longer than the reign of Henry VIII. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Wait, sorry, what? Hold on,
it's just like the dumbest guy alive, and of course, predictably, 18,000.
I just like, it's like, does he think that Bernie has the powers of Henry VIII?
Yeah.
Like that being a senator from Vermont is the same thing as being
an independent senator too.
Yeah, an independent senator.
This has been a discourse nuclear bomb, though, which is very interesting. But yeah, here's some numbers that Jules Nader pulled. Here's everything Democratic voters agree with Hasan Lahan over the Dem Party. 95% support raising taxes on billionaires. 85% support Medicare for all. 78% support abolishing ICE. 77% oppose U.S. using military force to attack Iran. 67% believe Israel committed genocide. Okay? It's, you know, it's ridiculous.
That's you.
This is elementary, my dear Colwyn.
I was gonna go with Inspector Gadget, but I do think that that's even better. Yeah. Actually, I was also thinking that the reason that you are wearing that coat is that you couldn't afford a real winter coat because you spent all the money on that shirt.
And those glasses you brought to Cuba.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was all the aid funds that I just put in my glass.
Yeah, the Cubans are just too embarrassed to admit that all the aid money went to the Hasan Glasses Fund.
Oh my God, one of the dudes, I think literally that came up to us, went on the MS Now broadcast and called Netanyahu's a war criminal. I think he might have been literally one of the dudes.
People do not support the war in Iran. An overwhelming majority of the American people do not support Israel. This guy doesn't support me doing an interview.
Damn, bro, good for you. Good for you. I love the way this sound goes down.
I do think he talked to us, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure we took photos of that guy.
It's gonna look so nice when it's done.
Dude, that's what I've been saying for years. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Build the park, Zoran.
I mean, my like crackpot dream is I just want them to bury the FDR. Like, I think if the East River of Manhattan could just be, if you just got rid of this fucking highway, and like it would be perfect. It would be like the most beautiful river walk in the entire Western Hemisphere. And instead, right now, it's like a highway that 90% of the time is like fucking bumper to bumper.
That's it right there.
Yeah, Zoran, come up with a way to fix that, please. I'm tired of it. I want to be able to walk to the East River in the morning and not hear like da-dum, 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 da-dum every second.
Yeah, we're gonna need a lot more congestion pricing for that, I think. To alleviate the traffic.
I feel like we could just, you could just like put it on a credit card. You know? Why not? Well, that's like my other idea, big Manhattan.
Bigger?
Yeah, basically my thinking is like Manhattan is perfect. It's like the ideal city, right? Like vertical, like accessible mass transit, subway, like hyper dense. We love it. So we should make more of it, and the way we should make more of it is by just like
pave the river.
Yeah, like
land reclamation.
I'm sure that there would be no ecological drawback. Without looking into it, without knowing anything off the jump, I'm sure it would be totally harmless.
Yeah, connect Brooklyn and the boroughs by paving the river and make it walkable.
Singapore uses trash to reclaim land. They use waste and they build using that. It's incredible. They're leaders in that.
I mean, listen, I'm just saying, we love Manhattan.
Make a lot of trash.
We need to, everybody, all these yimbys, they love talking about, we got to expand the supply. Okay, make big Manhattan and only let the people I like live there.
We talking the tip of Manhattan?
I think the south. I think like expand FiDi, or below FiDi.
Oh,
that's my thought. That's my big idea.
Okay, I like it.
Again, I'm sure there would be no consequences, but a boy can dream.
I like that.
That's my abundance.
So, what's our final thought on No Kings protest? I think it's good that people are out there again. There are a lot of issues that need to be addressed. I'm glad we got the opinion of that older lady who was like, I'm not happy with the Democrats, because that's usually what I hear from anyone that's out protesting. And most of those protesters were older. They are the, college educated, relatively well off, wealthy liberal types, white, And they're the ones who are also expressing their discontent with Democratic ineptitude. And I don't think that the party wants to see or hear that at all. You know?
No. And I would also say that, like, you know, I think there is in general, and I won't just say this about No Kings, I think, like, even groups further to the left have to answer for this. Like, you know, I've been, my entire adult life, I've been marching down streets that are closed off in huge crowds, and nobody gets arrested, and it's not like an agitation, it's an expression, it's a demonstration of how many people care about a thing. And it's meaningful. Like, it's meaningful in that that's what it communicates. It is not meaningful in the sense that, like, walking down the street by itself with the, you know, thousands and thousands of your best pals will itself change anything. And so I think that, like, it's unfair to hold something like No Kings to that standard when it's not even the standard to which we hold, you know, for example, like pro-Palestine solidarity demonstrations and marches.
I do also think that there is definitely somewhat of a negative pressure on, like, stamping out all of the organic mass mobilization that took place under Biden. Like, when you arrest 3,500 college students as the Democratic president, as you're continuing with this genocide, like, that's gonna inevitably cause people to think, like, okay, well, what are we supposed to do? Like an abject refusal of their demands in an election cycle too. Like, you're creating voter apathy. You're creating voter apathy. You're teaching people that their voices don't matter, that, like, everything they learned about engaging in their civic duty, participating in protests, exercising their First Amendment rights, like, all of that is actually totally inconsequential. And we will marginalize you even if you have the numbers. We will avoid you. We will make it seem like your movement is irrelevant. And I think that's a little bit discouraging for sure. And I think that's part of the reason why people are just like, what are we supposed to do? You know? Aside from the fact that in the absence of a draft, there is no immediate fear that this will impact them.
Also, like, I think one of the things to also kind of, you know, this is like what historians refer to as contingency, the necessity of events for something to happen, that other things have to happen first, and that those are often things that happen first that you don't anticipate, that you can't anticipate. And so much of what I feel like political work in this moment often feels like, you know, not incorrectly, that guy's gas cap is open.
Damn.
Oh, shit.
We should probably hide it.
Yeah, okay. I just texted the spot.
Yeah.
To let them know.
Lost my train of thought.
Gas cap?
Yeah, prior to the gas, it just totally threw me. I was like, that is a weird thing to have out. We were at anti-war. Where were we? Where does chat say we were?
Just want to make sure it's okay if other people are in the space, just like regular.
Yeah,
Since we don't have it booked
a
out.
lot of people are gonna swarm to it eventually.
Yeah.
So just let them
Just keep
know.
it short. Yeah.
You know.
Yep. One question I did have
Contingency.
Oh, contingency, right. It's just that all these events have to happen for a lot of work right now feels prefigurative, meaning that, like, everybody's acting the way that they want to be able to act at the point in which like, when their politics can be something that they can do, not that it will, like, be the work that leads to that thing. It's like look the part, be the part, kind of. And I don't think that that's necessarily, like, the worst thing right now, because look, like, the economy is wobbly. This war is going on. We don't know. I mean, part of what's so weird about this time is we don't know where it leads. And so I think so much of, like, the most of what you can ask of people, aside from just, like, tell the truth, is about this kind of, like, modeling the kind of people and the kind of political movement you want to be in and be a part of, particularly for these moments, you know, these moments of time, when time is thickened, is how it feels. And possibilities emerge, and more people get drawn in. I remember 2020 certainly felt like that for a moment.
Yeah.
Have you been to this spot before?
No, but let's.
Okay.
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Or maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. My hands are only just now
Like warming up.
yeah. Only just now getting warm. Is there food at this place?
I doubt it.
Across the street, probably.
Yeah, there's. It's. But this is like.
Yeah.
Like this is where.
This is where we've also got one of the most bomb meats I've gotten. Were you with us when we got the bomb meats? We're walking around.
I don't know. I mean, there's like 3 places around here that I would that could be. There's a lot.
Yeah.
No, because it's my hood.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, here.
All right. So we're getting out first. Don't,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That guy was worried we were gonna obviously open the door and kill him. Oh. You got.
I think we're okay. Yeah.
I think we're all right.
Yeah, my laces are off.
Okay.
Okay.
Flashbang.
Keep it low. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Right there on
inside to outside.
Right there on that door.
Okay,
Yeah.
So now, 12:03. Come over.
Yeah, I was down to want coffee. Yeah. I can go. While you do that, I can go grab it.
Could you get some water too?
Absolutely.
Sweet.
It's there in that store. I assume that's what you said.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I talked to them yesterday. The owner's coming back. I thought so.
Yeah. Oh, I had been in the store. Yeah.
All right, I'll grab. What do you want? Just Hasan, cold brew or what?
No, warm coffee's fine.
Black?
Like cappuccino or something.
Black or?
Black is fine.
Okay. And water for you.
Yeah.
Hi. We talked to Abi.
Yeah. Hi. Where can we plant?
I think you can plant here. The bathroom is a mess, so I can't like give you a big space.
Okay.
Yeah, this is all I have, unfortunately.
Okay. All right.
Can I offer you like something?
Oh, I'd love that. I mean, my friend is getting me some water, but I'm not going to say no to seltzer.
I want still.
Unfortunately, I don't have seltzer.
You don't have still water?
It's like a Perrier sponsorship, Perrier.
Ooh, okay, all right.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Alright, I'll give it to you.
I'm good on that.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
Do you think we can take our guests browsing? I know it's only one gender of clothes here, but maybe they're into some of this. I don't know.
Wait, what?
We can go browsing through clothes when they get here. Can I show? Okay. Yeah.
We should.
Okay.
I thought we weren't gonna like.
It was tough to find a spot last minute.
Yeah.
But
we were gonna show exactly where we're at.
yeah, no, we can confer with Noah. Maybe he has ideas. Someone else.
I was gonna angle it and over.
Yeah.
Show it. There's no way to do it. But then we do it in the back room, which is rather very dirty. Perfect.
Over here somewhere.
And we do it here, but people come.
Yeah.
Clothes and change, you can't do it here.
Yeah, valid. Okay.
So that's the best thing. Fuck it, we just do it.
Yeah, right?
Short. We'll
Yeah,
just-
keep it short.
Yeah.
Sweet. Do you want to...
Hi guys.
Hey, how's it going? Hey. Thank you. All right, so I'll keep it down until they're here. Do you know what their ETA is?
I'm gonna see right now.
Sure. Yeah, I think so. I think we're gonna hold out, see what's going on. Thank you for the water. Oh, they've got some beautiful books. Some friends of mine, actually. That's cool.
Some friends of yours?
Yeah, these pictures.
Those are yours?
No, they're not. They're my friends. Some of these.
Oh, that's cool.
Some good people here.
But these two have
It's fine.
And Dwayne Lucas. All right.
I think it's fine. Let's just. right, we'll just like sit here.
Yes, that's a nice spot.
And then we'll do we'll mic up.
Yeah.
We'll switch the mics right now.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say here. Do you want to grab that? Is it cool if I set it down for a sec?
Yeah, yeah. One of them is supposed to have the cable too, I think. Or maybe, oh, you just...
Oh, it's probably in here.
Yeah.
This is the receiver?
Yeah.
Let me know when you're ready to switch.
Well, I'm ready.
Okay, taking out the other one. Sorry to the audio files. And
Hello, hello. Can you hear me, chat? Chat, testing, testing. Can you hear me? Let's see. Well, we're live right now.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So, oh, you're gonna shut it. You're gonna shut it down?
I mean, not shut the store down, but like just bring the music down for you.
Oh, that'd be yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All good, sound on. Damn, that storefront is clean. Yeah. Just clean the lens, bro. It's not. It's the lens has no. The lens has a scratch on it. I think that's why when you hit the light directly.
oh yeah.
You don't have to shut it down entirely.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that.
Okay.
Let me know it works.
Yeah, yeah. No, music was good before.
It's my playlist if they want to know what it is.
All we do is pressure valves. When we're moving to industrial sabotage and actual direct action, okay, federal agent. It's perfect.
Thank you so much.
So funny.
Water for you.
Thank you. Here, you want to mic up, Noah? Get the white one for now while we wait.
Yeah, sure. Here, one sec for me.
Chatter said, Turtle Island Liberation Front.
What? Turtle Island?
No, someone was like, when are we done talking about pressure valves? What about industrial sabotage? And it's like...
Okay.
Yeah, dude.
Put that in writing, please.
He did. He put it in the chat.
No, I'm just saying, like, that is... If you're really serious about that stuff, then writing about it in Twitch chat is how you know.
I think it's better to just, like, angle it this way.
Yeah.
Because, like, there's way too much, like, light coming in. But... Yeah. And, oh, she got you a lens cloth.
Thank you. Yeah, perfect. Just in case.
This is where you get that skater cap ones? No, but I have been in the store before. I've shopped in this.
Okay, thank you.
I looked for things in this store before. Okay, they're almost here. Here, let's do a close-up where I do the intro.
Yeah. Could you give me a chair, actually?
There's a chair back there.
Yeah.
Here.
Just you?
Yeah, I'm just gonna do an intro really quick for the stream as well, and we'll put this in the video as well. Today we're gonna be meeting with Effie Phillips Stanley. She's a candidate for New York 17. It's a D+1 district, and that is, wait, I'm gonna do that again. Today we're meeting Effie Phillips Stanley, candidate for New York 17. It's a D+1 district, but it's currently occupied by a right-wing shithead by the name of Mike Lawler, who's a Republican, AIPAC stooge, pretty much an overall villain. Effie Phillips Staley is a progressive Democrat running for Congress in New York 17th District, a critical battleground seat that could help flip the House. Effie is a Tarrytown Village trustee. I'm going to ask her about what that means. She spent her career fighting for education, immigrant justice, affordable housing, and working families across the Hudson Valley. She's running against a number of centrist Democrats for a seat that is currently held by Mike Lawler. She's a champion of human rights, which led her on a recent fact-finding trip to the West Bank. Now she is facing an uphill battle against big money from corporations, corporate PACs, and of course AIPAC, to win one of the most hotly contested seats in the country. It's a good intro.
It is a nice intro.
Yeah. But yeah, she went to the West Bank, so I want to ask her about her trip, her journey. I just, it's interesting that we have like a lot more candidates that do stuff like that now. And then people still refuse to recognize that some things have changed in pretty spectacular fashion. I mean, this is like the third rail. Hi.
They're here.
Hi, nice to meet you. I think we swapped the seats. I'll sit on the uncomfortable chair and we'll put you in the comfortable one. And then Noah, can you give your
let me take it off.
Microphone to you.
Yeah, sure. Hey, how are you? I'm John.
What's going on?
Nice to meet you.
Hasan, nice to meet you. Hasan, nice to meet you. Hell yeah.
Big fans. I want to come along.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
What's up, Chad?
I'm sorry it took us so long to get just in time.
Oh no, it's all
it's
good.
Insane.
That's crazy.
So right here.
Like here?
Yeah, you see it.
Yeah. All right.
We're live already, by the way.
Oh, are we? Okay.
Yeah, we're always live.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, no problem.
All right, I'm gonna put my stuff here.
All right.
Is it okay if I put my stuff somewhere? Is it?
Absolutely, we can hold it in the back.
Everybody say bye, Noah.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right. Peace, Brody.
Thank you. Thanks.
Let's do it right here, right? We can. This is not uncomfortable, right?
No, this
what
is
what does
great.
the framing look like? Does the frame look good?
Yeah.
Because I don't. I'm gonna put this down here.
Oh, that'd be great. Thanks.
I'll take this off too. Okay. Good?
I'm great.
All right. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Question on everybody's minds. Where is Tarrytown and what does it mean to be a trustee of Tarrytown?
Got it. Everybody's minds. So Tarrytown is just north of New York City.
Mhm.
It's about, on an express train, it's like 35 minutes. But it's a village. That's like the smallest municipality in New York. Village, town, city goes up.
Mhm.
And yeah.
So it's a village, not even a town.
So yeah, but
So the name is a lie.
I never thought of that.
It's Terry
and
Village.
you were right. It is Terry Village. This
So-
is the
okay.
village of Tarrytown.
As a trustee, why have you not changed it to Terry Village?
I'm going to get on that. I'm going to
Okay.
take it to the next working session, and we're going to see what happens.
Mhm.
But yeah, so it's essentially like being on the city council.
Okay.
So yeah, there's 7 of us, including a mayor.
That's cool. You're running for New York 17.
That's right.
It's a D+1 district.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, it's currently occupied by one of the most annoying villains in New York politics,
Villain is the word.
Mike Lawler.
That's right.
You're running up against a bunch of centrist Democrats.
Mhm.
But before we talk about the primary, why are you running against Mike Lawler? He seems like such a nice guy.
Well, it's running against Mike Lawler, but it's also sort of running against the establishment. That, I mean, we know Mike Lawler has to go. We know he's a liar. We know he only cares about his own power and he doesn't care about being a public servant. So the guy has to go. But I decided to run. Well, first I was asked to run. I was asked to run by local Hispanic activists after Trump won the second time, because we knew how bad it was the first time. And because I was a local elected, we were talking about what we could do to protect people, to make things better, and they said you should run for Congress. And I thought, okay, I'm like, that wasn't the first thing that came to mind in this moment, but the challenge with the Democratic Party is that they do a really terrible job of taking care of the people that should be in their base. And I say that because Hispanics make up, and I'm speaking about Hispanics because my mom is an immigrant from El Salvador, right?
Yeah.
This is something that's been important to me, obviously, for a long time. But they make up, 25% of the village that I live in, something like 25 to 30% of the district. And yet the Democratic Party never does canvassing, never reaches out, doesn't pay attention to communities, and it's because there's a perception that these communities don't vote.
Yeah.
So when I was asked to run, that was one of the first things that I thought about. I thought, are these other candidates and is the Democratic Party going to do the work of going into communities, earning trust, and developing the policies that need to happen and turning out the vote? And the answer is no, because they're too busy trying to figure out how to convert moderate Republicans.
Yeah.
And to me, that is a structural barrier. It's a massive problem. And that's why I decided to run. And going back to Mike Lawler, of all of the candidates in this race right now, he's the only one who gets it. He's like the only one who turns up in Hispanic communities and tries to sway them over, despite failing on the policy level for pretty much any working people at all. So that's what got me in there.
Yeah. Do you feel like Mike Lawler looks a lot like J.D. Vance? Or is that just me? Because I feel like he has a there's a thing with the way these guys look where they look like they have guy liner on.
Guy liner.
And I don't know, do you agree with that?
I try not to look at Mike Lawler.
I agree. That's probably why he can't turn out the Hispanic vote, because they're like, oh, get away.
Right. If only if that were if only.
I'm no longer. I'm now demonstrating voter apathy.
But
they say when he shows up at their doorstep.
When he shows up at their doorstep, he calls himself Miguelito. He tries to be relatable in
Wait,
that
is
way.
he Hispanic too?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
I didn't.
I mean, you never
know.
It would be. It's true. You never know. One never knows by how a person looks. But I mean, I don't know. Do I think he has guy liner? No, I've seen him up close. He doesn't.
No, I don't think J.D. Vance does it either. They just have that shadowy, they have the natural eyeshadow that comes from being an evil Republican.
I try to imagine them without their beards, actually. Not too much, because I don't want to think about them that much, but I think they would probably look.
Well, J.D. used to rock the no beard look. He rocks it now. So I was going to ask you about your background and how it actually factors into some of your policies.
Sure.
Specifically on the immigration agenda, obviously the Trump administration has really accelerated their white nativist anti-immigrant agenda. They are black bagging our neighbors, basically. Right. This is an unaccountable force. What do you, how do you feel about that as someone from this background, someone in a community, someone that represents a community with a lot of immigrants in it? And what are your policy suggestions?
Got it. I mean, the direction of this nation and the one that you just described, that Trump is taking, that Mike Lawler is carrying his water for, to me, is the most anti-American platforming imaginable. Because, I exist as a person whose mother is an immigrant from El Salvador, and my dad was a working class, high school educated guy from Oklahoma, right? Only in a nation that is pluralist do we all get to exist in this way. Where else would I be in the world except for here? Yeah. And to try to frame our nation as something that is anything other than that is anything other than a nation of immigrants who came here for better or worse, in good ways and bad ways, that is the defining condition, and anything of this supremacy nonsense is just a lie, and it always,
Yeah.
I mean, it exists as a power structure, but it's always been wrong.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean...
The attitude was different too, like not that long ago when you think about, I mean, Ronald Reagan is the devil, but when it came to offering amnesty to a lot of immigrants, and also on top of that, the way he communicated about what it means to be American. Like you can be from anywhere around the world. This is the only country where you get here, you live here, you work here, you can say you're an American.
Yes.
It's unlike any other country. And it was like a part of the exceptional nature, I guess, of
Right.
America in some ways. One of the defining characteristics is the thing that I think is very redeemable about America. And yet there's this betrayal of the social contract. So what are the policies that you would advance as far as like alleviating this pressure from migrant communities?
There are so many. To me, the most critical one is we describe as abolishing ICE, which is what that is. But it's really taking a look at the way ICE came into being and the Department of Homeland Security came into being in 2003 in response to the war on terror, where you took what used to be immigration and naturalization, right, which is what my mom came through in this country, right? And then they conflated it with customs enforcement. And when you put these two together, you can get comments from like another candidate who won't say abolish ICE and talks about the importance of drug enforcement at the border. Yes, drug enforcement at the border is important, but that has nothing to do with my mom coming to this country.
Yeah.
Right? And so to have it structured like that is what sets us up for this kind of tyranny. And that's what we have to do. So much of what we have to do when we take back Congress and we take control of the US government is to sort of look at the infrastructure that we have and figure out how to make sure that it is set up to be equitable. Like when Trump took away that only allows English on government websites. So, say for housing, it used to be in 40 languages. Now it's just English. That cannot be. People in this nation have to have access to this information. They're entitled to it. It's a denial.
Yeah.
So these are the kinds of things that we have to look at structurally, one by one, just to make sure. And I think for me as a candidate or as a human being, we have to put people first. We have to look at laws and policy critically and say, is this enabling people to live their best lives? And if it's not, then there's something wrong with that, and that's what we have to fix.
Absolutely. So El Salvador is currently run by a Palestinian. Unfortunately, he's not some of the best that Palestinians have to offer, but he's pro-Israel, and he's most famous for building the world's largest, concentration camp.
Yeah.
And it's now housing undocumented immigrants from the United States of America. It's a horrifying process. As a Salvadoran, how does it feel having your country be viewed by America as a distant place tied to policies that punish the most vulnerable among us?
I think it is. It's tough. I mean, I just took my mom back to El Salvador for the first time in 10 years, a year ago. And we were able to go, and I took my family, who, to be honest, because the country is so violent, I never thought that I would be able to take my kids there. But we did. And it was safe, but it was safe in a way that you would never want a country to be safe, because it's totally, it's like a police state.
Yeah.
And that they suspended, although I will say I heard from many people, and Salvadorans are the kindest people, and it is the most lovely country. But people said that, the Mara, the time of the gangs, was worse than the Civil War. So they kind of accept the conditions that they're in because of the level of violence there. But it is, and to be plain, that El Salvador has always dealt with dictators. But to have the safeguards to prevent dictatorship removed, so Bukele can continue. To have this, to suspend due process.
Yeah.
In a place where due process is already kind of tenuous, but to
dragnets.
To suspend it and then have CCOT, the prison. I mean, this is not this is what really gets me. Like, this is not the model for how any country should be, and it certainly isn't the model for how the United States should be, or what the United States should be involved with.
Yeah.
But to have Republicans go to CCOT, tour it, and act like this is some wonderful thing, maybe we should try it, and then set up this kind of awful deportation into this horrendous prison, this is disintegrating our democracy. El Salvador should not be the model for our democracy.
Yeah.
It's got to be the other way around.
Yeah.
And so...
Well, our prison conditions aren't so great either, to be fair.
This is true.
That's
this
why
is
there's...
true.
Well, I think El Salvador is one of the only places where you could actually, and lawyers have done this, successfully deny prisoner transfer to on the conditions that it is so inhumane that judges will actually literally straight up deny a migrant that has actually been convicted of a crime to go and be sent to CCOT. And yet we're sending people who have done no crimes to CCOT right now, just simply under the suspicion that they might be illegal, with ridiculous conditions like the tattoos that they have, things that don't actually normally would fit that profile at all. But one of the other questions I had for you is that you recently went to the West Bank.
That's right.
And it was a couple months ago. You went to the city of Hebron.
Yes.
And you met with Palestinian farmers to learn more about Israel's occupation of the land. You described the genocide of Palestinians as the Vietnam of the younger generation.
Yeah.
What did you witness firsthand, and how do you think that translates to implementing policies back here at home?
So what I witnessed is what many of us have read about, have heard about, have seen in the news. But what I witnessed was speaking to people firsthand about the direct impact and seeing the direct impact. And I have to say, it is appalling that our tax dollars go to support this kind of, it's a terror, like these people are living in terror. We visited a family in a town called Susia, and it had a settlement pop up on one side, and they found an archaeological site on the other, and this is the justification that they used to sort of squeeze out the people off the land that they've been on forever. Mm-hmm. And I'll say this, like, when we were sitting in his home, he was so kind, you know, his whole family was there, you know, every age, like a beautiful family. And he had all these awards and things on the wall. Like, one of them was like, graduate students from Harvard visited at this time. And so you see evidence of people from around the world going to bear witness, and yet nothing changes. And at that time, his fields had just been sprayed with poison from a drone that was sent over from the settlement. You know, as we were leaving, the settler who was, I mean, sort of the main agent of the terror that he was experiencing, was just on a horse on the perimeter, just watching, you know. And then after we left, I mean, I think we got back on the 10th of February. Since then, 4 homes have been burnt down, and 1 person has been shot in that settlement. And so what he said to us was essentially that the only thing that could stop this is pressure from the United States. And it felt so terrible to look at him and think of how much time it's going to take to turn the gear so that the United States can do the moral thing and actually apply that pressure. And is he going to be alive? And this is the most shameful thing about it, that too many people are playing politics, like trying to think, how do I walk the line so that I don't upset anybody about saying one thing or another? No, it's an apartheid state. It's a state that allows these conditions, right? And if we believe in universal human rights, then we have to do something. We have to actually develop the policies to change this. And I believe we can't have universal human rights anywhere unless they're everywhere, right? And so this is the guiding principle, I suppose, of why I'm running. Because I see, and it's what I've always done. I've always worked in the nonprofit sector. I've always worked around social justice. And if we don't use our nation and its immense power for things that enable people to live their best lives, then what are we doing? This is this is, I guess, my position.
And yet, when you came back, and you were also pelted by settlers, from what I understand,
That's
they
right.
threw eggs at you and your guide while you were there,
Mhm.
and you came back, and the response from some of the Democrats who had initially supported you for ballot access was that they withdrew their
Yeah.
support. Was that shocking?
It was.
Or expected?
Well, that's a great question, because that actually happened while we were still, like what I just described to you in Susia, we got back to our hotel in East Jerusalem, and then I got a panicked call from a person who was in that meeting saying, you're losing all your support. And I'm like, I am? And so they told me, who and when, and I called that person and I said, what are you doing? I said, you've known me forever.
Mhm.
And you know me to be a reasonable person. And so what is this? And he had been on the AIPAC tours, and he said that that what I was doing was undermining Israel's ability to create coexistence. Coexistence as he saw within schools in Jerusalem that have Israelis, Arabs and Israeli Jews in school together. I think maybe there are 4 of those schools.
Mhm.
But what I said to him, and it was because the word apartheid was used in one of my posts, not by me actually, but by another person, and I agreed with it.
Mhm.
That's what did it. That's what made the room change. And I said to him, I'm like, look, this is what I saw. Like, I saw it with my eyes.
Yeah.
And and I said, if you were here, if you actually went to the West Bank, you would see it too, because it's undeniable. It's
Yeah.
undeniable. So I don't know if it's willful ignorance or it could be many things, but I would like to think that if more Americans really understood the conditions and saw them in this way, and if more elected officials, I went on a tour that was called Extend. And Extend was created 15 years ago as an extension to Birthright tours. It
Mhm.
was created by Israeli peace activists to show the other side of it. And we were led by Israeli peace activists that were former IDF.
Mhm.
They're the ones who took us.
Breaking the silence?
Breaking the Silence. Yeah, it was with Yehuda Shul from Breaking the Silence.
Yeah.
That we were walking together, and that's when the eggs came flying at us from settlers who had an IDF soldier standing next to them as they were pelting us with eggs. Anyway, so yeah, I'd like to think, at least, and I believe that we're seeing it in the polls, that if people understand the level of the human rights violations, that they would not want our country to be funding this.
I think people are there already. 67% of Democrats already agree that Israel is committing a genocide. It's almost become a 90-10 issue as far as conditioning all aid to Israel, or even denying aid to Israel until they stop. And yet, there are a lot of party officials with even presidential aspirations that refuse to communicate on this matter clearly. There are some people that very clearly want to run for president that also have used that word, apartheid, which is the truth, right? And it's something that virtually every human rights organization recognized in 2021, as a matter of fact, not even recently. And then they had to back away from that position and said, oh, well, I think it's getting there, potentially. It was a very cowardly attitude, in my opinion. However, this is definitely the majority position. You have talked about, and you also mentioned it in this interview as well, you said it with Prem Talker too, you said human rights don't matter anywhere if they don't matter in Palestine.
That's right.
Do you agree that this is a decent litmus test for Democrats in general?
Yeah, 100%. And it's not just me. I came to this. When I first started running, the advice that I got from the establishment was never to talk about this issue.
Of course.
It was the first thing. And I was like, okay, never talk about this issue, or we can't take back the House. This is the framing. And then you start talking to people, start talking to constituents, and they're like, I don't want to talk to you unless you tell me what you think of this.
Yeah.
Every single time. That these are there are three issues that come up the most. Well, I'll say two. It's this issue is one of them, and people want to know, like, do the candidates have the courage to call what they see what it is, which is apartheid and genocide. Yeah. And so, I mean, this was a big part of the reason why we decided we needed to go. At least for me, and we led a delegation that included people from like local Jewish Democratic organization, a person from J Street, an Episcopal priest, because people with very different opinions about the issue because we wanted to see it together. Mm-hmm. And this was the consensus. The consensus is that it is, well, I'll say this, there's disagreement on the word genocide. Mm-hmm. That's a tough one for some people. They have to work that out, I guess. But like, but the apartheid, I mean, we went to Ophir military prison. We went, human rights lawyers took us into the courts. Like, imagine a Jim Crow setting of like blacks, whites. That's what it is. Yeah. It's Palestinians, everybody else. Different doors, different conditions. And I mean, the fact that there are different, there's the military system for Palestinians, and then there's like a civilian system in terms of the courts. For
Israelis, yeah.
For Israelis. I mean, it's like...
Two roads, different license plates, checkpoints.
Two roads. And it's...
No contiguous state for the Palestinians, even though it's legally their land, mm-hmm. and Israel is illegally occupying it, and all of the system is enforced by a military that we actually fund.
Yeah.
It's unbearable. I want to get back to your district, and this might be somewhat of a tough question, but around 12% of your district is Jewish. Mm-hmm. And when you got back from your trip, how did you communicate? Is this, because one of the things that people immediately, in my opinion, falsely associate American Jews with is like unconditional support to the state mm-hmm. of Israel. Do you feel like that's reflective in your constituency at all, or do you feel like it's more mixed?
It's entirely mixed.
Yeah.
The majority of people who have brought this to my attention, I mean, maybe not the majority, but certainly a strong number have been Jews. Mm-hmm. I get the most encouragement from lots of people, but a lot of encouragement from Jews who really challenged me, especially in the beginning, to be brave and to just say it like it is, say it like you see it. And so there are some communities that certainly don't like the positions that we take, that take issue with me calling out AIPAC. Even Democrats, it's not great, but there are just as many or more who say, no, we know this is wrong, keep going. Yeah. So, yeah.
Here's one angle that I always find interesting. So Mike Lawler, the Republican that hopefully you'll be facing off in the general, is funded by AIPAC. Mm-hmm. And the mainstream Democratic Party candidate who's leading in the early polls is Kate Conley. Mm-hmm. And she was endorsed by the Democratic Majority for Israel,
That's
which
right.
is an AIPAC subsidiary pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
What does the race look like from your perspective at the moment? And what would you say to the argument that advancing someone who is so close on this issue to Mike Lawler would be a genuine mistake when this is something that the overwhelming majorities of the Democratic Party's base are demanding a separation from?
I've thought it was a mistake from the minute she entered. I've thought it was a mistake from the minute she prioritized, and I won't say it's just her, it's the DCCC, it's the Democratic establishment, that they read this district as a purple district. Yeah. They prioritize moderate Republicans. They prioritize independents that they think are, there are a lot of people who were Democrats who are now independents because they've been frustrated with how far to the right the party has gone. So yeah, I mean that there's very little light between Kate and Mike Lawler in terms of a lot of their policies, and especially in terms of this. And again, I think the Democratic Party is completely oblivious to how much people care about this and how damaging it is to keep going in this route. I mean, there's a reason that we lost to Mike Lawler twice.
Yeah.
right? In a district that is predominantly Democratic.
Yeah, and this is a failure that is currently being litigated in this intra-party arguments that we're having. But this was a failure in 2024 as well. And not just on this issue as well. I see Palestine as a good litmus test, but it's also a great way to figure out whether or not a candidate is responsive to the base, or rather have made up their own minds about, constantly trying to find the mythical moderate center.
Yes.
And that was an abject failure in 2024 against an incompetent fascist like Donald Trump, just as it was a failure in 2020 against Donald Trump as well. Or not 2020, sorry, 2016 against Donald Trump as well. So on that note, I'm going to do this. I like to call this the Zoran method.
Okay.
5 key policies that you would be associated with. What would those 5 top-line policies be?
Sure. I mean, I have what we call the Suburban Progress Agenda, and it focuses on housing frankly, it focuses on all the things we could pay for if we weren't dropping $1.8 billion a day in the war in Iran. But housing affordability is a critical one. Medicare for all. We have to start treating housing and healthcare as a human right. I mean, it's outrageous. I mean, I lived in the UK for 4 years. I know what it's like to be in a system where your healthcare is taken care of. It's great, and everyone should have that stress taken off of their lives so that people can live their best lives. Universal childcare. We hear from families all the time that they're paying upwards of $24,000 a year for childcare so that they could work or they stop working. If New Mexico could pull it off as a state, we can certainly make it possible so that states across the nation could pull it off. Immigration reform, it has to happen. We cannot allow people to be weaponized in this way for the political gain of a fascist party. It just has to stop. And then what I call justice at home and justice abroad, prioritizing human rights here, whether it is carceral reform, it is all these things. I mean, we completely have to dismantle the insanity of the private detention centers and the private prisons that have been built, because when you think about all of those private detention centers that are being built, once immigration is under control, what's going to happen to them?
Yeah, they have to be used. Some of them, the private ones, literally have contracts where they have all these beds that need to be filled. It's an insane system.
It is terrifying, and it's got to stop. We have to advance human rights here, and then we have to make sure that our tax dollars do not go to pay for human rights abuses abroad. Nobody wants that.
Yeah.
I guess nobody wants it. We have so much that we can do here, so much that we can, and then I'll say this, these guys are so quick, this administration is so quick to go to war. We have such power as a nation, economic power, diplomatic power, political power. Why on earth are we racing to this kind of, to violence, always to violence?
Yeah.
And it's as if violence didn't perpetuate itself. So yeah, these are the things. This is, I think, the vision that we're trying to take, and I know everyone's ready for it. Enough of this constant creation of trauma.
Oh. Okay, all that sounds great, but have you thought about blaming transgender immigrants for all of the problems that your district is facing, and how you are going to be the strongest advocate against migration into the country?
No, that hasn't really.
What about maintaining the most lethal military that's ever existed?
Yeah, that's not super high on the list.
Okay. More money to Israel instead of rebuilding our schools so that we can bomb schools over there.
That seems to be very popular right now, but that is not something I would advance.
All right, so I'm going to do the last thing here, and I'm going to ask you some rapid fire yes or no questions.
Okay.
Okay. Do you believe in Medicare for all?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yep.
Abolishing ICE?
Uh-huh.
Banning members of Congress from trading stocks?
100%.
$25 minimum wage?
Oh, yes.
Implementing the Green New Deal?
Uh-huh. Yes.
Canceling student loan debt?
Yeah. Imagine all that money back in the economy.
Raising taxes on billionaires?
Oh, yes.
Ending the war in Iran?
100%.
Ending American aid to Israel.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's pretty good. I mean, I'm sold.
That's great.
The last question I have for you is, at the moment, we're waging a war in Iran, a war of choice. We're bombing villages in Ecuador. We're blowing up fishing boats off the coastline of Venezuela, in the Caribbean, all around, and we're holding the head of a sovereign nation in solitary confinement in New York. Looking beyond the campaign, what's your message to people struggling to pay their bills while watching their government belligerently attack the rest of the world?
Look, I mean, if we prioritize people and their ability to live their best lives, and a government that actually works to make that happen, that's what we're trying to bring, so that we don't see all of this. We should not be living hand to mouth, unable to pay rents that are skyrocketing because we don't have enough housing. And at the same time, seeing the tax dollars that we pay into this system go to do all this other stuff that is appalling, that is immoral, that costs an immense amount of money that some people get rich off of, but certainly not the average person in this country. This is what we have to stop. If we prioritize people and their lives, and then use our tax dollars to ensure that we could all live our best lives, just imagine what our country could be, what it would be capable of.
Yeah.
You know, so it's really sad that it has come to this, but I believe that most of us are angry enough to go to the ballots and change this. But there's actually one more thing that I want to say, that it's not just about the ballot, because our political system is so entrenched in terms of funneling money to the candidates that they believe are going to keep the system as it is. And that's why you see my competitors, you know, fully funded, and then people like me who are here to challenge the system, you know, have to rely on grassroots networks to get funding, because we don't take corporate money, they do. We're not taking AIPAC money, they're taking it. They have the bundlers from the DCCC going across the nation. They've, funneling the money, and then they judge a candidate's viability based on their money, not on their platform, which is why, like, I'm so grateful that you're here and you're talking about this to bring attention to these corrupt systems, because, you know, we have to beat them despite the kind of financial advantages that they have, because when everyone just pitches in $20 or $25, $10, the people can actually beat these systems. A good example is, of course, Mamdani, because if you compare him to Cuomo, they may have raised the same amount of money, but Mamdani had all the people, right?
Yeah.
And Cuomo had like this. Cuomo had like no people.
Yeah.
So empowering people to support campaigns and to get out and vote is the way we're going to take it all back.
So how can people help out? How can people follow your work and get involved with your campaign if they share your vision?
Well, if you see a link in the stream, give. You know, share that with everyone you know. If you like what you heard, you know, just give.
Is there a website?
Yep, and the website is Effie for Congress, like EFFIE for FOR Congress.com, or just Google me, Effie Phillips Staley, and and you know, and I'll say this: power cares about two things. They care about money and votes. That's why you see all the special interests getting all the attention. When the people start putting their power behind candidates, that's when they're going to start paying attention. That's how we're going to get them to care about Palestine. Like, that is the way to do it.
Yeah.
So, and your platform as well, which I'm thankful for.
I try my best, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Because we have to head out to, we have this, like, the virtual peace rally. That's why I'm, like, hurrying this up right now,
worries.
so I apologize.
I'm actually heading to that too, so you'll see me on there.
All right, perfect.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, okay. Here we go. I need to be taller, man.
All right, perfect.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm gonna give you a hug.
All right. And I'll take that. There's a magnet behind it. There it is.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. This was great. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's do it.
Want to take a picture? Yeah.
Of course. I mean, honestly, when
Awesome. Appreciate it.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for everything.
Of course. Nice to meet you.
Amazing thing you've done. Really.
Thank you.
Keep doing it. This guy runs the joint. If you want to meet him.
Oh, what's up, man? Thank you for allowing us to use your space. This was great.
Of course. Honestly, like literally anytime. I was just telling her we was lucky enough to host Zoran last year before kind of things kind of picked up in the summertime. So anytime you guys want to do an interview or anything,
Hell yeah. We'll do.
Can I switch?
Absolutely. Yeah, you can switch it.
Okay.
All right. Did you just get back from Cuba?
Yeah, I was just down there. I just got back.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It was devastating.
Yeah.
It's really interesting to see like so much potential.
Yeah.
And people just like struggling, but struggling due to like our actions and people are just so oblivious to all of it.
Yeah,
You know?
I think like the more I like read about them being like, oh, we have to choose where power goes to tonight because we need to make sure that hospitals are getting this so people
Yeah.
don't fucking die. It's like, okay.
Yeah, and it's so sinister because like the way that the American design on it all is it's supposed to be like invisible, right?
Yeah.
So people don't even know.
Thank you.
Yeah. Nice meeting you.
Take care.
People don't even know that it's happening, and it's like invisible, right? And it sounds so. It's such an insane system that like people were literally criticizing me when I came back. They were like, "Oh, you stayed in a 5-star hotel." First of all, it's not like a real 5-star hotel, but it doesn't matter. But
also, that's the only place you can stay because we fucking
it's
make sure
illegal.
that like you
Yeah,
can
it's
only spend
illegal.
your money with those like.
Isn't that crazy though?
Yeah.
Like they've designed it in such a psychotic way where like when you say the truth out loud, people go, "That's not real. Shut up," and then they get mad at you.
Yeah.
It's like fascinating.
Did you ever watch the? I actually like it's so crazy because I had stumbled on these like randomly. But,
Don't forget your jacket, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Did you ever watch like Soderbergh's like Che Guevara movies?
Oh yeah.
And
I mean,
it's just one of those things where it's like watching those. It was like kind of nuts because I'm like holy shit! It's like really insane to one see like a mainstream American director make a movie about this, but
Yeah.
also two like all this shit that like we don't know about. Like you know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
very just like casually kind of like oh yeah like don't worry like we just did X Y and Z.
Well, it's crazy. We don't know about it. But
Yeah.
It's what's wild is you know this is a.
Did you call one?
Yeah, I have already. It's like almost here.
Sorry, do you want to intro the store as well?
Sure, yeah, or whatever. Let me know.
Before we go, yeah.
What's up, man? I'm Abi. This is our store Le Pere. This is our flagship space here in the Lower East Side, and yeah, super thrilled and gassed to host this guy here today. But come through to find some amazing contemporary menswear.
What's your favorite piece in the shop?
Right now, it is probably that's such a hard one in terms of my favorite kids, but I've been wearing the hell out of these rugbies. I really love these to death.
Sheesh.
Otherwise, we got some new kits that we designed with this amazing artist named Braulio Amato. But,
Oh,
you know,
Braulio.
Yeah.
That's his book over there,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. We carry his book
Yeah.
with a bunch of other amazing artists.
The yellow one over there. Yeah. He's a homie. I used to work with him. Okay, great.
It's like not exactly here, so we gotta go find it.
I think they're blocking off that.
Oh, right.
It might.
Yeah, there was something happening down the street, right?
I don't know. I didn't even know that was happening.
It might be that actually.
Yeah, there was some kids screaming earlier, I heard.
Yeah, that's the one.
All right,
Yeah, that's
cool.
it.
I got everything.
All right, you good?
Dude.
Nice to meet you, man. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby.
Yeah, come by whenever.
Peace.
Dude.
For everything, guys.
Appreciate it.
All right.
And then I'll see you on the 30th for the Mets event, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, sick.
Unrelated. New York television.
All right. I'm gonna mute it and you hide the
Yep.
camera for now.
Okay. It's just me. Okay.
Okay, we're back. All right.
What'd you think?
That was pretty good. She was actually she was very impressive, and
doesn't mind.
She has like a.
I'll take that. Yeah.
She has she's great. I think she's like genuine and a great candidate. It's just she has what I call politician voice a little bit. You know what I mean? But you know, she was pretty cool.
Isn't Tarrytown a place in Zelda? Pretty sure it's a place in Zelda.
I didn't know that, but that doesn't. I mean, that sounds like it'd be a place in Zelda. Yeah. She's very soft-spoken. Yeah. She had the politician hands and stature as well. Yeah. She's a New Yorker. Everyone has politician voice. They're saying Tarrytown is very, very affluent. Hasan, fake Zelda fan. Okay, everybody calm down. A new emote? Oh, the Drewski Erica Kirk emote? Yeah. Okay. Yes, in spite of Third Way, we're still out here trying to do our best, you know? Linking up with candidates that are fighting against the establishment Democrats to make it out of the primaries so that they can put up a much stronger opposition to these Republicans that are actually much easier to defeat. It's just much harder to defeat them when you have a diet version of what they represent, you know? Why get the diet soda when you can get the full strength?
Right.
Unfortunately, that's, you know, it's just something that we've brought about ourselves for no reason. We just like literally are constantly playing with training weights on for no reason whatsoever, in my opinion. And it doesn't even matter if it's an affluent district or not. I mean, Tarrytown has like a somewhat affluent district, but it also happens to have like, I think like 60% child poverty. So it's not, you know, there's everywhere around this country, there are wealthy districts, but there's a lot more poor people living in those wealthy districts as well. They're just made invisible oftentimes. And also on top of that, they're kind of cast aside by the political process. They don't feel heard. They feel voiceless, so they don't see the point of participating in democracy.
Yeah, it was nice to hear her talk about that with the Latino population there.
Yeah. Stop calling the Mamdani method. It's the Piker method. No, it's cool. No, I don't mind making those Zoran associations. Okay. That's not a bad thing. Because like, for the time being, he's a very successful and very popular politician. So it's a very easy way to help people at home understand, you know, what kind of like left populism you represent. I support Zoran's wife. Me too. Unconditional support, not even critical. Tarrytown is Sleepy Hollow of Headless Horseman lore. Nice. Anyway, I was visiting my wife in rehab, and one of the family members of one of the other people in there had a Zin shirt on. Lol.
Wow.
Nice. Woke white woman at No Kings. Let's take a look. This is the part of the car ride where we do live reacts.
Is this from your own stream?
No. Proud Boys and Trump supporters counter protest No Kings rally in West Palm Beach. Oh my God. Proud Boys and Trump supporters counter protest No Kings rally in West Palm Beach, but I guess like even the
Even the no kings libs are not putting up with this shit in Florida, it seems. Look at the... Yo, she
that's
used
your
my
one.
bar. I can't use that anymore. I can't say that. She said, "You're inbred, dude." Yeah, there are HasanAbi heads for those with eyes to see all around us. She got the energy. That's sick. Yeah, she hit him with a "You're inbred, dude." Yeah, we can't do that.
That's not loud.
No. Will she be condemned for saying inbred? It's like, I think it's such a perfect pejorative because, like, in many circumstances, like, what I oppose is ethno supremacy, religious supremacy, racial supremacy. So, like, what is all of that? All of that requires inbreeding. All of that requires this genetic purity. It revolves around, it's anchored around, like, some kind of idiotic, mythical, genetic, racial superiority. And the only way to achieve that is by inbreeding. It's precisely the reason why all these, like, these monarchs of the past were so severely fucked up and had, like, traceable hereditary characteristics due to doing exactly that. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Keep the bloodline pure. So it's, like, so funny when people get mad at that. Or it's like, well, you know, I have other bad words I could use. It's just, I'm using this one because it's not a swear word. But yeah, we're at 8K donos to Effie. Tell everyone to donate. Pump it to 10K. Great interview. One of your better ones on these series. Okay, nice. Thank you. I've been calling anti-immigration immigration oil bros pro-incest for a while. I guess there's a better way to say it. She mogged you. Oh, this was the white lady, right, that came up and ran up to me? I was a little worried. I thought she was going to be a third way op. When she ran up to me, I was like, oh no, this is Maddie B. Maddie B third way. sending his shooters. It's just weird. None of the signs that when we were at the No Kings rally, none of the signs I saw said, better things are not possible. We want moderate tax breaks for small businesses. Perhaps it was too difficult to write on on one of those, like, cardboard placards, but
no kings, just feudal lords.
Yeah, like no kings, but also maybe sometimes kings. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, there was no, like, I stand with Israel signs either. More money to Israel, please. More bombs overseas. We don't want schooling. You can hide it at this point. And I'll hit the chat. I'll hit the BRB screen, and then we'll be. I'll be live on the desktop in a second. You know. Okay, let's see.
Let me know when you're on that screen.
Yeah, we're not yet. I mean, we can just keep it. We can
Yeah,
keep
that's
it
fine.
for now. Where they can hear me.
True.
Yeah, and they can see my
Your
shoe.
foot, yeah, that's what I'm getting.
These are the New York. I gotta show you.
They look great.
No, not the shoes. Look at the sock.
We're
Wait, does
showing
it say
sock?
the New Yorker under it? Oh, this
I don't
this
see
one
it.
doesn't say it. Okay.
Oh, the other one?
So
Both
the other
feet?
one has it. So here's.
Yeah, well, Emma. Pete?
That's crazy.
I'm sorry.
So the New Yorker, when I did the New Yorker Festival, which again people were protesting and did not want me to do because
right.
I'm a dangerous guy apparently. They gave me these. Does it say New Yorker on this? Oh, it's on this side. I can't show. It's like the one side that I cannot show. Okay.
Beautiful.
But the reason why I'm showing you these is because they're the best socks I have now. It's in rotation. The color is great because it goes with, like, most shoes.
I feel like New Yorker readers probably have a good taste for socks. They just seem like the type.
Yeah, it's like I don't know how to explain it. You gotta have a good sock sometimes.
Yeah.
And these are very comfy. They're very cozy socks. So.
But yeah, those shoes definitely will not keep you warm on a day.
No, I mean they're like.
But they're beautiful. Yeah.
They're the Adidas Japans.
Nice.
But I pack them because they take up basically zero space. Because like I don't check in any of my luggage, and I have like two carry-on pieces. I stuff the IRL backpack that you're carrying into one of the carry-ons, and then I put like however many articles of clothing I can for like a 2-day, 3-day trip. Mm-hmm. So these are like super easy to slam in. I have a very strange approach to traveling that some people consider unconventional because they're haters and they don't understand. The ugliest shoes I've seen in a while, but hey, it's fine. They don't like it. They don't see swag. They don't appreciate swag.
That's just one guy.
No, there's mad people in the chat. They're saying that, but they don't understand swag. It's all good. It's all good. Less than 48 hours of savings left. Don't miss it on the final days to save 35% on gift sub bundles. Chat. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. Twitch is just reminding me, for tomorrow's news today, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people.
Do you miss doing the top of the hour?
I do. I'm gonna bring back ads just so I can do that. Because it was like a fun break. It was a fun break from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I missed that voice.
What? The top of the hour?
The Scottish or Irish voice or whatever it was.
Oh, the Irish voice, yeah. Yeah. And then people would rate it. We had the ratings bot. We had a whole like fun thing around it,
Good times.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna put the BRB screen on chat real quick. Hopefully, if I can get to it, and then wait, I can't get to it. Never mind. Oh.
Yeah, I love to talk about Cash App.
This is my second favorite time ever, honestly.
Oh yeah,
I was
let me
ranking
tell you
them.
why I love Cash App.
Tell me.
I love the Cash App card.
Oh.
Because I can take a photo of anything.
Anything?
One of the coolest things about Cash App is that you can design your own debit card. You can pick from a bunch of different colors and patterns, add your favorite stamps, doodles, or even you and your friends' inside jokes to make it totally unique to you.
I got an inside joke.
You also get exclusive savings on stuff you're already buying, like coffee, boba, video games, and more.
Oh my God, I love a coffee.
And if you're the type who loves concert, your Cash App card gets you early access to ticket sales for huge tours like Kendrick Lamar, SZA, and Sabrina Carpenter.
Wow, espresso.
Finally, no need to worry about random monthly charges or minimum balance requirements. Take control of your money today with Cash App. If you're between 13 and 17, you can still sign up. Just ask your parent or guardian for help to open up a Cash App sponsored account.
For a limited time, new Cash App customers over 18 years old can earn $10 if they use code THAT'SMONEY10 in their profile at sign up and send $5 to a friend within 14 days. If you're 13 to 17 old, request a sponsored account from a parent or guardian, sign up with the code THAT'SMONEY10 and get $10 dropped into your account when you order and activate your Cash App card and send $5 or more to a friend within your first 14 days. Terms apply.
Cash App is a financial service platform, not a bank. Banking service provided by Cash App Bank Partners.
It's crazy that it was the one time where I flip it. It's a fear and ad for freaking. Yeah, you gotta plug the because this is like 81%, I think. Battery is. Yeah.
Settings are. Was it? Did you tweak it? Is it still? You can also then pull up the camera too, because it's very heavy, so it like pulled down. Yeah, no, that's perfect. I think. Yeah, and then oops, and then no. I would just like that's fine. The door. That's crazy. Okay. I'm good, thank you. No. Yes, please. Yeah, I think so. We're gonna see if it works or not. All right, boom. It is working. Okay, perfect. What? Yeah, you can turn it off, and then you swipe it. Okay. Yeah, the one time I was live on there, you got the ad segment. All right, we're back to situation monitoring right now, and then we're going to be doing this, the
military analyst.
We're going to be doing the rally, but before I do that, here, we'll watch this for now. Look at this insane Twitter headline image about you. Okay, hold on. Okay.
Sean Bell is here. Sean, great to see you. I mean, it's interesting that now we finally see the Houthis. I mean, I say finally because there had been talk of them joining the war, and now we're seeing them do it. How do you think that changes the balance of power, if you will, between all the warring factions?
Yeah, I think it's fascinating, Barbara. I mean, if you look back in context, Marco Rubio, President Trump seemed to be celebrating victory in the war against Iran, and we're sort of moving on to how's the talking going to now start taking place? Yet events on the ground look as if this war is expanding and expanding fast, particularly the Houthis now attacking Israel. It's not the first time they've done that. Now, who are the Houthis? Well, they're part of the Iran sort of backed group. They're called the Axis of Resistance, but they, the Hamas, Hezbollah and the Houthis. But back when 7th of October, when Hamas attacked Israel, shortly after that, the Houthis started attacking Israel, but also started attacking the Bab al-Mandab Straits and shipping, which is just off the southern tip of the Yemen there. Now, of course,
another key route, of course.
Well, yeah, we'll get on to that. But the certainly the Houthis, though, they're well armed. They've got ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, rockets, and the like. And as you say, 15% of global trade actually passes through there. And they very effectively, they actually sank 2 ships as part of that whole thing. Now, despite America and the UK doing some campaigns against the Houthis, most recently about a year ago, it's pretty evident that with the Straits of Hormuz now, the Bab al-Mandab Straits, this is Iran gradually tightening its stranglehold on these vital arterial sea lanes that are demonstrating their power in the conflict.
Yeah, so there's that angle. And then, of course, there's been a base attacked in Saudi Arabia. Again, you know, a month in, we're just seeing all of this escalate even further.
This one is particularly interesting, I think, because although there's been loads of attacks in the Middle East, we're not hearing about all of them because the rules are much more strict now about reporting from people's phones. But Prince Sultan Air Base, a really enormous air base, been there before, largely a big hub for US operations. Now, the reason we're hearing about it is 12 US service personnel got injured, 2 quite badly. But the real story is, okay, so what were the Iranians targeting here? And actually, when you strip it all back, it turns out it's these KC-135 tanker aircraft. And for a lot of people watching, they go, hang on a minute, why would you have one of these tanker aircraft? Why are they being targeted? Well, the key is because these are called force multipliers. Because when I was flying my military jets around, they're quite small wings. They've only got about an hour and a half of fuel. And the day.
Why does this video have a crazy whistle on it? I don't understand. Ooh, CNN already made a video. No Kings, progressive social media influencer joins No Kings protest in Manhattan amid flashing billboards and marching crowds in Times Square. Progressive influencers Hasan Piker and Harry Sisson. Oh, Harry Sisson was there. Nice. Now who's the audio pervert? Yeah, I'm the audio pervert. And No King's protest in Manhattan. The provocative left-wing Twitch streamer making headlines for his loud criticism of the Israeli government described the protest as a good umbrella under which people can advocate for various causes. Not everyone here is actually here exclusively because of the war in Iran, for example, Piker told CNN. Some people are here because there's a war against trans people in this country and they care about that. Piker also described his role within the Democratic Party, saying despite headlines designating him as an issue for Democrats, he believes he shares the same goals with most. I don't want Republicans to win in this country, Piker said. We can argue about methods. Maybe you think that my worldview, my values, and the policies that I want, the politicians that I represent might be different from yours. But at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals. Hasan, a 23-year-old known for posting political videos on his 2.1 million TikTok followers, said, people are angry that we're at war right now and Donald Trump is golfing, adding, it's a betrayal of the American people. He's always on message. He's always on message, this guy. He's always like bringing it back to like, fuck Donald Trump, you know? See, that's the difference. He has the messaging discipline of like being a reliable mouthpiece or a spokesperson for the Democratic Party. I have no ambitions of the sort. Had almost 3 times many as the last people in Lauderdale, including Oliver Larkin. Larkinites rise up. Larkin heads. What's wrong? It's good. It's good. All right. All right. Thank you for everything. That was fantastic. You're much better than March. March is done. He's dead. No, he's dead. He's dead to me. He's dead to me. He's dead to me. All right. All right. Will do. Let me zoom in a little bit. We do it like that. I'm just trying to not show the wind. Like, I feel like the window is lame. You know what I mean? Is this better? Click the Twitter headline I sent you. You got to see this ASAP. Michigan Senate primary erupts over Hasan Piker rallies. What the fuck is this AI? God, AI is so bad. It's so stupid. Unbelievable. I'm such a... Oh, God, I'm so autistic. I got to... Hold on. There it is. Okay. Where were we? AI is so trash. Moderates leverage extremism that's counting moderates of both sides. Yeah, that's not how that works. Did you see Aaron's effort posting defending you? Lots of corporates claiming Hasan the Hun is anti-Semitic because he's anti-Zionist. Let's look at what he's actually said about Jews and about anti-Semitism. Each of these are quotes from Hasan's streams in which he again and again calls out actual anti-Semitism and speaks up for Jewish people. This is someone who cares a lot about the safety of my Jewish sons, then freaks like Jonathan Greenblatt. Anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine of fascism. It's one of the oldest bigotries that has caused those of the Jewish faith a tremendous amount of pain. From pogroms of the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for instability and economic volatility people in power caused. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat, especially as economic instability makes those in power seek out old targets. The Pittsburgh synagogue shooting happened not that long ago. Anti-Semitism has been a problem in Western society in perpetuity. It's always been an issue. Originally, it was used to justify pogroms against the Jews, expulsion and murder, and forced conversions. Whether you look at Spain and Portugal or Russia or any other place where Jews live, this shit is so damaging, dude. I think there's nothing grosser than, well, being anti-Semitic, period. But also, there's nothing grosser than both being anti-Semitic and then using the cause of Palestine to feed people more anti-Semitic commentary. This is your pet project, dude? Fuck you. What is this? No sides? What? This guy's... I love when some chatters will come in here and have like a totally side project, a side conversation with me. Camera is so too zoomed in, you're out of focus. If I'm out of... Oh, yeah, I am out of focus. Here, I'll fix it. It's not the zoom that's a problem. It's the focus that's a problem. Boom. We're good now. Trump glazing China socialism. Yeah, these are from the video, I think. Quick moment to say fuck Newswire. Representative Ro Khanna says Democratic coalition needs to engage with Israel critics like Hasan Piker, who once said America deserved 9/11. That's so funny. That's fucking hilarious. Dude. Yeah, that's... They put a photo of 9/11. Yeah, they don't... They still have not forgiven me for not taking that... not taking that poly market cash is crazy. It is a bit nutty. Like, you refuse the poly market cash one fucking time. You refused the Poly Market Cash one time, and they just never let up. This is an ongoing gripe that they have with me because I said no when they wanted to sponsor, because they're also, Newswire sponsored by Polymarket is a Polymarket ad, basically. It's like one long-standing Polymarket ad. And I famously, during the last election cycle, they wanted to sponsor my stream. And the entrance, like they entered the conversation at like $1 million just for the day. It was crazy. And I was like, no, we're not doing that. And ever since then, they have not stopped. Anyway, they've not let up on attacking me. By the way, the AI headline I sent must have changed because it previously said Elisa McMorrow rallies with Muslim streamer Hasan Piker after synagogue bombing. That's insane. See what David Sirota said too? Yeah, I did. We covered it earlier. Oh, these are some of the other bad. Democrat Michigan Senate candidate Elisa McMorrow campaigns with Hasan. Democrat Michigan Senate candidate Elisa McMorrow campaigns with Hasan Piker after attempted bombing of Temple Israel preschool in West Bloomfield. God, AI is going to save us. It's going to save us, chat. Clearly. Cory Booker taking smiling photos with Yoav Gallant after Gallant was indicted by the ICC for crimes against humanity and had an active warrant for his arrest, but drawing the moral line at going on a Hasan Piker stream perfectly sums up this bullshit outrage campaign. Yeah. You just got to remember, that was a great rally, by the way. I you know, it's always good to go out. It's always good to go out and protest, you know? But there was a huge crowd of Hasan fans at the No Kings protest who thanked him for pulling them out of the right-wing echo chamber and becoming more progressive. This is who AIPAC-backed Democrats are busy trying to stop. A short lapse of people coming up to Hasan during the No Kings protest to thank him. Seems like the more hate he gets from the clowns, the more popular he becomes, and I love to see it. Good for him. Yeah, this is part of the reason why I don't let this shit get to me. You know what I mean? This is part of the reason why, because it's like, this is, you know, I'm simply one part of this. I'm simply only one part of this, right? But it's a fairly robust movement. It's a big movement, man. No Kings, New York City MAGA is furious over how successful this was. It's so funny. Yeah, MAGA was furious. They are coming after you. Be careful, Unc. Briefly spoke to Hasan Piker at the No Kings demonstration in New York today about the debate. Yeah, here, let's watch. That's fast, man.
Debate that's going on about you right now is that you are too extreme, that you are anti-Semitic, and that Democratic candidates shouldn't associate themselves with you.
Yeah.
That's what. Well, could you give us, I mean, for the CNN audience, I mean, what's your response to that?
It's ridiculous. It's the only reason why this issue ever gets brought up. It's a heinous smear, first of all. I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America. And because that is such an impossible issue to address on moral terms, that I think a lot of people cynically will say prominent critics of Israel are anti-Semitic. Are there critics of Israel that are anti-Semitic? Absolutely. I'm not one of them. As a matter of fact, I combat and fight against them pretty actively, which is why I find it so distasteful and so ridiculous that these smears would consistently get advanced, only because you can't have a conversation on where the party's moral center is right now. This is a 90-10 issue, you know? After October 7, 2023, there were a lot of people who were not willing to have this conversation about 80 years or 75 years of apartheid at that time. But now, after 2.5 years of Israel's unlimited bombings and genocide, a lot more people are aware about exactly what was going on in the regular lives of Palestinians living under this crippling apartheid on a good day, right?
But two things that keep getting brought up is you said America deserved 9/11.
Yeah. Damn, they did you right. I'm kind of shocked it wasn't cut up. I mean, I don't know how much of that will be placed on like regular CNN, but it's Donnie is not you know, Donnie's not gonna fuck me up. My guy looking like he practiced that shit in the mirror was so clean. It's because I keep repeating it over and over again. That's why I have to repeat myself so much, unfortunately. Which is why, you know, it's a somewhat of a airtight message. Why you look like Bigfoot here? New York City DSA hat spotted and no kings. Yeah, I love that hat.
And you use the term Zionist pigs. So I think there are two things that keep being brought up. And I mean, how do you justify using those, saying that?
I mean, I call Nazi pigs as well. Like I said, Zionism is an ideology. It's up to the individual to associate with it or not. It's not personhood, right? I oppose and abhor racism, ethno-supremacy, racial supremacy of every sort. I'm against it. I'm an anti-fascist. I'm unapologetic about it. And I'm not going to compromise on that. I think these kinds of like aesthetic postures are distractions away from the real conversation. I think many people understand it. Even if they don't have the tools to properly communicate it, many people are frustrated.
Yeah. It was kind of hard to hear you on the other camera, really? Do you see that Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco has just been seizing ballots? Started last week. He's running for California governor as well. Mehdi calls out the Dems who go on Bill Maher. Apparently, Robert De Niro and Padma Lakshmi were also there at the protest. Yeah, that's my woke goat, Robert. Democratic Senators Cory Booker, Ruben Gallego, and Elisa Slotkin all told Politico they won't go on Hasan Piker's show, but they've all been on Bill Maher's show, who says Islam is like the mafia. The Muslim world has too much in common with ISIS. Muslims bring desert stuff to the West, and has also used the N-word on his show. Why the double standard? Slotkin was on Maher's show yesterday. I think we all know what the double standard is. It's because you could say unlimited heinous shit about Muslims, and it's totally fine because Islamophobia is institutionally permitted. Okay? As a matter of fact, Islamophobia is institutionally welcomed. Not only permitted, it's welcomed. Wow, comparing Piker to Maher, didn't your buddy call us inbred bloodthirsty pigs? Piker didn't call glorify murdering. This guy got so horny typing this out. It's got to be a bot, right? Yeah, no, this is okay. I want to see where this account is actually from. It says New Jersey. I doubt it. I don't believe it. The country or region that an account is based can be impacted by recent travel or temporary relocation. This data may not be accurate. AIPFP. Yeah. He's from a country the size of New Jersey. Yeah. Good for them for not going on the Performative One show. First of all, I don't get it. I'm performatively anti-Semitic. Is that what you're saying? Like, you're undercutting your own argument. You made up an argument. I didn't say those things, right? But you're also, not only is the argument made up, but you also then immediately undercut it by saying it's actually just performative too. It's very weird. Like, none of this shit makes sense. You will also, you will eventually realize that many of my naysayers, many of my haters are oftentimes not particularly intelligent people. I don't know why it pans out that way, but it just usually how it works, at least in my experience. I'm not just simply saying that. It's just been my experience overall. Anytime I fucking encounter a hater in the wild, sometimes I look through my replies and they're just like angry at just made up shit. Yeah, it's just pattern recognition. Or he's implying that the community is anti-Semitic and you're performing for us. No, I don't think he's implying anything. I think he's just like so angry and so horny. That's all it is. Wait, where's the link? Oh. Meanwhile, Huckabee thinks he's married to Israel. Yeah, that's really funny. Mike Huckabee loves Israel. Mike Huckabee, I think, genuinely does love Israel. Like, if there's a guy, you know how like, you know how sometimes you say like, if you love Israel so much, why don't you live there? Like, Mike Huckabee does live there. That's number one, and he's the one guy you can't actually. He's the one guy that you can't actually be like, if you love Israel so much, why don't you marry it? Because he would be like, I would marry Israel. Like, I would. He'd be like, I sacrificed my firstborn for Israel. I love Israel so much. I would marry it. I wish I could. I wish I could marry Israel. Israel. Is he Jewish? No. No. He is the one constituency in this country. Like, obviously, there's a lot of Zionist Jews, but there is one constituency in this country that has, one, outsized influence in politics, and two, is way more zealous, demonstrates way higher degrees of zealotry. Evangelical Christian Zionists. Okay? They get virtually no pushback for how much they ride for Israel and how, like, what the severity is, the severity of the tone. It's wild. This isn't to say that, like, there aren't, prominent Zionist Jews, right? They obviously are, right? A lot of Jewish institutions especially will openly associate with Israel, openly promote Israel, which I think is very damaging. Even if the Jewish people are not of one mind. But most people's understanding is like, oh, this is like a Jewish thing. It's a lot more of a Christian thing than it is a Jewish thing, I promise you. This isn't to take away the responsibility from Zionist Jews either, for the record. I'm not doing that at all. But I do have to explain to you that there is one group out there that rarely ever gets the attention, even though they play a massive role. You're finally getting some institutional support for these Islamophobic attacks against you? Oh, Care National? Hell yeah. Even a bigger problem, what is Senator Slotkin doing on Bill Maher's show? A few days ago, Senator Slotkin condemned a Muslim Democratic politician for associating with Hasan the Hun, yet she has no problem associating with Maher, a man with a long, clear, and indisputable history of anti-Muslim hate. The double standards that American Muslims face, even from a senator who represents one of our nation's largest Muslim populations, are truly remarkable. If consistency means anything to Senator Slotkin, she should denounce Bill Maher's bigotry and apologize for embracing him. I mean, I don't even fully love this because, like, what they associate with my commentary, even what they say about what I'm saying about Jews, is nowhere near as heinous as, like, And it's false to begin with, but it's nowhere near as heinous as what Bill Maher says with regular frequency about Muslims, Muslim Americans, Islam. Like, it's unbelievable. Did not know that Stephen A. is actually a bit of a maniac defending AIPAC on the war and the war on Iran. Bizarre. Yeah, he is. He is a freak show. Didn't Bill Maher glaze 9/11 pilots? He did. And he did it right after 9/11. Yeah. Peter Savodnik from the Free Press says, he's confused about the nature of the new hypercharged anti-Israel sentiment on the left. It has nothing to do with the policy or the Middle East or rebuilding Gaza or the Iran war. It is fueled by a worldview that is fundamentally anti-Semitic, and there's no making common cause with that. It's not a matter of negotiation or finesse. It's about guardrails. Yeah, okay, dude. Trump glazed 9/11 during 9/11? Oh, that's true. I forgot. Donald Trump did literally glaze 9/11. Like in the morning of 9/11. It was pretty crazy. It's one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Okay, wait. I don't want to get in the backstage right now. I feel like if I do that, it's gonna... I'll just deafen myself.
Healthy, white, Christian men, and everybody else. And everybody else was chattel or a little better than chattel. That system, which we think of as a horrible...
Oh, I've been invited to speak. Uh-oh.
In American history,
Hello.
type of person was the best of times. It was when America was great.
Okay, so I need to get dots on people's names. Okay, Oliver, I'm going to change your nickname to include.
Okay. Hello?
There you go. Can hear you, can see you. Perfect. Jesus, where's change nickname button?
Qasim Rashid says he's in the server now.
In the server now?
Yeah.
Okay, that is not true.
Abortion care,
Okay.
access to birth control.
I don't know.
Can you guys
They need to fill out the. I think they.
Yeah, we can hear you, Hasan.
Okay.
Where is the?
I'm going to deafen myself now because I'm live already.
Public that doesn't want to go back to the horrible times when most people were in.
And I'm muting myself as well. Okay. Yeah, there's an echo. I'm in a server. I'm in a Discourse server with... I know you can hear everything. I know. Calm down, chatters. Jesus Christ. Y'all are annoying. I know. Okay. So what are we doing here, HasanAbi? A virtual peace rally, you said? Yes. There's a virtual peace rally that's currently taking place, and I'm going to be doing a 15-minute slot. Okay? But they wanted me to be in the green screen. Or in the green room, sorry. Before we get started. This sucks. Okay, bro. Fucking cool your jets, all right? It's supposed to start at 3:30. And I'm, hold on. I'm in there waiting. Signal me when we're going up. 'Cause I'm live already and deafened. Okay. So I'm gonna play some Subway Surfers or cute animal videos. Okay, everybody calm down. I'm gonna do 15 minutes in this peace rally. I did see Aaron coming to my defense, yes. Anti-Israel sentiment is hypercharged zealotry as compared to me, who works for Hasbro Inc. and calls any critics of Netanyahu anti-Semites. Mind giving chat a shout out during the presentation? Oh, 6:30 my time, 3:30 in like 3 minutes. We're going to go up. Okay? Okay. Is progressive socialism a thing? Yes, it is, but this is not that. But there are a lot of socialists on this. But yeah, I'm gonna be on with Oliver Larkin and Hartzell, and we're gonna be talking about building an anti-war movement in Cuba convoy and international solidarity. Okay. On the virtual peace summit. You didn't write your speech again? It's not a speech. It's a convo with two other people, two other candidates that are running. No Flame, do you think you might be laying it on too thick when you spoke with CNN by using certain language like unapologetic? Wait, what? Yeah, I am an unapologetic anti-Zionist. I'm also unapologetic in combating all bigotry. Did you see Matt's tweet? Yeah, I did. It's so funny. You guys were clearly not in the car ride when we were talking about all this stuff because I addressed all of this stuff in the car ride. Yes, hearing more about Hasan Piker than ever before. Seems he's a big player in the Democratic Party. So no gaming? Maybe later, chatter. Just kidding. It's not happening. That's the 5K that left? Yeah. Crimson Desert Day? Okay. Will you try Resident Evil 9? No, I will not be doing that. Hold on, I'm going to grab my Zins real quick. I'm a Zinfidel. You lie as easily as you breath about gaming. Yeah, it's true. I do. HasanAbi Jr. Damn. Just 100 big bones. That's crazy. Labubu night when? Labubu night forever. Okay, your main stage audience, when you're invited to join, that's your segment. So it's now? Okay. All right.
Knows how.
Robert, it says failure to load camera.
Okay. From Discord. Okay. It seems it's working.
How about now?
Well, on our end, it's working. Or
I'm gonna mute them for now that so you guys can't hear them. But I'm on the backstage before the main stage now. Or I'm in the audience, I guess. Or are you good to leave? Is everything okay? Okay, they're literally doing like technical stuff. I'm in the back rooms and they're doing technical stuff. They did not factor in how this would be live streamed on my end. Hasan figuring out Facebook. No, it's not even my fault. It's not even on my end. They're moving.
With the Democratic Party base. So they have gotten more strategic and sort of savvier in the way that they mask their money. And so perhaps you could speak to that, because I think it's really important for people to understand. It's not enough anymore just to ask politicians if they won't take AIPAC money, because there's a variety of strategies that they're deploying to make it so that it isn't technically AIPAC money, even though it's coming from the same set of donors. And you saw that directly in your race.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I saw it when I first ran for this seat in 2022, when it became the most expensive primary in North Carolina's history, with AIPAC coming in with over $2 million, and crypto billionaire Sam Bankman-Fried, who's now in jail for fraud, came in with another $2 million. And then 2026, this election, we saw that shift from a lot of the work that Casey and Track AIPAC has done of educating folks, and just the local grassroots pressure that we were able to put on Representative Fushi, that at the end of 2025, she finally said that she was no longer going to take support from AIPAC, even though it took 3 years into the genocide. It took her flying on an AIPAC-sponsored trip to Israel to take pictures with Netanyahu, sending billions of our taxpayer dollars to fund a genocide, for her to even take that stance. But it wouldn't have happened if it weren't for this education piece. And since she'd taken that pledge, and we had been able to outraise her, out-organize her in every way, that in the last week before the primary, that was when the establishment was kind of like, oh shit, like, we're about to lose this seat. And we saw over $2 million dumped in the last 5 days of this race from the AI lobby of Anthropic, whose technology has been used in the strikes on Iran, whose technology was used in the illegal invasion of Venezuela to kidnap their president, as well as through these shadow PACs, where essentially AIPAC is setting up, or AIPAC-aligned donors are setting up these PACs to funnel in their donors into races that the candidate has said disavowed AIPAC, or that they know that it's going to cause backlash. And we saw what they did in Illinois with the Elect Women, the progressive change PACs, the way that they were spending on behalf of another candidate to take votes away from Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. The way that they were working, but also it backfired for them there, because we saw that their preferred candidate of Fine didn't make it through. We saw the same PAC that was used in my race. It's called Article 1 PAC. Is the same group that spent in against Ana Lilia Mejia. And what's unfortunate is that within our Democratic Party is that our establishment doesn't seem to realize that the base is just against war in general. Like, the narratives that we hear from folks are like, oh, well, we're against Trump's war. We're against Trump's invasion. And it's like, yes, we're against that, but we're against any war. Just if the president was a Democrat, we wouldn't be for the war then either. We wouldn't be for us using our taxpayer dollars to bomb children. And unfortunately, and this is one of the reasons I run, is that there's such a deep disconnect between our elected leaders at the federal level to the people and the human beings of the West. And that's why they're able to just send these billions of dollars, write these blank checks to send bombs, to destroy hospitals, destroy schools, tear apart families, and then turn a blind eye. You know, my opponent, Representative Fushi, and there were several forums when she was asked about her funding and support from AIPAC. And in one of the forums, she was questioned about, why did you take this money? And her response was, well, I didn't know who they were. How do you take over $2 million from an organization and not know who they are?
That is so incredibly dishonest.
Yes. And then on top of that, she was later then, it was at another forum, and I said that I'm proud to be the only candidate in this race that has not accepted a cent from corporate PACs, the pro-war lobby, and I have not spent billions of our dollars to fund the killing of over 70,000 Palestinians. And her response was, I haven't funded the killing of anyone. What do those billions of dollars towards bombs go to?
Yeah.
They're not building homes. They're not building communities.
I was telling you, you ran 2 incredible races, came this close, and you forced her to take new positions. So incredibly, incredibly important there. We've got some new folks, a young up-and-comer you may have heard a little bit about, especially recently in the news, the extremely controversial Hasan Piker. Hasan, great to see you.
Yeah, I hope that we can start off with 10 condemnations and disavowals before we continue.
Let me just go through the panel here and ask everyone if they could just real quick condemn Hasan Piker, please.
a major thorn
Are we
on the
going
side
in
of the
alphabetical
Democrats.
order? Like, how are we doing this?
Condemn, 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 condemn.
Submitted
You're a
in
little
chat.
bitch. Condemn.
Leah, I'm going to get to you in just a second, but Hasan, I know that you have kind of limited time, and I saw you're out at the No Kings rally today. What was that? What was that experience like? Are people upset? Like, what's the vibe after all of this news coverage about you?
Are people upset at me? No, obviously, if that's what you're asking. But the vibe is always the same at these rallies. There's a lot of kind-hearted liberals, like self-identifying liberals, that unfortunately don't have the language to like adequately communicate exactly what their frustrations are, because there's a limitation there where I think that's part of the reason why they express like no kings, right? It's all encompassing, but they're very clearly agitated with not only the Republican Party, not only with Trumpism, MAGA, but they're also somewhat frustrated with the Democratic Party due to the Democratic Party's feckless indifference to all of these problems that are taking place, from the domestic issues, the issues around the economy, but certainly the endless wars that we are waging for no discernible reason. But yeah, what's always interesting to me is the demographics. It's always like older, somewhat well-to-do white liberals that are primarily attending these sorts of movements. It's very diverse. It's much more diverse this time around, and there were a lot of people.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
But I do see it as somewhat of a pressure valve where like clearly people are frustrated and they just don't really know what to do. And that is born out of the fact that the options, the more productive, historically, the more productive forces of pressure have been totally eradicated in this country. And I'm of course talking about like labor militancy. So that's why there's no political education to be able to properly express these desires. And there's no real like pressure point that they can lean into that revolves around organizing. So we just kind of walk around the street a little bit, bang some drums, and feel a little bit better about ourselves. Now, to say all of that doesn't mean that this is utterly unproductive. I'm not criticizing it at all. I think it's always great when people go outside and show that they have the numbers and show this administration that is somewhat responsive to big crowd sizes, as we know. That there are a lot of people who hate them. So it's good.
Yeah. I think it's also just like gives people some courage to see the numbers out in the streets too. And hello also to Oliver and Hartzell here, two fantastic candidates who've stepped up to run. And Hasan, I don't know if you know Lily Greenberg Call. You probably remember she resigned from the Biden administration over their policy of pursuing genocide. And so Lily, maybe you can speak to some of what it looks like from the inside and some of the, the reasons why, the Democratic Party did fund a genocide and didn't, refuse to put Palestinian American on the stage at the DNC, and why the leaders have been very tepid in particular. And, they'll say, oh, well, Trump isn't consulting with us about the war or isn't planning the war properly. But to get just a full-throated condemnation seems to be pulling teeth.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think folks at this point are really, like everything that Joy said, everything that Kyle said, I think the public is really aware of the reasons why Democrats are unable to truly condemn the war and also, truly condemn and then use their power and leverage as, representatives of the U.S. Congress or folks in the administration, leadership, American government officials to actually try and change anything on the ground in Palestine. One of the reasons why I think my story made the splash that it did was unfortunately that I was the only Jewish official to publicly leave. There were some folks who left privately, and I wish that they had shared why they left and used, what felt like an important role that Jewish Americans have to play, and especially Jewish Americans in government. But also because that I grew up very pro-Israel, and I used to be involved with AIPAC when I was young, because that was just what my community did. If you cared about politics, which I did, because I was a nerd. And if you cared about Jews, in particular, you were pro-Israel. It was whether you were a Democrat or Republican, it didn't matter. And for me also I grew up in San Diego in a more conservative community with a lot of Republicans. Israel was kind of the one thing that we could agree on. And so I spent a lot of time in that space and started to change my mind as I got to college and got to actually meet Palestinians and, be confronted with the reality of the history of the state of Israel that I was only told, very, very very propagandized, very whitewashed history of. But also as Trump was elected and it became very clear to me, I was like, why am I sharing space with white nationalists and with Christian evangelical right wingers who, and why do these people feel empowered to tell me what to do, right? To tell me not to walk out of an AIPAC conference where Trump is speaking, which is something that really happened. This guy with a giant wooden cross looked at me and said, "This is really not polite of y'all." And I was like, hold on, I thought people here were here because they cared about Jews and American Jews. And again, I was like 20 or 18, but all of that, that kind of like ugliness rising to the surface is what helped to break a lot of the cracks for me. And then working in the administration, even when I went in, was already moving to the left in a lot of ways and was very clear-eyed about the role of AIPAC and the role that corporate interests play. But it was another thing then to see the genocide unfold and to see that, I was organizing massive dissent throughout the government, Capitol Hill staffers, administration, people across ages, rank, folks at the State Department, folks where I worked at Interior, it didn't matter. It felt like pretty much everyone around me, for varying reasons, thought that we weren't doing enough and thought that our policy of unconditional support for war crimes that was in violation of our own laws and was also going against both the expertise of people in government and the majority of opinion of American voters. We were all on the same page, but our bosses wouldn't listen, and people just were incredibly boxed out. I've had Palestinian friends of mine get told to their face by members of Congress, we sympathize with you. You have the moral argument, but until you bring us money or votes, nothing is going to change. And I think that it's clear incredibly. I mean, that's how if you want people to care about government or care about democracy, that's a really good way to do it. But I think it's very clear to everyone now that AIPAC, functions as a right-wing organization, and that it's a combination of industries, as y'all were saying. It's tech, it's AI, it's defense contractors, but it's also just the corporate powers that be. And it has, nothing to do with protecting Jewish safety, of course, and nothing to do with protecting the interests of the American people. And it's not even just about foreign policy, because all of these things are connected. Our war economy lines the pockets of billionaires here. Tech makes a lot of money, in the ICE and deportation and incarceration system. All these industries profit from forever war and incarceration and deportation, and those are the people who give the most money to our representatives. And because of the way our political system is set up, which needs to be fundamentally changed, the people who give that kind of money are the ones that people in power listen to. That is unfortunately the reality. I think that there is a shift in terms of being able to buy. It is harder now, and it will continue to get harder to buy people's votes because we have access to internet and social media and the kind of platforms like the one we're on right now that help people break through some of the mainstream media and just lack of education and lack of political education in this country. But that's also why these mass mergers of all these media companies are going through, and why someone like Jeff Bezos even wants a newspaper in the first place, because they want to control the flow of information that reaches voters. And that's one of the reasons why I don't know how familiar people are on this call with the organization called A New Policy that was founded by two of the other folks who resigned from the administration. But I'm doing some work with them and supporting them because I do think it's going to take a combination of outside pressure and people who know how to play the inside game and to like really change the politics around Israel, Palestine, and create those new incentive structures within Washington.
Well, we really admire you for the journey that you took and also the courage that you showed to come forward. It was incredibly important, and for the work that you're doing. And Lily, Casey, Joy, Nida, thank you guys so much. I could talk to any one of you guys for like the whole night, but we have a million guests in the lineup. So thank you all so much. Love you guys. Great to see you.
Thank you so much. Happy to be
Hasan,
here.
I think one of the strategies, in terms of you have these mainstream politicians who realize now that they are wildly at odds with the base of the party is now, I think this is part of what's happening with the whole decision to like demonize you, even after Cuomo tried this and it didn't work too well in the mayor's race, is they also don't want to have to talk to you because they know they're going to have to answer questions that are going to make them look really bad. So I think that's part of what's going on here too. Like Alyssa Slotkin, I think, was one who was like, that's out of bounds, well, she doesn't want to have to answer the questions that you would put to her.
Yeah. I find it really funny because like, I never invited them onto my show. They're just like saying that they refuse to talk to me ahead of time, and it's very funny because like there are some establishment liberals that have wanted to come on the show, and I've kept it private in the past, but one of them actually happened. My refusal happened in front of a New Yorker journalist, and I didn't realize that wasn't off the record. So that's. If you want to find a name, I'm not going to say it, but it's on a New Yorker magazine article. Now, what's interesting is, you nailed it. These guys don't want to have that conversation at all, and I think what they are trying to do, what they think is they're operating with an old guard mentality, where they think like, oh, it's very prestigious for a random Twitch streamer to appear alongside a politician. It's giving them credibility. It's very prestigious for a random Twitch streamer to get favorable media coverage from legacy publishers, like the New York Times. We went to the Vanity Fair's Oscar party. Like, we have to do something about this. And what they don't understand is that in the new media environment that we exist in, I get a lot more real, broad awareness out there when I appear on Theo Von's show. That's just the reality. The eyeballs and the attention are, maybe fortunately or maybe unfortunately, in the hands of people who are in new media, which don't have these similar attitudes, don't have this kind of like a gatekeeping perspective. And it's not necessarily good for me when a politician comes on my show. As a matter of fact, I get inundated with smears. It's good for them. I do it because there are politicians I want to hype up. I mean, Oliver's in here right now. He was one of the people that we both fundraised for and also had on and interviewed. So I think a lot of
just for people to know,
it.
Oliver's running against Jared Moskowitz in Florida in a Democratic primary, and very important race there.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, most people understand that, and that's precisely the reason why they are hearing Third Way make a big fuss about this issue. And demanding that Democrats draw a line in the sand, and maybe even getting a little bit of help from some of the other advocacy groups and lobbying arms that we have heard from earlier. I'm of course referencing Israel. That politicians do these sorts of call-out posts, and it's really remarkable that they've chosen a 90-10 issue in the Democratic Party's base to like draw a line in the sand over. Because most people understand that this is not about, perceived anti-Semitism or anything like that. It's absolutely about genocide. It's absolutely about apartheid. And it's absolutely about denying aid to Israel, like conditioning aid to all countries, but certainly denying aid to Israel for its crimes. It's illegal in our laws for us to give a single dime to Israel because they're very clearly using it to violate our laws and violate international human rights laws.
Yeah. I also want to welcome in Qasim Rashid. He is a human rights lawyer, author, former congressional district candidate out my way in Virginia, and very courageous person as well. And mentioned before Hartzell Gray, but just to give people the details there, he's a Democratic Socialist. He's a former NPR host. He's running for Congress in Missouri's 4th Congressional. Is that Kansas City, Hartzell?
Yep, KC. That's us.
Very nice.
It's a Super Bowl district. I don't know if you knew that.
Gotcha. Hartzell, what are you seeing in your race in terms of, how animated people are about the war right now?
Yeah, and if I can start real quick, just to kind of piggyback on the AIPAC conversation. So before we had even announced our race, so we were actually running in the 5th against a 20-year AIPAC incumbent, a Democrat. This is before the gerrymandering assault, right? And so at the time, we hadn't gone public with our race at all. We had done some preliminary paperwork and things like that. But I'm on Insta. And it's a Sunday night, and I get a random DM, and the person says that, "Hey, congrats on your race," and she has it all laid out for me. And she says, "I'm with one of the biggest lobbying firms in the country. Would love to reach out and have a conversation." Like literally says lobby in the email. Like it's crazy, right? So I sent that to my campaign manager, and like no ifs, ands, or buts, like mask all the way off. It literally said her name at AIPAC.com. And so what we did immediately was go hit up our friends at Track AIPAC. So shout out Casey one more time. But it is just another example of trying to buy off another black face to shill and stump for a genocide and an apartheid and an ethno-national state. And so this is the kind of game, and to them this is a game, but it is a real life, it is our lived experience for us, but to them it is just a pawn, a chess piece. And at the time, by the way, Cleaver is an AIPAC candidate, the 20-year, 80-plus-year-old incumbent. So they are still going to hedge their bets for the young black dude as opposed to shilling for Israel with the old black dude, right? And so that is just right off the bat. I want to just say how much like this is an assault on democracy in the guise of human rights for a marginalized group, and I just think that that is disgusting, to be honest with you. So what I'm seeing on the ground, I am seeing people who have worn the Trump hat 3 times, will vote for him another 3 times, which I think is probably their plan, I think, at this point. And what they know about Trump, to quote some of the evangelical words, it's like they know Trump is an imperfect vessel, right? But it is the MAGA Republican congressman they have, who I'm going up against, Mark Alford, who is supposed to, soothe Trump's worst angels. So I can't get them to say that Trump sold them down the river to Israel. But what they are telling me when I knock those doors, they're saying, hey, Mark Alford sold us down the river to Israel. Because our folks understand that, private equity who are taking up our apartments in downtown Kansas City are also taking up the apartments in rural America, but also their farms, right? So why are we sending bombs to blow up babies in schools when we could be, funding rural hospitals here, or just making sure we guarantee universal health care, housing, a guaranteed job? Like, our folks are feeling this. Missouri is the show me state, and these folks are showing their asses. And so what we are doing is we are coming after theirs. And that is a populist strain. Like, this is a red state that also voted to raise the minimum wage. This is a red state that voted to get rid of right to work. They gave paid time off. Now, the Republicans, they, of course, have fought us at every turn. We codified abortion. Now it's back on the ballot. Make that make sense. So again, like, this gerrymandering fight is happening now, but it's something that us working people, we have been under the thumb of the empire. We understand what this is. Our folks who are profiting off of our pain, right? Profiting off of genocide. What we should be doing when it comes to domestic security, or whatever we want to call it, let's actually make sure that the global south is going to be around for a while. How about we make sure that we fund UNRWA? How about we make sure that we do peace through peace, because peace through strength doesn't make any sense.
Well, Hartzell, that's a great way for us to kind of turn our conversation to Qasim here. You're a human rights lawyer, obviously. There's like this kind of, I would say ignorant understanding within some Democratic Party consultants that nobody votes on foreign policy, and then if it doesn't affect their pocketbook immediately, that it's not going to be a motivating issue at the polls. What has your experience been in relation to that kind of theory?
Well, the short answer is that it's a crappy theory that's been disproven repeatedly. But before I even dive into that aspect of it, that theory could have some merit, some legitimate merit, if the Democratic Party had been a party that championed working people, if it worked on getting corporate money out of politics, if it worked on raising the living wage when they had the trifecta, and not letting the Jim Crow filibuster prevent them from doing something as basic as that. If Biden and Harris had fought to extend the child tax credit, which once it expired because they capitulated to Manchin and Sinema, childhood poverty raised by 33%. Literally overnight, if they had canceled student debt, if they had passed universal health care. So they make this stupid argument, but then in the meantime, when you ask them about working families issues, they're abysmal. People forget that under Biden and Harris, forget the inflation part of it, that was tied to COVID, and the US did actually better than most of the developed world on the inflation side. But on just sheer wealth and income inequality, the United States continued to be the worst in wealth and income inequality in the developed world. 60% of Americans can't even make ends meet. So this argument that they vote with their paycheck, if the Democratic Party, if the establishment actually believed that, then pass some goddamn policies that reflect that. But beyond that, what we know from more than 30 surveys conducted during the 2024 election was that the number one issue, and IMEU did a poll right after the election as well, the number one issue was, why are we funding a genocide in Palestine right now? Why are we sending $38 billion to a regime that's being credibly accused of war crimes and genocide when my kid can't get enough to buy school lunch, or I can't afford basic daycare? And so I think this the disconnect of the domestic policy that isn't serving working people, and then not recognizing that people aren't stupid and they see that Israel has universal health care, we don't. They have free college tuition, we don't. They have abortion access, we don't. You're not inspiring people to come out and vote for you. You're simply pointing out your own hypocrisy and not realizing it. The last thing I'll point out is that Biden ran on Build Back Better. That was his shtick, right? That you elect me, I will save the soul of America, I will restore order, I will restore a sense of decency. And then the second they ran into a tiny bit of opposition from within their own party, they just dropped it completely. And we saw Harris do the same thing as well. Ran a strong campaign at the start, and the second her brother-in-law said, hey, maybe lay off on the attacks on the corporate executives, we saw that whole thing shift again. And I think until the Democratic Party establishment recognizes that we need more than just slogans, it can't be just, that meme of the difference between Republicans and Democrats is Republicans will bomb a brown country and Democrats will put a pride flag on a plane and bomb a brown country. Like, the difference cannot just be that. It has to be substantive. And until that happens, we're going to keep losing elections.
So Hasan, you raised money for Oliver. You did some. You guys streamed together. So Oliver was how did that go for you guys?
Materially changed the course of our campaign, and I think that was really just a flashpoint in what so many people across the country have been feeling, and honestly why Hartzell and I came together to help organize this event, which with such an incredible lineup, I can hardly believe how many people are participating. But it makes an awful lot of sense, because when Jared Moskowitz came out against the Ro Khan and Thomas Massie War Powers Resolution, Jared Moskowitz went so far as to call it the Ayatollah Protection Act. That was just an insult. It was a slap in the face to his colleagues. And that was really the first moment. I've been running against Moskowitz since last year, and he's been awful on many different issues preceding this. But this was a flashpoint, because he was giving Donald Trump a blank check to take us into war, when my generation, Hartzell's generation, our communities have been completely divested from to spend trillions and trillions of dollars overseas. And so it occurred to me that, yes, I need to elevate this fight against Jared Moskowitz, but there are candidates waging this fight all across the country against AIPAC Democrats, against AIPAC Republicans, and so that we needed to organize. And that's my background is as an organizer, but going on Hasan's stream, and I find it really irritating, but also a little bit humorous, because not to compare Hasan at all to Joe Rogan, but I do remember a discourse around a certain Democratic candidate for president, an independent from Vermont, going on Joe Rogan in 2019, and people lost their freaking mind that Bernie Sanders went on Joe Rogan's show And then fast forward 4 years, why didn't Kamala Harris go on Joe Rogan's show? So I can see a scenario where people are scolding Democrats for going on Hasan's stream now, but this is a platform that is going to be decisive in 2028. The online space, Hasan's, speaking truth to power, like calling out the genocide, calling out the neo-colonial apartheid state of Israel. This is becoming a bipartisan issue. I mean, we ran a poll in our district earlier this month, and for those who aren't aware, I'm running in sunny South Florida, one of the hotbeds of AIPAC candidates. I'm running against Jared Moskowitz. We've got Debbie Wasserman Schultz right next door. There's this perception that South Florida is uniquely different or uniquely less caring about sending U.S. taxpayer dollars to bomb children overseas and to perpetuate a genocide. We ran a poll, and by a 2-to-1 margin, people want to condition, reduce, or completely eliminate military aid to Israel relative to those who want to continue funding this genocide as Donald Trump drags us into war, as Israel invades Lebanon and creates 1 million refugees. And my perspective is we just have to be open and honest. We need to have a family conversation about AIPAC's influence in our democracy. AIPAC endorsed 109 insurrectionist Republicans after the 2021 attack on the Capitol. In that very next midterm, AIPAC doesn't care about democracy. AIPAC cares about what AIPAC cares about, which is the corporate interests, the billionaire class, and perpetuating this U.S. colony in the Middle East that is only able to exist with our taxpayer support while we're getting affordable housing divested from. When we've got $1 trillion in Medicaid cuts, they're asking for $200 billion for this war with Iran. Where do you think that money came from? It's coming from the $1.1 trillion in Medicaid cuts. Meanwhile, we can't have public transportation or affordable housing. So I was more than glad to go on Hasan's stream. This is, we need, as Democrats, we need to go into these spaces. As a democratic socialist, there is a lot about our campaign that is challenging assumptions about South Florida. But what I can tell you is that at the No Kings protest in Fort Lauderdale today, I was standing on the beach speaking to a few thousand people. And when I said South Florida deserves our Zoran Mamdani too, we deserve democratic socialism in our community too, because the working class is all across the country. The working class exists in blue districts, in purple districts like ours, and in red districts. And if we just speak to that, if we speak honestly and authentically about our experience as working people, I'm 33 years old. I never even ran for student council, but I'm doing this because our country needs to change. We need to change, and this Democratic Party needs to change. And so that's maybe putting a pin on it, but I would very much encourage any candidate that is curious about going into these spaces, do it, because this is a community, the online space, this is decisive in our elections now. This is where people intake information, they build community, they process information, they disseminate it. And if we're not engaging in these spaces, then Qasim's right. Democrats will continue to lose. We have to be honest, and we have to be bold and unafraid of the attacks of anti-Semitism when we know we're just standing up for human rights.
It's also just, it does remind me of Zoran's election, because right after Trump wins, all these Democratic strategists are like, we've got to win back the young men. How can we do that? And then here's this candidate who is, phenomenally popular with young men. And they're like, no, not like that. And same thing, Hasan, you speak to a lot of young men who really look up to you, who could easily be, if they got on the wrong algorithm and were swayed in a different direction, you could imagine them in, a right wing on Nick Fuentes or whatever audience. So quite to the contrary of you being some raging anti-Semite, I would be hard pressed to think of someone who has done more to combat anti-Semitism than you, because you're always extraordinarily careful to say, I'm not talking about all Jewish people the way that Zionists want to, like Netanyahu, want to conflate all Jewish people with the genocidal actions of this, apartheid state.
Yeah, absolutely. I do my very best to such a degree that people sometimes even get annoyed. Even Kyle was like saying, you have to do so much throat clearing every single time you talk about Israel. Like, we get it. It's just, unfortunately, the media environment that we're in. And I will say a big part of this is actually Islamophobia too. The idea that like any Muslim, no matter how white they are, like me, is automatically anti-Semitic. The suspicion that they're always, of course, going to be anti-Semitic is totally ridiculous. And we saw this with Zoran, not only just like my association being used or being weaponized against him in some way, even though it was a spectacular failure, obviously, but also tying Zoran back to like religious extremism, tying myself back to religious extremism. And we're now seeing that happen with Abdullah al-Sayed in his race in the Democratic primaries in Michigan. It's very cynical, but I think people are recognizing exactly what the issue is about. They just don't want to have a conversation around Israel because you can't have a real conversation around Israel on moral terms. They've lost that argument. So they try to say anyone who speaks out against Israel is an anti-Semite. And in this circumstance, they're heavily leaning into the Islamophobic associations by claiming, Abdullah al-Sayed, he's a Muslim guy. What does that mean for you? How does that make you feel? And what's really remarkable about that race is that this is the exact same issue that took place in the 2024 election. This was the exact same problem, that they chose not to associate with the Palestinian cause. They did not recognize that this wasn't simply some sort of ethnic or sectarian tension, that there were people of good conscience that came from every different background that understandably saw the horrifying violence that was unfolding on our timelines and wanted the Democrats to put an end to it because they still had this notion that the Democrats actually do represent humanitarian values in the way that they claim that they do. And they lost that election because they didn't want that tent to be so wide that anti-Zionists could be a part of it. They wanted to expand that tent, as they always do, to the Liz Cheneys of the world, to Bill Clinton, to bring Bill Clinton and Richie Torres to Michigan only a month out from the general election. What a spectacular failure that was. So it's remarkable to see Haley Stevens, who's already an AIPAC stooge, obviously, but then also Mallory McMorrow now trying to like move into that lane in this like very not so subtle way by drawing a line in the sand.
What do you
on a
think is
90-10
the play
issue.
there? Is she trying
I said this to you yesterday, Hasan,
Donations.
but I don't, donate if you guys can to combat some of this money that's flooding in. But I think that was McMorrow auditioning for the Zionist money that Haley Stevens had previously been getting. So like,
or at least to
she doesn't
call it
want to
in
go
to just
after Abdul in an openly Islamophobic way. So like, we can go after Hasan because we can scare the boomer donors that may or may not be Zionists, but like they're rich, so more than again, wealthy donors and the Zionist project do overlap. But like they're also basically saying like, hey, this is an alternative to Abdullah al-Sayed, the scary Muslim guy that we don't want to have in office. I'm attacking Hasan. Look, you can trust me, J Street or AIPAC.
And I'll add to that really important point about, because we just had the Illinois primaries here and we saw the way they functioned. $22 million AIPAC spent in this primary, $22 million. The number of times they mentioned Israel, 0. The number of times they mentioned AIPAC, 0. They know that they are so toxic and disliked by everyone across the board that they actually set up 2 PACs, one called Elect Chicago Women, and then while slamming Kat Abu Ghazaleh as a progressive, Chicago Progressive Caucus, just a complete fabrication. And so when you see these dog whistles of attacking Hasan, it's actually, Hasan said it perfectly, it is pure Islamophobia. And Mehdi Hasan just put out this really important point on his social media that, people like Booker and Slotkin and Gallagher talking about how they would never go on Hasan's show, but they've been on Maher's show, who drops the N-word like it's no problem at all. He's, had the most grotesque, compared all Muslims to ISIS, says, I don't want that desert culture here. But they have no problem going on his show. So it is a grotesque double standard. It is Islamophobia, and it's important that we lean in at this point. Instead of shying away, lean in, because they're already on their back foot. They're not even able or have the confidence to mention AIPAC or mention Israel because they know that people are associating the Israeli government with genocide, rightly so. For us to back off now, I think would be a disservice, and it would enable them to win elections that they shouldn't win otherwise.
Do you guys
Can I
worry
say
about?
I mean, in what world does a Democrat ever allow themselves to take any NRA money or any kind of gun lobbyist money, right? Like, why is there some kind of exemption when it comes to not just AIPAC, but again, like this is a broader conversation now, right? It is the entire Israel lobby, and again, like, especially with this $200 billion ask, I really, especially in like rural America, even they're like, wait a minute, like, hold on a second, like. number one, this don't make sense. Also, does this have something to do with Epstein? I mean, our folks, the amount of insulting of intelligence, but like what I'm also learning is they don't want to be educated. But what we can do as folks of the left is to just kind of help point out the direction, right? Like, yes, no, this is absolutely part of the Epstein class, that axis of Epstein, right? But it's also a 40-year project of a bunch of neocons and warmongers. And so I'm not saying that I'm going to draw a line for you because I'm not going to insult your intelligence, but I'm saying, like, if you look that way, like you see all this checks, right? And I think that this moment, the window's open.
Hasan, I know you need to get back to your 84 hours
Absolutely.
of
I
streaming
think
that you do.
we might be bumping up against the this segment. Crystal, are you there? I can't see.
Do you guys hear
Just
me?
click on try again on your
Try
screens.
again.
If you have an issue
I just did
with
it.
seeing Chris, yeah, it'll fix it. That's what I did.
You guys hear me?
All
and
right.
see
Well,
me,
I
or
think
no?
I can hear you, Crystal.
Okay, cool.
Oh, I cannot hear Crystal for some reason. I don't want to talk over her. So, Crystal.
Well,
Hopefully,
I
I don't
just
know.
really quick, Hasan, before we let you go, one other thing that I've been wondering your thoughts on. I've actually heard some of your thoughts on, but Tucker Carlson, we see him out there doing some great interviews that are quite enjoyable to watch. At the same time, he's a Christian nationalist and has a worldview that is repugnant. So, what is your strategy for how to approach this man?
So that's a great question. I've been tracking Tucker Carlson's activities quite closely since 2016. I've often said he's one of the most dangerous propagandists because he has a very good way of making white nationalist talking points incredibly palatable. And even back in 2016, people used to associate the stuff that he was saying with like very prominent white supremacists and white nationalists, like the Great Replacement theory that he routinely brought in to mainstream conversations. And now that's actually become a mainstream fixture of the Republican Party. And as trend lines go, maybe it'll be the Democratic Party's main, talking point as well in the next 4 years or so, the way that they've been approaching things and following the Republican lead. Having said that, one of the things that I am very frustrated with Tucker Carlson is that he's a very skilled communicator. He's also fairly good at reading the room. Even though he's a propagandist, he's very good at reading the room. And he has recognized, and I don't know if he's genuine about this or not, but it doesn't really matter. He's recognized that this issue, Israel's genocide of the Palestinians, is one where he can lead, right? My fears is that for the time being, it's great. Maybe he's able to bring some Republicans to a more humane position on this issue alone, but that's not being reflected in the poll results, right? Republicans seemingly are operating like a cult. They don't really care. Tucker Carlson says he's against the war in Iran. Well, 100% of MAGA says they're for it. And overall, I believe, like 85% of Republicans are approving of this bombing campaign that's destabilized the entire world. So my frustration and fear is that if Democrats don't lead on this issue and lean into their base on this issue, because that's, like I said, a 90-10 issue where 90% are in support of decoupling from Israel and only 10% want more support for Israel. That Tucker Carlson is either going to utilize the existing leadership role that he's had in 2028 to prop up a candidate, maybe J.D. Vance potentially, or even run himself. And if the Democrats don't spend the next couple of years also leaning into their base and advocating for this issue, advocating for freedom for Palestinians, sovereignty and dignity for them, advocating to end these wars that we are waging this time directly because of Israel with Iran, they're going to lose. It's that simple. They're going to lose because Tucker Carlson will have had tremendous credibility on this side. And what are the Democrats doing? They're actively trying to attack me and perhaps maybe you guys as well eventually, that because we're unapologetic with our anti-Zionism. We're unapologetically anti-genocide, and they're so scared of facing their base that they don't even want to recognize that someone like myself, I'm just a megaphone. I'm just a platform for the masses. That's the reason why I'm popular, because I have the same frustrations that many Americans do, and I'm just simply able to communicate it to this audience. You're not going to be able to recreate something like this you're not going to be able to make like a pro DNC version of this, right? Not an independent media. Most people are going to recognize that this is like indecent, and they're going to want someone to reflect their values. We're seeing a version of that on the Republican side. Look at Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro was very popular. Ben Shapiro is funded by the same people, the same institutional donors that have funded the Republican Party, the Wilkes brothers, for example. And now look at Ben Shapiro's popularity. Because he's so demonstrably Israel first, that his audience perished. They left. They looked for alternatives that actually don't put Israel first in their conversations. And now he has no relevancy whatsoever. But what are the Democrats doing?
Yeah.
What is liberal media doing? What is Jake Tapper doing? These are people that will now try to elevate Ben Shapiro's platform. So they keep showing us over and over again that they would rather coalesce around people who are pro-Israel, even if they're reactionary in every other way, including on Israel, than to expand the tent to people that recognize that the moral center of the party, within the base of support, is on the side of the Palestinians.
Yep, it's absolutely right. Hasan, thank you so much for coming on, and all the other candidates here. You can, Oliver Larkin, Hartzell Gray, and Qasim Rashid, obviously all phenomenal anti-war voices. And I do want to say that we're about to hit 10K raise. So if people want to contribute, progress.win/rally is the place to go. Progress.win/rally. You can help contribute there. Thanks to all the phenomenal candidates, and of course, the #1 terrorist supporter in the country, Hasan Piker. I condemn you once again. Everybody leave me off your terrorist watch list. So, see you later, buddy. All right.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you. Qasim.
That was fantastic. All right. What is this? Dr. Goilani Jihad, MD at your service. You're so stupid. Yeah, that was cool. That was cool. That was good people's. Good people's. All right, we're going to get back to now, after 6 hours and 21 minutes, situation monitoring, which I haven't been able to monitor the situation adequately with the closeness that it desperately needs, right? Iran has significantly damaged an E-3G aircraft yesterday. Oh, they got an AWACS one? No way. An aerial early advance warning, one of those radars. In addition to a number of KC-135 shuttle tankers that suffered various levels of damage in yesterday's Iranian ballistic missile and drone attack on Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, U.S. Air Force E-3G Sentry Airborne Early Warning and Control aircraft also suffered significant damage in the attack. These are behemoths, by the way. They're very expensive, and they are playing a very important role in American surveillance capabilities in the region, especially at a time when, hold on, am I still in this room? I'm not, right? Okay, I think I'm good. I think I'm out of it. Okay, sorry, I was just making sure. They play a very important role in American radar capabilities, American surveillance capabilities in the region. Okay, yeah, losing an AWACS is, there's not that many of them. So, impressive how you go through all this. The U.S. Air Force operates 16 E-3Gs with around 40 to 50% of aircraft currently deployed to the Middle East for Operation Epic Fury. Epic Fortnite fail. Production lines for the E-3s were ceased in the 1990s, while the first airframe was retired in 2023 in preparation for the E-3s to be replaced by the E-7 Wedgetail in 2027. However, in June 2025, the Pentagon announced the cancellation of the E-7 in favor of space-based solutions, including the proposed Golden Dome and the E-2D Advanced Hawkeye. This is true. Iran's throwing rocks at billion-dollar planes. We're still here. That's the actual deterrent. I mean, it's true. I don't know if that person is saying that as a positive, or is a pro-Iranian side or not. Okay. But it's kind of funny. But low key, they are just straight up lobbing rocks at, $100 million planes and shit, and they're booming them. They're booming them. Speaking of drones, interesting new tactic. What is this? Intercept the Ukrainian darts recon drone by impaling the battery pack and causing a midair fire? Dude, this is Russia-Ukraine shit. They're on a different playing field. Bro is throwing flying Kubi days, man. That entire plane program cost $22 billion. They got 72 planes out of that, $300 million per. What is this? Massive Iranian drone attack ongoing in northern Iraq this evening with numerous impacts reported around the city of Erbil. I just got back from protests of the world burned down. No. But I went to a protest. I went to the No Kings protest in New York City. That's where I was at, for those of you who weren't here earlier. And it was devastating. It was devastating to watch so many people come out and say, I disavow you. I think you're a danger. You're a dangerous anti-Semite. I think we should give more money to Israel. It was truly, I guess I was wrong. I learned that I was just wrong. My worldview was wrong. It was opposed vehemently. It was opposed so perfectly, so absolutely by, people in the heart of the party. Very clearly, they said, Hasan, we want more billionaires, please. Yeah, I tried my best. I realized, we want more billionaires. They kept saying, what we want is to make sure that we subsidize billionaires. What we want is to make sure we don't get any of our productive output back. You have people lining up to meet you? Okay, so you see, that's also a mistake. You think that they were lining up to meet me. They were lining up to meet me, to say to me, we want to disavow you. You are not sufficiently pro-Israel. That's what they kept saying. So you must have... Wait, are you serious? Bro, there's always one guy that's just like maybe a little too autistic. You know what I mean? Every time I lay it on so fucking thick. Like every time I say unbelievably sarcastic things that are just like impossible to believe, there's gonna be a guy that's like, what? What? What the fuck? No, man. I'm fucking joking. That's crazy. ADO's Jonathan Greenblatt demands Democrats disavow all No Kings protests for marching with Hasan Piker. Imagine they believe the Emma Vigeland condemnation too. I mean, there's probably some people who do that. Like, they're like, yeah. Guy who's like a fan of both me and Emma Vigeland, who's like now a little bit confused because they're like, oh, I really appreciate both of these people, but I guess she had to do what she had to do, you know? This is the biggest tragedy of the day. Clavicular didn't instigate the fight between the women. He is autistic. Sources. I wish I had a fa. Wish I could have tossed a fa in here. This is a fa moment. Westchester Dems just made a post denouncing you after meeting Effie. They did. It's so fucking funny. Like, at a certain point, you got to ask, like, who is this for, right? Here. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you want to see this clip? Here, a random old lady interrupted a CNN interview at the No Kings protest and called out the Democrats for not doing enough.
The most recent sort of conversation, debate about you.
Hi. Who are you? You're so racist.
Who are you?
Just a random guy. I'm just a random guy. I'm a political commentator. On Twitch is a website. You're on it now too.
Oh, okay.
And you're also at CNN.com.
And you're also on CNN. Love you too. Thank you for being here.
Why did you show up today? Why did you come here today?
Because I think he's a prick.
Okay. Do you think are the Democratic Party meeting the moment?
No.
I was about to ask the same question. You don't think so?
The Democratic Party is meeting the moment?
Yeah.
No.
How do you like Zoran Mamdani?
I love him.
That's all.
Didn't even fucking skip a beat. Boom. I love him. Boom.
Awesome. Hell yeah. Nice to meet you.
Okay. I'll have to look out for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Oh, never mind.
I did want
Snub.
Hasan, can I take a picture of my mom with you?
Sure.
She's a huge fan.
All right. Twitch is a website. Twitch thankful for making you the poster boy a few years ago. Bitch, the way they treat me nowadays, I should be literally telling them I'm a YouTube streamer, okay? I should be telling anybody who asks me what I do for a living, I'm like, oh, I'm just a YouTube streamer, you know? That's the mom you banned probably? Nah. She doesn't know your name. She'll never find you online. Dog, I don't think she's going to find me online, okay? Actually, that's not even true. I think she will find me online because there's so many people have already seen this clip. This clip is going super viral. Look at this. It already has like 19K in like, 3 hours. So it's someone from her immediate family. She is a queen. Show the snub. Show the snub. She don't got internet. Yeah, she is a queen. Yeah, we got to get this on my TikTok. What is this? New word? Is it the towers? Going up to girls and saying, damn, you're like by yourself maxing might be the new
He starts
method.
looking right away.
What does that smell?
Damn, you're like by yourself maxing. I feel bad. Are you okay?
That's crazy. Bro, put this man in jail. Keep this man in jail. Keep this man in prison, bro. Supermax. Supermax. God damn. What the fuck is this polymarket funded bullshit? Yeah, bro, because I said no to their money one time, then they never let it go. They never let that shit go. Yeah, this is the strongest, most valuable digital media flank of the Dem coalition right now, and the only one regaining the trust of young and disillusioned voters. Centrists and Zionists can fight it as hard as they want, just like they did Zoran, but the reality isn't changing. Yep. I'd also note that online consumers now are much more attuned to coordinated narrative campaigns than in the past. When a bunch of people all push similar language in the same 2-day period is obvious, and again, like Zoran, can often yield the opposite of its intended effect. I think that's what it is. That's what's going on. Like the amount of yelling about what I represent would have been unbearable a couple years ago. It would have destroyed me, you know? Now this shit just washes over me like it's nothing. It was so nice meeting you. There were so many people crowding around to say hi.
I had to remind myself Hasan is in fact very famous and not just my close personal friend that only me and my 3 friends know. That's so funny. Establishment Dems think they don't have a worse approval than Trump. Bro, they're living in la la motherfucking land. Yeah. Also, more to the point, all these guys are feigning outrage about Piker's 9/11 comments while they go on Bill Maher, who is famous above all else for praising the 9/11 hijackers. Yeah, but now he's Islamophobic and pro-Israel, so it doesn't matter. That's the whole point, right? After the virtual event, compared to the Dems' new faces slate, no, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. It's going to bum me out. It's going to fuck me up. I don't want to see that shit. All right.
Is there for you run out of fuel, come home, you've got to turn the whole thing around, service it. If you can stop at a gas station in the sky, plug in, gas and go, and then go on again, you can do 3 or 4 trips on one sortie, and therefore that's why they're called a force enabler. Now,
I have to skip this the ear.
A significant escalation in a region already on high alert.
The Yemeni armed forces, with the help and the grace of God Almighty, has done its first military attacks with a barrage of ballistic missiles against sensitive military targets in the south of occupied Palestine.
And with that attack, Yemen's Houthis entered the war, making this Israel's 3rd active front. The Israeli army says air defenses intercepted 1 missile before it reached Israeli territory. It comes as domestic tensions are emerging. Israeli military officials are pushing back against the government's strategy in southern Lebanon. More troops have been deployed to expand what it calls a buffer zone, pushing deeper into Lebanon. Media reports suggest the army's chief of staff is concerned by the continued exemption of ultra-Orthodox Israelis from conscription. In Israel, the Houthis' decision to join the battle is seen as a retaliation to strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities and an attempt to strengthen.
Westchester resident, I haven't seen any posts condemning Effie meeting with you. I'm sure it'll come eventually, but I'm not sure what the other chatters saw.
Iran's position in indirect talks with the US to end the war. It's also a message from the Yemeni group, an Iranian ally, to Washington. With exports through the Strait of Hormuz largely blocked, maritime traffic in the Red Sea could be next. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait, an important commercial shipping route, is also used by US carriers to reinforce its military presence in the region. The Houthis have disrupted shipping before, attacking vessels in the Red Sea during Israel's war on Gaza.
It's no secret that any escalation to prolong the war serves Israel's political and military goals. Prime Minister...
Are the ultra-Orthodox being exempt more like Mormons or Quakers in terms of numbers? It is the fastest growing and perhaps the only growing population center. Like the only growing demographic in Israel. And yes, they get religious exemption, and it's really funny. And it's a major point of contention in Israel. Major point of contention in Israel.
Benjamin Netanyahu has been careful not to defy the US president, but he has repeatedly stated that...
Yeah, I don't think that he's been careful of not doing that at all. I think he's been doing that. Let's be real, you know?
Israel would totally dismantle not just Iran's nuclear facilities, but its...
Mormons have no doctrinal belief in avoiding service. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know why. I think that chatter meant Amish or Quakers, maybe. Like, because I don't think Mormons refuse to serve in the military.
Ballistic missile program and even its military.
And these Israeli goals do not appear to be aligned with those of the US. A potential end of the war or even a ceasefire is concerning to many in Israel. And that's why Israel is expected to keep trying to jeopardize any diplomatic progress and push for further escalation. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, Palestine.
Jawad Abu Nasser back in the arms of his mother. Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip this. I don't want to watch this. It's too devastating. We've already covered this, but it's very interesting that Sky News and Channel 4 is now covering it as well. I've already covered it. I'm not going to cover it again, but I'm glad that Western media is picking this story up and covering it. It's an unbelievable and yet ongoing and fairly commonplace form of torture. I mean, it's just like expected from Israel. If there's one country that you would expect this from, it's definitely Israel. As a French communist, it's with a grain of salt that I realize that the only internationalism I witness is us watching the 3 mondial capitals war take shape. Courage, camarades.
Rifles aimed directly at us. Israeli soldiers order us to the ground. Producer Abir Salman identified.
Mormons are highly sought after in the FBI and CIA. Yeah. They speak multiple languages usually. They travel the world. They're very disciplined. It's just it makes sense. What is this? Apologies are not enough. There needs to be clear accountability. 99.9% of the time, there's zero accountability. I mean, fucking Barack Ravid doing, I guess, consciousness PR here. The soldiers' conduct and statements in this incident do not represent the idea of go against what is expected. The idea of soldiers to be investigated in real time after receiving the report of the incident. We acted to resolve the issue ASAP. Fuck you. Yeah, it's because it was on Western news, man. And by the way, what a big fuck you to everybody else that like this is the amount of power that Western media has, especially now because Israel's so fucking weak, that they can whip up a real PR crisis, a worthy. This is about the CNN attack? Wait, what? Oh, this is something different. This is not about the torture. This is, wait, what happened? Oh, it's about this. Oh, I thought it was about the baby torture. Oh my God. Oh, my mistake. My mistake. They didn't actually fucking apologize for the baby torture. It's this. Jeremy Diamond got attacked. His colleague got attacked, sorry.
Identifies us as journalists before translating the soldiers' commands.
Sit down, sit down, sit down.
So the soldiers just immediately came up and started pointing their weapons directly at us, telling everyone to sit down immediately. Obviously, we're not posing any threat here. The commander comes straight for our camera, and within seconds... A soldier has just put photojournalist Cyril Theophilus in a chokehold, forcing him to the ground.
Yeah, I mixed up the human rights violations. A classic mistake. It's a classic mistake with Israel because they do so much, so frequently, with impunity. It's tough. It's tough to figure out exactly which human rights violation they're apologizing for. It's already a unique incident when they do apologize for it at all.
Jim, don't touch him like that. Give me my phone. The soldier who assaulted Theophilus continues to demand he turn off his camera before another smacks my phone. We've come to the West Bank village of Taysir, where Israeli settlers have established an outpost considered illegal even under Israeli law. And yet here...
Dude, I mean, this is like... They've gone up the escalation ladder, right? Like they've killed hundreds of Palestinian journalists in the eyes of the Western world and even the Western press. It means nothing. Let's be real. They don't consider, like they're animals, right? And they don't even fucking consider Palestinian journalists to be their colleagues, let alone human beings with lives. Okay, so now with all this impunity, with this lack of accountability, of course. These fucking dickheads are going to start going after brown-looking CNN journalists too. Obviously, they would have to apologize, right? This is CNN, not a small-time news arm. Man, Neeks, shut your bitch ass up, okay? Yes, they did apologize for it. And also, they should not do it to anybody. They assassinated reporters in South Lebanon and then said they're Hezbollah affiliate media. It's fucking insane. Israel carried out a targeted strike on a vehicle in the southern town of Jezine, killing Ali Shoaib, correspondent for Al-Manar, one of the most prominent and widely followed reporters covering the South, and Fatima Fatouni, reporter for Al-Mayadeen, along with her brother photojournalist Mohammed Fatouni, and Shoaib's son. Shoaib was widely regarded as the voice of southern Lebanon, with his reporting and telegram updates, relied on real-time coverage of the war. Fatouni was prominent on-the-ground correspondent who just before the war confronted Lebanon's prime minister, warning that her family in the South was under constant threat. Relatives were just killed last month before she herself was assassinated in this strike. They also literally posted the video of them striking. They openly said that they were targeting them. Again,
been able.
They don't care. They'll never stop. Why would they stop? Why would they fucking stop? Who's going to stop them? If we're not going to stop them, why would they do it? Yeah, here's some IDF justification for why they killed the 3 journalists. They don't even bother to explain the other 2. The terrorist al-Shoaib worked to incite against the defense army forces and citizens of the state of Israel, using his platform as a means to disseminate propaganda materials for Hezbollah. And during Operation Roaring Lion as well, he continued his activity and reported on the locations of defense army forces operating in southern Lebanon. Israel's openly admitting that they killed him for reporting. It is truly insane.
The soldiers stand idly by. Soldiers detain us too and walk us back to our vehicle. They say they're trying to establish order between settlers and Palestinians. But as the cameras keep rolling, it becomes clear these soldiers are here in service of the settler movement.
השטח הזה? כל יהודה ושומרון זה שלנו, בוודאי. לא רק של חיילים, של היהודים.
In Taysir, settlers took the land at the expense of 75-year-old Abdullah Darahme. His breathing is labored, his face bloodied, bruised, and swollen, bones broken. His family and multiple eyewitnesses say the settlers stormed into his home in the middle of the night and beat him to a pulp. I didn't expect this, Abdullah's son says. This is not normal.
You had opportunities to distance yourself and your administration from arming Israel, which has committed what leading Holocaust scholars and human rights agencies call a genocide. You rejected them and continued arming Israel. This is your legacy. How do you justify to the countless Palestinians, including thousands of children that died, from your decisions? And just to share the point, I'm going to read off the names of children who died in Gaza due to the actions. So these are people who are 1-year-old, killed before they could take their first steps. Ayla Ali Obeid, Salahuddin Abu Layla, Adam Warshaga, 1 year old, Jowd, and it goes on, thousands and thousands of names. How do you reconcile with this, and how do you reconcile with your legacy?
So, as we were talking about before, this is something that I grappled with and will continue to grapple with.
Dude, what a victim, dude. What a victim. It's just really tough for him, dude. He grappled with it. It was tough decisions were made.
For as long as I can see into the future. Could we, should we have done things differently such that the suffering that people endured, the loss of the children that you just listed, and so many others, could have been averted? And the short answer is maybe yes. You couldn't be, and I wouldn't be human if I didn't ask myself every day, could we have done things differently? The one thing I want to suggest to you as well, and I mentioned this earlier, is I believe, and look, maybe I'm wrong, that the nature of the trauma in Israel, which is, there's no hierarchy of trauma. The trauma in Israel, the trauma among Palestinians.
Oh my God, dude, what trauma in Israel? They feel bad about fucking doing genocide? They don't even feel bad yet. They haven't even done the fucking, oh, it's bringing a tear to my eye that we killed so many children shit yet. The fuck do you mean the trauma in Israel? What are these people talking about, man? This shit makes me so angry. Holy fuck. Oh my God, he's doing the, but what about October 7 in 2026? Israel has done thousands of October 7s at this point. What the fuck are you talking about?
The same. The loss of a Palestinian life, the loss of an Israeli life, the same. But on the Israeli side, the trauma was such that I believe the determination across that society to take the actions that they took in Gaza was such that irrespective of what we did, they would have continued to do what they did. And cutting off arms, sure, that was an option, but I don't actually believe that, at least in the near term, it would have changed things, and I also believe it would have led to an even wider war as Israel's enemies, and they were multiple, jumped in, and that only would have extended the war in Gaza, not ended the war in Gaza. I fully, more than respect, I empathize with people who felt this so deeply. I do remain with a question in my mind about why barely a word was spoken in all those months about Hamas, which was an actor too, and is responsible for so much of what happened. But yes, we all look at it. I certainly look at it and say, maybe we could have done differently. Maybe we could have done better by the people. I wish we could have.
What do you mean as a state sponsor of terrorism, though? How do you define terrorism?
Are we going to argue that Iran...
Oh yeah, Majority Report cooking. A Majority Report cooking on CNN.
And is literally the number one...
Is Iran committing genocide in Gaza right now, like the Israeli government is, which dragged us into this war, which every president prior...
number one sponsor of
For
terrorism.
47 years, the Iranians have killed Americans and our allies across this world.
Okay.
They're trying to obtain nuclear weapons so they can annihilate Israel and potentially capitals in Europe.
There's no evidence of that. The JCPOA was actually a successful deal that Obama
I find
negotiated.
it appalling that you're an Iranian apologist.
Yeah, this is so. There's nothing I can do that call out Israel's genocide and then everybody swarms.
No.
It's the one thing that you can't say. It's the one thing you can't say. It is about Gaza. This is about a regional conflict that's spiraling out of control that the president is adding to.
But there's no evidence that Iran wants nuclear weapons. They lied.
There has been a religious edict that has said since 2003 that they should not be creating a nuclear weapon.
They lied to the United Nations. They lied to the international...
We killed the Ayatollah, the older father, who was actually against building a nuclear weapon because he thought that it was going to contribute here.
I'm genuinely shocked that you are defending the Iranians. And I got to tell you, I hope that you tuck yourself in at night under that pillow of
lies. Also, I'm genuinely shocked that you're defending Iranians. Like, yeah, it turns out some people have a fucking conscience, man. Like, what the hell's wrong with you? It's crazy. Like, the audacity of someone on fucking CNN being like, how dare you? Like, the assumption that like everyone else is going to be on the same wavelength. You know?
Lies that you just told about the Iranians. That is absolute a crock of a word I can't say on national television.
Okay, so the United States...
Again, look. This is the beauty of American civility, right? The beauty of American civility. On the one hand, he can't say crock of shit on television, but on the other hand, he has no problems whatsoever just being like, yeah, Iranians deserve death. How dare you defend them? I've always loved that insane double standard, you know? Like, thank you so much. Thank you so much for not saying crock of shit.
It's funding
perhaps we should also have some restrictions on, I don't know, being a genocidal psychopath.
A government that an Israeli human rights group that B'Tselem says is committing genocide, as is Amnesty International, as is every credible human rights group right now. We are there's a massacre in Gaza. There are hundreds of thousands of people unaccounted for under rubble. That's what I define as terrorism. Now, Iran is now exerting their leverage over the Strait of Hormuz.
Do you want the Iranians to have a nuclear weapon, yes or no?
Thousands of people that have died at the hands of Iran would disagree with your personal description of what terrorism is. And I'm sorry, it doesn't meet the bill of
I mean, killing civilians is what I define it as a diplomat.
Some have called you China's Nostradamus. You had 3 famous predictions in 2024 that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war with Iran.
Iran clearly has the strategic advantage. I think the next step...
Oh my God, is there a full one of this? I have to watch this shit. Professor Jiang? Ain't no fucking way, big dog. Professor Jiang with Mehdi? Mehdi coming after my goat? Hello? Hello? That's fucked up. Mehdi? You come at the king, you best not miss. Professor Jiang, my beloved. Seen a lot of naysayers in the chat. A lot of people who are calling into question the undisputed GOAT, Professor Jiang. Some of you are not ready for it, it seems. Some of you are not ready for the truth, it seems. You know? It's fine, bro. One day you'll recognize. One day you'll learn. Professor 2016 Great Replacement, he's so funny. Everything he says is so funny. Full version here. Wait, it's only 4 minutes? What the fuck?
You had 3 famous predictions in 2024 that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war with Iran.
Iran clearly has the strategic advantage. I think the next step in the escalation ladder is that Trump will send in ground forces.
Nikki Haley was key to your prediction about Iran. You said Trump would pick her as his running mate, but he didn't pick her.
I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on imagination.
Too much on facts. Do you hear yourself? Does China control what you say now? Your critics might say they're using you as a propagandist.
It is possible I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that there are many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel?
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my early lectures... It
doesn't matter when you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor. What is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens.
Hater.
We can test it out at the end of the year.
Bro, Mehdi's been a hating ass bitch, bro. Yo, what the hell? I'm actually very glad that someone with fucking... I mean, Mehdi is obviously very good at this stuff. But you know, he's also very smart. Glad that he's finally doing interviews with someone with a working brain. Professor Jiang, I mean. Bro, someone in the chat literally said, wait a minute, he's not a professor. Ain't no way. Ain't no way you thought he was an actual professor, bro. Open the schools. Open the schools. We're cooked.
Back in 2024, Chinese-Canadian educator Shui-Qin Jiang posted a video on his YouTube channel, Predictive History, where he laid out 3 big predictions. Donald Trump would win the 2024 election, the US would then go to war with Iran, and ultimately the US would lose that war. Since then, the self-styled professor who says he uses game theory to analyze the past and predict future geopolitical events has become an internet sensation and has even been dubbed China's Nostradamus. But he's also faced some criticisms over his predictions and, many would say, pretty out there conspiracy theories. 2 out of 3 of Jiang's big predictions have come true. But how much of that is his own geopolitical foresight, and how much of it simply comes down to luck? How much does the Chinese government control or even influence what he says, what he predicts? I decided to not just speak to Shuiqin Jiang, aka Professor Jiang, about Iran and the state of the world, but also to challenge him a bit. Here's our interview. Shuiqin Jiang, thank you so much for joining me on Zeteo. You have said you use game theory to predict future geopolitical events.
Hate-ass bitch. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, Mehdi. He cooked his ass. Mehdi is the worst person for an unstoppable force like Professor Chiang. Okay? Literally could not have faced a worse person. If your goal is to do propaganda or have an audience of easily fooled individuals, and talk to a person that's just like not going to call into question what you're up to, definitely, he was doing all these like Sneeko interviews and stuff. Like, he was cooking, right? Mehdi is gonna obviously put belt the ass here.
You've never heard of game theory. Please do explain what it is and how it helps you explain what's happening with Donald Trump and with Iran in particular.
Right. So game theory applied to geopolitics means that we see each individual nation state as a player in a zero-sum game to maximize its individual interests. And so each player would have its own characteristics, its own strengths, and it would adopt a optimal strategy in order to win the zero-sum game.
So how does that apply in the Middle East right now?
Right. So the United States is attacking Iran, and these two nation states have different strengths and weaknesses. So America has the world's greatest military. It has aerial supremacy. It has tremendous technology. It has unlimited funding. And so Iran is adopting...
Bro, I just realized he doesn't have his whiteboard. That's why he lost this battle. My goat didn't have his whiteboard. That's fucked up. Mehdi, put the whiteboard behind him. You got him on a handicap, man. That's fucked up. Y'all seeing this? Not my Professor Chung. Mehdi should put the full video on YouTube, honestly. It would do LeBron numbers. Instead of keeping it behind a paywall. He didn't lose. He predicted he would tactically lose the battle. He's a kinetic thinker.
asymmetrical strategy of holding the global economy hostage, meaning that rather than attacking the United States directly, which it cannot defeat directly, it is instead controlling the Strait of Hormuz, which is strangling the global economy, and it's attacking the GCC nations, the infrastructure of the GCC nations, in order to force Trump into the negotiating table.
I don't understand how this is game theory, by the way. Like, is that game theory?
So that is the asymmetrical warfare of Iran.
You've also predicted that the US, you had 3 famous predictions in 2024, that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war with Iran. Based on what you've seen over the past month, do you still stand by that prediction?
Yes, I do. I think that after a month, I think that Iran clearly has the strategic advantage. And what I mean by that is that Iran is very clearly able to articulate its military objectives, and it has a very clear strategy of how to obtain these military objectives, and it is working very hard and very meticulously to obtain these objectives. This is the complete opposite of America, where Trump
Someone
has...
said, I predicted this too, and I'm not famous. Yeah, that's kind of the point. That's why it's like really funny that people were like, this is the most brilliant guy of all time. I guess, I mean, it is fair to say that if he predicted in 2024 that like Trump was going to win, which, you know, many people also predicted, and that he would go to war with Iran and then he would lose that war, that's pretty solid. I don't know if he predicted that through game theory, because I don't think he knows what game theory actually means. Kind of feels to me like he was just throwing, you know, throwing shit at the wall and this one stuck. But everything that he's talking about past that point, everything he's talking about past that point is just like pretty basic stuff.
failed to articulate an end goal. And right now, it seems that the administration, the Trump administration, is unable to articulate both a strategy and a purpose to the American public, which is causing most Americans to not support this war. It's also causing low soldier morale among the American forces.
What do you think happens next if/when Iran wins?
Damn. Damn, man, he give us a taste, bro. He gives us a fucking taste. Mehdi, get that off the paywall, man. The people need to predict.
In the escalation ladder is that Trump will send in ground forces.
Nikki Haley was key to your prediction about Iran. You said Trump would pick her as his running mate, but he didn't pick her.
I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on imagination.
The problem with education focuses too much on facts is a bar. Y'all are literally not spiritually or physically ready. Y'all could not predict that history, man. Average young listener, I've got more than lots of evidence to back this up. Is you who's falled for propaganda. Or you could be CIA Mossad agent for what I know. Now wake the fuck up, do your research. It's a good time to do it. I will say more to you. This Professor Zhang does not say. These people from secret societies are not those in real power. They all serve alien entities who truly control this world. It's so funny. I think it's a testament to how much Chinese soft power has developed around the world without China literally doing much for it, to be fair. That like you can have a random Chinese guy and so many guys are just like, wow, this guy's fucking brilliant, dude. Like 0 qualifications. He's got a whiteboard and he's Chinese. And motherfuckers are like, well, this guy has ancient wisdom. I love it. Respect. Professor Zhang, my beloved.
On facts, do you hear yourself? You talk about this pretty far-right concept of Pax Judaica, a new world order centered around Israel. Surely you understand why a lot of people think at best you're trafficking in pretty anti-Semitic tropes, and at worst, you're...
Bro. He didn't even talk about my favorite. Pax Islamica.
You're a card-carrying anti-Semite.
Sorry, what is wrong with the term Pax Judaica?
You tell me. Does China control what you say now? Your critics might say they're using you as a propagandist.
It is possible I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that there are many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel?
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my early lectures...
It doesn't matter when you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor. What is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year.
I think if you or I were playing Iran's hand, we would not want to end the war.
Wait. It's not, first of all, I'm sorry to show you someone who's fraudulent, utterly devoid of the pedigree, and perhaps even more devastating, the whiteboard. This is fake, phony, Professor Not Jiang. Okay? As I like to call every other professor. This is another Professor Not Jiang. It's Mersheimer.
The longer the war goes on, the worse it is for the United States and for Israel. So if you're the Iranians facing an existential threat, you're now in a war, and you're doing very well in that war. You're inflicting great pain on the international economy, which is another way of saying you're inflicting great pain on the United States. You're destroying American military bases in the region. You're inflicting pain not only on the Gulf states themselves, but on Israel as well. Why would you quit? Why not just keep going, inflict more and more pain, make the Americans and the Israelis increasingly desperate? That would be the smart thing to do, I think, if you're playing Iran's hand. It's not in our interest, for sure, certainly not in President Trump's interest, but from their point of view, given all the leverage they now have and the fact that they get more leverage as the war goes on, I wouldn't quit if I were them.
The No Kings demonstration taking over Midtown Manhattan, some people told us why they're here today.
There's a lot of animosity towards this administration, and I think people feel a little rudderless. So events like this bring a coalition of people that have maybe some shared resentment, but also key issues that they care about.
I'm here because I can't express how much I hate Donald Trump, and I think that he's just ruining our country.
Demonization of internal enemies, glorification of violence and cruelty, appeals to a mythical past and racial superiority, intolerance of dissent, and unquestioned allegiance to the leader.
Who are you talking about?
Let me think. Our president.
I've studied history. We've never had a leader that was so indifferent and so immoral to the concerns of the average person.
We have to show out, as we're doing today, in record numbers to say this is not okay with us.
And I think a lot of people are just really angry. I mean, they're angry at the economy. They're angry at the Epstein file cover-up. They're angry that we're at war right now and Donald Trump is golfing. It's a betrayal of the American people.
This is not a war. This is not an award. Oh my God, I absolutely support the President of the United States of America.
I'm at CPAC in Dallas. It's the biggest conservative conference in...
Fucking finally, dude. Some real goddamn American patriots, bro. Hell yeah. I saw Harry Hasan over there. I almost lost my mind, you know? How dare you show me Harry Hasan? I need to see 10 Patriots. We haven't even done enough CPAC shit because, like, bro, CPAC this year has been less motion than even the years prior. Trump didn't even attend it. No Tucker Carlson, none of the major MAGA heads, just pure freak show. Like, it's literally the Michael Pillow Coalition.
the country, and lots of people here are talking about the war in Iran. Trump is not speaking at this event this year, but in the past when he has spoken here, he's talked a lot about not starting new wars.
When it comes to Iran, how do you feel about that?
I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all. I mean, President Trump ran on no new wars. I feel like we've been opted into a war that shouldn't be ours. It should be Israel's.
We want to say, Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for helping Iranian people.
What do you think of the war with Iran at the moment?
Unfortunately, I think it's necessary.
You do?
Yes, and he's the only president that had the backbone to take it on.
Do you believe that Israel forced the U.S. into this war?
Absolutely not.
Bro, Brace was saying that every corner there is a Persian yelling about Mr. President Trump. Thank you. Literally in every fucking corner of CPAC, it was just like occupied. It was Persian. It was POG, Persian occupied government.
Donald Trump does what Donald Trump wants to do.
I don't think Trump is really controlled by anybody, as much as everyone would like to control him. But I do question some of the things when it comes to, are we just going to bend over everything for Israel, you know?
What do you say to some Republican people who say, well, this is Israel's war, it shouldn't be America's war?
Dude. By the way, I low-key get why Israel doesn't give a fuck about anti-Semites. And not even on some like, oh, it scares Jewish people into like moving to Israel. Like, they are like right-wing anti-Semites who claim to be anti-Israel are such fucking cattle that like you hear the guy, like in his voice, he wants to say like Jews controlled this country. Why would you do this to me, Mr. President? That's his mentality, but he can't even fucking identify it and like communicate it, right? Because he's a victim. Like these guys can't even do anti-Israel, like they can't even do anti-Semitism right. Okay, joking, but like kind of true, you know? So yeah, when you look at that dynamic and you're like, well, we shouldn't really focus too much on like right-wing anti-Semitism because at the end of the day, they're still going to vote for Trump. Whereas on the left, if your primary focus is Israel, there's a fuck ton of real anger there.
That's not so. Israel is God's people. Those that bless Israel will be blessed. Those that curse Israel, they better watch out.
Do you feel disappointed in the president?
Sure.
Do you still support him?
I want him to succeed. I certainly do. I think it's to be determined on, you know, if I can remain to support him. We'll see how the next 6 months go, and we'll see what happens.
Are you concerned?
The answer is yes, bro. What are you going to do? There is nothing more fake than a Trump hog being like, I don't know. We'll see. Like, shut up, bitch. You're going to vote for him. You're going to write his name in on elections in the future where his name is not even on the fucking ballot. Shut up. Bro's acting like we don't know what his behavior is. Nothing funnier to me than a coping hog who's just like, well, I don't know. Okay, buddy. Sure. Trump could literally shit on your chest. Trump could make you eat his dookie. And you still love his ass. Fuck out of here with this shit. Don't know if I can vote for him again. Yeah, right. What, am I crazy for saying that? Everyone's like, huh? That's the level of worship that these people have.
And that this war drags on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We hear the phrase America first. Let's put America first. And I'm concerned that this isn't putting America first.
Is the United States waging a holy war in Iran?
This is a battle of good versus evil.
God is just exposing everything. I believe we are living in the end times.
Those are the views of some conservative Christians here in Oklahoma, one of America's reddest states. That message is being amplified at the highest level by Donald Trump's defense secretary.
God bless our troops and this mission.
It's causing alarm among those who worry about the growing influence of Christian nationalism on U.S. policy.
I don't think the lines have been blurred. I think they've been stomped on.
People are being told that they need to go risk their lives in order to accelerate Armageddon.
Conservative Christians have access to this White House like never before. A president who regularly hosts evangelical leaders, and a defense secretary who embraces a combative brand of Christianity.
Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle.
Pete Hegseth is now invoking divine purpose to justify American military might in Iran.
Dear gracious God, I need you.
A conflict which some view as a holy war. Is it spotlighting increasingly blurred lines between church and state?
Give me wisdom, I pray.
Pastor Jackson Lohmeyer!
In Tulsa, Oklahoma, the man who founded the organization Pastors for Trump is announcing his run for public office. From the pulpit where he preaches.
That Sharia law never takes root in this nation, ever.
Jackson Lohmeyer supports the war and has spoken about his hope that the gospel will penetrate a free Iran. It's a message which resonates with his congregation.
I do believe it is almost an Armageddon, and that the fact that we do have to stand up for what's right and what we believe in, and they are some awful people over there.
How do you square off the loss of innocent lives?
You're a much better person. Surely. You know what's really funny? These people unironically were like, well, they're a religious theocracy. Like, they're so backwards. Buddy, look around. You know? Like, these people, without even a fucking moment of irony, will turn around and be like, well, they're a backwards country. They're run Islamic style. You know what I mean? We can't have that. We can't have that Islamic style government. They must learn the gospel.
It's perfectly fine. As someone whose dad serves in the military, I can tell you that it's just a cost. And unfortunately, it's the sad reality, but they did the right thing. They stood up and they fought for their country, and we can honor that. And I know that they're sitting with the good Lord right now. And in his...
Wait, is he talking about the Iranians? Because no American soldier that has died in the last month has died serving, like, they haven't died defending their country. They died defending Israel. Hate to do this to you, buddy. But you're wrong.
Great graces.
You should support Israel because God loves Israel. Israel is the apple of his eye, and that is in the Bible.
Is it a religious war?
Most definitely. Most definitely. Yes. God is just like exposing everything, using Trump, using other people in this time to expose the evil.
You believe Donald Trump is a conduit for God?
100% we do.
First times that Eric
was here at the church. This is me and the president years ago.
In his office, Pastor Lehmeyer displays pictures with various members of the Trump family who have appeared at the church.
Bro, they're so stupid. It is truly mind-boggling how dumb these people are. Like, they're in the wealthiest country on the planet. They got internet everywhere. They have access to so much information. But they have a medieval peasant-style understanding of the world. How the fuck does that happen? Like, we are in a post-monarchy world, right? How do you behave like this? And for who? The Trump children? Like, it is remarkable that there is this much of a cult, like, understanding for anything. Like, I mean it. Like, in this day and age, in the information age, it is quite remarkable that people can be this delusional and people can be this much in a cult. Fascinating.
Do you see this war in religious terms?
Well, obviously, to the Ayatollah, it was definitely religious terms. It's jihad. It is to bring about the apocalypse to usher in their Messiah.
You've spoken about the gospel penetrating a free Iran.
What
does that mean?
Well, that's not the job of the United States government. That's the job of pastors and preachers and evangelists when that door opens. And so a free Iran would open the door for ministries and preachers to go in and share the gospel.
At a different church on the other side of Tulsa, an opposing viewpoint.
Come on in.
Reverend Andy Campbell believes the Trump administration is weaponizing Christianity to sell this war to the public.
If I go to war and I claim that God is on my side, if you oppose me, then evidently I must be godless.
Gay. Sorry. How many photos with Eric Trump do you have, buddy? Yeah, I said it. I need to see the photo wall, man.
And I think that's the point of it.
So do you think Pete Hegseth is playing on that then?
Oh, absolutely. He wants to take people that he perceives as enemies and make them less than human.
They smoked me all the way.
Defence Secretary Hegseth is provoking controversy with his rhetoric and his tattoos. He has a large Jerusalem cross which dates back to the Christian Crusades and a Deus Vult tattoo, Latin for God wills it, often used by far-right groups.
One of God's mightiest men, our Secretary of War, the Honorable Pete Hegseth.
Hegseth has pushed policy changes that reflect his personal views. This is a new Christian worship service for employees at the Pentagon.
You are here, working in...
I'd kill myself. Come on. It'll never not be funny. He's literally a alcoholic rapist. There's always these like super pro God guys. Like, we get it, bro. You killed people. Okay, I got it. Like, I understand. Like, just cut it. Just cut it out. Just cut it out. Let's just not do this. You know what I mean? I think it's better for everybody involved if like the alcoholic rapist guys don't just like pivot to God mode this way. Because they're so fucking annoying every time, dude. There is that very obvious recognition. This underlying recognition, by the way, that like, sorry, if you're one of those guys, you're kind of the dumbest guy around. That even someone like Pete Hegseth could just like manipulate you. Or someone like fucking what's his face? The British one, the British freak that looked like Russell Brand, the one that looked like a rapist before we found out he actually was one, you know? Don't worry, Christians. Muslims got this version too. Andrew Tate. Like, literally. And I'll be honest, he didn't even try that hard. And the Ummah was on fire. They could not believe it. Muslims love a white boy that that reversed to Islam. It don't take much. Just say the Shahada and they will lose their fucking minds. Every WhatsApp group is going to be on fire. Sorry, I shouldn't have said white. Western. He's 0% white. Okay. First of all, that's not true. He's half white. And secondly, I mean, I don't know why you got so aggressive about it. Like, you're almost like, okay, defender of the white race. I'm like, chill. Okay, you didn't, what? Us whites don't take ownership over Andrew? Is that what you're saying? Like, there aren't enough other, like, rapist criminals that are white?
And some are alleging an increase in Christian extremism in the armed forces. The Military Religious Freedom Foundation says it's received more than 200 complaints from members of the military about commanders invoking biblical rhetoric to justify involvement in the war in Iran.
Some of the more egregious examples here, this one from an active duty military member who alleges that their commander urged them to tell our troops that the war, is all part of God's divine plan. Apparently, they referenced citations out of the book of Revelation and the imminent return of Jesus Christ.
Awesome.
Another military member says this poster of Jesus.
What the hell? Oh my God. Oh my God. Jesus Christ with the artillery launcher? Respect. That's real, man. I see that and I think tough. That's my Jesus. Nah, that's my Jesus, bro. Chill. Jesus, famously known for deploying mortars.
Firing a mortar round was displayed in their battalion headquarters. This congressman is calling for the allegations to be investigated by the Department of Defense.
These biblical prophecies are being offered up to justify the war. People are being told that they need to go risk their lives in order to accelerate Armageddon and live out these extreme interpretations of Scripture. The Secretary of Defense is making a concerted effort to God wash this terrible war.
Glad you guys were here tonight.
Yes, thank you.
Y'all be blessed.
As this pastor begins his campaign for Congress, he insists there is a place for Christianity in politics. But some believe the war in Iran is exposing an erosion of the separation between church and state. Martha Kellner, Sky News, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
If you lose what's important.
Yeah, only recently. We are such a freak ass country. Yeah, Jesus demands we bomb 10-year-olds with stabilized oil. I mean, we bombed 10-year-olds so hard that we can't even stabilize oil. Like, oil was stable. And then we bombed 10-year-olds, and now oil is unstable. And now our goal is to just go back. Go back to day one. You know, before we killed the Ayatollah, before we killed all those little schoolgirls. I have a good idea. It's called Don't Fuck Around. Why did you do that to begin with? And now we did it because we're like, we have to do it. Israel demands it. We had to do it. Now we did it. And now we're trying to unfuck this situation.
Then we're going to lose the country. Fight on.
Former Trump strategist Steve Bannon addressed CPAC on Friday. It's the annual gathering of conservatives. And we wanted to know, do conservatives who had so many concerns about the Epstein file have any reservations about Bannon, whose close personal friendship with Epstein was revealed by DOJ documents? Turns out many of them didn't.
A lot of people had friendships with Jeffrey Epstein, and I think
no one's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein comes close to Steve Bannon's. Like, well, there's some, like Donald Trump, ironically enough. But I guess, like, from their perspective, they already love Donald Trump and don't give a shit that Donald Trump was all up Jeffrey Epstein's asshole. So why should they care? You know, they're like, okay, go ahead. Tell me another guy that I like that was having sex with Jeffrey Epstein. I like it.
a lot of people are a little crazy about it all. I mean, I think nobody really knows what the extent of those relationships were. I mean, he was wheeling and dealing with lots of people all over the world, and I think
a lot of people had close relationships with Jeffrey Epstein's brother in 2019. Yeah, maybe she knows a lot of children. Have you thought about that?
Unless you know, you don't know. So I'm not one to jump to conclusions on anybody.
What do you make of him?
Yeah, they're throwing their hands up and like, well, I guess people aren't just allowed to have friends anymore. Wow. I guess people are not allowed to go to a tropical island and hang out with their buddies. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't have shared interests with friends. And then it's like, okay, what's the shared interest? Oh, having sex with children and trafficking them internationally. That's not, yeah, you can't do that, actually. It turns out that's super illegal. And as a matter of fact, that guy went to jail for it. You know? Yeah, you can't, God forbid, a man have hobbies your way out of this one. Well, I guess they are. Doesn't matter. It's illegal to be friends with Jews now, is it? Yeah. I mean, that's like low-key. The ADL was like, hey, guys, stop calling it the Epstein Fury War because that's actually very anti-Semitic. We are the premier anti-Semitism institution, and we would like to say Jeffrey Epstein is Jewish. We would like to remind everyone that Jeffrey Epstein is Jewish, and we are associating ourselves with Jeffrey Epstein on the virtues of Judaism. So please don't say anything about that. Insane. Never seen anything like it. Unbelievable. What's next, bro? You gonna do a Harvey Weinstein bit too? Much like Jeffrey Epstein, Harvey Weinstein also Jewish. Please do not forget this. It's like, okay, what are you, Nick Fuentes? The ADL is literally doing Nick Fuentes shit. That is unironically what Nick Fuentes does. Yeah. Breaking: Israeli shelling targeted a police checkpoint south of Khan Yunis in southern Gaza Strip, killing 6 police officers and wounding others, according to local reports. What the fuck? Oh, God. I miss Professor Jiang. It's been an hour and a half since I last saw his face. I miss him.
Being here and invited to speak at CPAC, given how prominently his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was unearthed by the Epstein files.
I did not know that. You're telling me the first time. I've done my fair share of research, but I do.
He did the Trump. I did not know that. You're telling me for the first time. Ruth Bader Ginsburg has died.
Find that a little interesting and weird that he's able to speak here, being in the Epstein files.
I think he added a lot to the Republican and conservative.
Posted by an interview with Effie, Westchester County Democratic Committee. Joint statement from New York CD7 chairs condemning Hasan Parker's hateful rhetoric for the chairs of the Westchester County Democratic Committee. Oh my God, 9/11/2 is going to be so sick. Give Saudi Arabia nukes so they can do 9/11/2. I don't have any patriotism. Wait, these are just straight up Fox quotes. Are they so? They're ripped. These are just ripped from Fox News headlines. What the fuck? Oh my God, 9/11/2 is going to be so sick. Give Saudi Arabia nukes so they can do 9/11/2. Yeah, like, I'm being sarcastic because Donald Trump wanted to give nukes to Saudi Arabia. You fucking idiots. That's so funny that they literally took that as though it's like sincere. You can read the tone. Like, no one has ever said that sincerely. Okay? Unless you're like a fucking Posadist or something. I don't have any patriotism in my heart for America. Yeah, I said I don't have any patriotism in my heart for any country. Repeatedly refer to the Jews as inbred. It doesn't matter if effing rape happened on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. Yeah, genocide is not acceptable. Stating that would be a little bit better. What? For men to rape wealthy women? Oh, God. These guys are so insane. Declaring that his favorite flag is the Hezbollah flag. Referring to Jewish critics as Zionist pigs. Pikers also praised U.S. designated terrorist organizations Hezbollah and Hamas. Pikers also praised U.S. designated Hezbollah is responsible for the deaths of 241 American servicemen. That's a big APAC county. That's where George Latimer is from, who challenged Bowman. It's fast. Boomers misinterpreting what Zoomers clearly read as unserious as you memes. You're mad Saudis following the doctrine. I mean, they did 9/11 once. Theo Vaughn on Israel. No, you read as you want in white/albino supremacy. Yeah, these people are insane. Westchester's where the cops live. They put you as a top story over every other news story. Why some Democrats want to shut off Hasan Piker's megaphone. Popular streamers rise as Democratic influence coincides with the party's long surge. I'm so cooked. Do you think the Saudis or Iranians are Jiang enjoyers? Yeah, I think the Iranians are. That's why they're doing it. That's why that's why Iran decided to fight back, because they saw the Professor Xiang. First they were like, yeah, I never said Jewish pig, by the way. They're just fucking lying, but it doesn't, it's all lies. Who gives a shit? Whatever. But what I was going to say is the Iranians, okay, this is serious. This is serious analysis, okay? It's predictive history time. So the Iranians watched the Professor Xiang video, right? Because that's their favorite thinker, right? They see him. They love the whiteboard. They're like, Professor Xiang, I am your favorite. You are my favorite, Professor. Okay? So then they're watching. And Xiang's like, okay, Donald Trump is going to become president, okay? And they're like, uh-huh. And then Donald Trump's going to wage war with Iran. They're like, oh, no, not Professor Xiang. Why you say this? And then he says, okay, and Iran's going to win the war. And they're like, okay. And at first they're like maybe a little skeptical. They're thinking, nah, like it's probably not real. But then Donald Trump becomes president. They're like, oh my God, he became president. Professor John was right. That's why they fucking fought back, because they knew they would win, because they're committed believers of Professor John, as am I. Yeah. That's why they were just kind of existing around American bases and so close in proximity to the state of Israel, which is the reason why the war started. Why do you move your country so close to my bases? We're going to have to use them at some point, you know? Does Jung actually have motion? I don't fucking know, man. Why would I have an answer to that? Also, he had a weird fucking... Trump had a weird take on here, too. Let's listen to this.
Been able to see or hear from any of the Iranian people. And I imagine that is because they're...
HasanAbi, someone found out the videos of his lectures are literally just him talking to Chinese students learning English. Is the fucking wildest way to learn a language. I love that. Third way is mocking other people's view counts. I mean, they had 30,000 people watching when I tuned in. Fuck are you complaining about? How many viewers do you have? Your third way. Oh my God, they have a channel? The Red Zone, Making Your Case in Magaland, 109 views. Take 5, Faith by Robert Rabin, 45 views. Affordability, Buzzword or Breakthrough, 66 views. Ain't no fucking way, man. Ain't no fucking way. Oh. It's so funny that they brought up the view count when they got no views whatsoever. I have more views on my Rainbow Six Siege videos, Lamau.
Internet is shut down. And I think there is some general worry about them. Obviously, their government treats them terribly and killed tens of thousands of them in January. Do you, again, like Kayleigh, I would never ask you to tell us something that is classified, but do you have any insight as to how they are doing? Do they have drinking water? Do they have food?
Right, I do.
It's upsetting.
I do. But first, you remember when we had lunch years ago in the base of Trump Tower when it was a brand new building?
It's a long time ago, yes.
A long time ago, and you haven't changed.
Oh.
You have not changed. Now, I'm not allowed to say this. It's the end of my political career, but you may be even better looking, okay? So I don't know what you're doing.
Been able to see or hear from any of the Iranian people. And I imagine that is because...
Incredible work, man. Thank you, Mr. President.
You haven't changed.
Oh.
You haven't.
He's horny this morning. Only the media gives these guys relevance by boosting their quotes about you, I guess. It's because they have money. Third way, yeah. Yeah, they don't have a real base. They just have money. But that's all that matters. What do you mean? They have incredibly wealthy donors. Disturbing how horny he's been lately.
Thank
Wait, again?
everybody very much. And I'm asked to take a few questions. And unlike other politicians, they would like the questions screened. I don't ask for screening of the questions. You can ask me anything you want. You can talk sex. You can... Whatever the hell you want. I'm here for you.
Someone clapped. People clapped for that. I would never want to hear Donald Trump talk about sex. That's the last thing I want to hear him talk about. Yo, what is going on with my boy, dude? Donnie. Is everything good, King? Why is he so horny? It's like, it's gross to see. It's gross to see the president horny to begin with, including Bill Clinton. But it's also very strange to see this president be horny. What's happening? Laura hasn't been topping me off. Laura Loomer, she's been in India. So I've been so pent up. So pent up. You won't believe it. Hard as a diamond. All the time. Laura Loomer, my free spirit, come back to me. Come back to me, Laura.
Thank everybody very much.
They got him on some new meds? Yeah, you think they give him Viagra? You think that's what it is? Hasan Piker talks about Donald Trump's penis being hard as a diamond. Third Way releases statement condemning Hasan Piker, saying Donald Trump has never been hard. He's actually very soft.
Party for the last 6 years or whatever, but I also believe that Bill Clinton was probably as close as Steve Bannon was to Epstein.
Clinton has denied any wrongdoing and mentioned the Epstein files is not indicative of wrongdoing. CNN reached out to Bannon but has not heard back, though he told the New York Times his relationship to Epstein was, quote, strictly professional.
As opposed to what? Having sex with him? We fucked only one time, dude. We're friends. I mean, it's strictly professional. It's just like, I didn't even enjoy it. Now I'm getting horny like Donald Trump. I'm not horny, but, you know, I'm saying horny shit.
2028. Who do you prefer in the Republican primary? J.D. Vance at 53%, Marco Rubio at 35%. By the way, the interesting part about that is everybody else is about 2% or less.
Yep. And look, I think that CPAC has a strong tradition of letting these folks come here, make their pitch. That'll happen at all the events we have around America over the coming year.
Mashlab's a rapist, by the way.
Here, it's going to be a great conversation about how do we keep all of this rolling.
Thank you, thank you. I'm super excited to be here and to be able to speak to you guys today. And I'm not here to speak on behalf of Republicans nor Democrats. I'm here to speak on behalf of we the people.
Hell yeah. They got Nick Shitley. Oh my God. First time the crowd is actually listening to someone that they can fully grasp, like fully understand. No more adult words. Just stick to basics, you know? Oh, dude. He went for 10 minutes. A real intelligence. House members are dropping off the highest rate since the 30s. So far, 61 House members have decided not to run again, including 39 Republicans and 22 Democrats. The GOP exodus is the largest since the 1930s, other than in Trump's first midterm of the year 2018. The GOP lost 40 seats that year. But this is ableist making him speak like this? Yeah.
I think nowadays we can all agree that we all just want to live the American dream and have the best life possible. However, it feels that sometimes, actually a lot of times, non-controversial issues are becoming controversial inside of America. For instance, if you take a look at the idea of deporting illegal migrants, that word is illegal. That should not be controversial. Or the idea that showing your ID to vote has become controversial.
What? That hasn't become controversial. That was a very contentious debate for years. And it's also not like, it's not a thing that exists everywhere. Only because Americans don't have like a unifying identity card or something like that. Like they don't have, like in other countries, everybody gets an ID, okay? Everybody gets an ID at birth. You get a driver's license on top of that if you get a driver's license to drive a car. But in most countries, you get a piece of paper that's your identity, okay? Like a federal ID. We don't have that. And that's why you can't have voter ID laws. In the absence of everybody having an ID for free, you can't really do voter ID laws.
That's not controversial either. The idea that fraud is bad has become controversial. How is that controversial? I know a little bit about fraud. I know a little bit about Minnesota daycares as well. And it's crazy to think that we live in...
I think it's really funny to like have to sit there. You're like a big booster of the Republican Party. You went to like Yale Law School, right? And you have to like, just like sit there and have to listen to this fucking idiot. And he's the closing speaker on the first day of CPAC. Like this is the mega celebrity that they brought in. And you're just like, how do you not realize your movement is so dead? Like this country is dead. You look around that room to your left and your right, and you see all these fucking mouth-breathing hogs go, yeah, that's my Nick Shirley. I'll watch this video. Like we're done, dude. We're done. We are done. Every other country is going to lap us on education. They already have. They're lapping us on quality of life in general. Everything fucking sucks. At least you made your money, but this is an outright hostile country, an uninhabitable country to live in. It's not a good country to live in at all anymore. You fucking ruined it. That's why I always say Republicans are the biggest terrorists. Because you are a fraud shit boy, Tony Two Cuts.
A world where somebody who exposes fraud can then be painted as the bad man from the politicians where he exposed the fraud. Shouldn't they be excited to know that the fraud is being exposed, because that's not a Republican dollar or a Democrat dollar, it's actually our dollars. I've never gotten a dollar bill that says right or red or blue or right or left. We all...
You don't... I mean, what can I say? What can I say to this? Like, you don't feel embarrassed? You don't feel bad about it at all? You don't think to yourself, like, this is my movement? What the fuck have I done to this country? This isn't a moment of recognition for you when you hear this shit? When you hear this fucking absolute baboon? Babylon? And you don't realize that there's something so horrifying about the future of this country and your movement?
Live inside of the same country, and we should all want the best for our country. And
There's so many rungs down on the ladder of advanced political discourse that we cannot even compare how to engage with it. I mean, he's like a child. He has the brain of a slow child, like not even like a particularly intelligent child. A very stupid child.
You see it, fraud inside of our country taking place at literally rampant levels. For instance, in Minnesota, there are programs like autism where you have 10,000% increases in the budget for autism. And this money then goes into the hands of fraudsters. How does somebody not look at that and say, there's a 10,000% increase in the budget for autism? Is there a 10,000% increase in autistic children inside of our neighborhoods? And if the answer is no, how are they justifying a 10,000%?
I thought it was Tylenol, man. What the fuck? I was lied to. It turns out it's not. I thought it was the Tylenol.
1,000% increase in the budget. And in other instances like California, where you have 1,000% increase in hospices. Is everyone going to die in LA? I don't think so. So the idea that here inside the United States, when we have these non-controversial issues that have become controversial, it puts us into a weird culture war where it puts people into a position to think, okay, well, wait, how are you supporting this when you're actually not benefiting we the people? We all live inside of the United States. We're not supposed to be, when elected officials elected, they're not supposed to represent 50% of the population. They're supposed to represent 100% of the population. In an instance where fraud is taking place inside our country, each and every single person should want to crack down on that fraud. Because if we don't...
Oh my God, it's so weird. Wild moment, CPAC audience member falls asleep as hundreds of seats left empty. The conference had hundreds of empty seats as the audience seemed in a sleepy mood as the crowd cheered for impeachment hearings, an awkward moment. What the fuck? Hasan, are we cooked? Yeah, I don't want to watch the rest of this. Let's get it. Thank you for the 50 bones, brother. Yeah, I can't do that. That's really bad, man. That's unbelievable. I can't watch that.
For you guys to think about is, who are the critics? Who are those people that are saying that you're the bad person or that what you're doing is not right? Well, a lot of times it's the media. A lot of the times it's that person who listens to the media where they've lost that idea of common sense thinking. And so nowadays, the most important thing I feel like for any of us to do is to think, okay, is the cause I'm fighting for, is it a controversial issue? Or is it actually non-controversial, but it's an issue that has become controversial from the critics? And we cannot ever pander to the critics, and we have to keep pursuing a worthy cause. Because what we're fighting for is worthy. America is the greatest country in the world.
Conservatives all get all on Pasevi. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. What the hell is going on, man? What the heliante is late in the night? Is 9 p.m. here? Is 6 p.m. in Los Angeles. And we got people, we got big Oilers in the building. Busting down the doors. New Oilers. New names no one's ever heard before. It's crazy. Why are we watching Ma Pack? I don't even know what that means. Conservatives get all bent, out of shape about an illegal alien drywaller landscaper freeloading off Americans. Meanwhile, a Nepo baby and his expat entourage can show up at CPAC and demand American kids go die halfway around the world to put them in power. Oh, Reza Pahlavi. Wow, that was the... I guess the entirety of CPAC was geared towards the sexual dynamo. Reza Pahlavi. Indiana Spud. Thank you for 10 gifted.
This wide range of very, very eclectic interests. Music, Broadway shows, pro wrestling, football, every sport, golf, and you know, and business and Wall Street. He knows how everybody made their money and what deals they made. And he tells stories all the time about it. It's just one after the other. And one time during the campaign, I was on the airplane with them, and we were sitting across the table from each other, eating McDonald's, drinking Diet Coke. And we started talking about Syria, and he got a placemat, and he turned it on its back, and then he took a Sharpie, and he drew a perfect map of the Mideast. And then he put the troop strength of every country on every border on that map. And it just, it challenged a lot of the assumptions that I had been told about him. He has, you know, he has this extraordinary depth of knowledge about what's happening in each one of the agencies, my agency and the others. And, you know, and then he has an instinct for making good choices.
Well, I have to say that.
And I would say this. I think, you know, I think my uncle, John Kennedy, understood the uses of power.
What the hell? Another fucking 50 gifted subs by Emma Ann. Hasan, come to Hawaii, please. Gifted 20 gifted subs.
Better than any president who's preceded them. I think Donald Trump understands the use of power better than probably any president that we've had.
How does one get built in auto-tune? I think he got like Hep C in the throat from heroin or something. I don't know. I don't know exactly how he got that throat, but he is a throat goat. A moral direction like Euro kind of embracing someone who says Americans are 9/11 compares Zionists and neo-Nazis. A new moral direction is opposing the fuel embargo that's causing blackouts and hunger in Cuba. Saying the truth about the genocide in Gaza, not sending military weapons to kill civilians to Israel, opposing Iran war. Americans are deeply good and want us to be for human rights. All these capitalists gifting a socialist millions of subs. What the hell? Mao Zedong grandma? Mao Zedong would gift me 1 million subs. Anyway. Is socialism or barbarism? BB getting exposed on X? What does that even mean, dude? Exposed as what? Is it genocider? Cutie McBooty gifted 69. Nice. Gifted subs.
You're with the president. You go to these cabinet.
The Joe Rogan
Dave Smith pushed back in his pro-Iran war narratives. Joe Rogan is moving. Nothing left in the tank. What is this? You celebrate a guy who compares you to a neo-Nazi? What? WAPO, Pentagon prepares for weeks of ground ops. Nice. Breaking, the Pentagon is preparing for weeks of ground operations in Iran, U.S. officials tells Washington Post. Oh, yeah, Brendan Carr was flexing that they're taking away people's licenses. Pentagon is preparing for weeks of ground operations in Iran, U.S. officials said, as thousands of American soldiers and Marines arrive in the Middle East for what could become a dangerous new phase of the war should President Donald Trump choose to escalate. Any potential ground operation would fall short of a full-scale invasion and could instead involve raids by a mixture of special operation forces and conventional infantry troops, said the officials. All spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the highly sensitive military plans that have been in development for weeks. Yeah, when they say weeks, I mean, think about it. There's 52 weeks in a year. 52 times 20. You know? Just saying. There's a lot. That's a weird way to say a multi-year, multi-decade, multi-decade military buildup. Breaking, Benny Johnson and Nick Shirley claim Gavin Newsom is about to bust. Oh, God.
Experience.
And you know, the thing is that they called that Hillary's war.
she was the Secretary of State at the time under Barack Obama, but she's really the one who championed that. And I believe Obama wrote in his book that he was 50-50 and that Hillary really pushed him to that. And he said his big regret was that he didn't think about what came next after Gaddafi, because somehow we haven't learned that lesson yet. Like after Iraq, you'd never thought of that.
Listen, but thank God Trump's figured it out.
Oh yeah, Trump's figured it out. We'll go in this drastic new direction of getting the seventh war that they wanted.
Don't be a pussy, Dave. Jesus Christ. Did you see that one, I don't know what military expert was on television, who said something about I'm a fan of boots on the ground, like Rome. Like, hey, fucker, Rome didn't have nuclear weapons and drones. Rome didn't have drones that hunt you.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about, boots on the ground? Should we fight with swords? Should we get everybody to fight with swords? Is that what you're saying? The fuck are you saying?
Well, also, like, what even is the plan with boots on the ground? Like, what are you talking about here? You're gonna take an island? It goes, okay, well then you're gonna be a target. You're gonna be target practice as long as the Iranian regime is still standing. And if you're talking about militarily occupying the country, like we did with Iraq or Afghanistan or something like that, this is a huge country with 92 million people. How many soldiers do you think you need to occupy that country? At least 500,000, and probably you can't do it with that. So what are you talking about here? And so you're saying, what are we going to start a draft for the least popular war going in American history? Because I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, this is maybe slightly more popular than Vietnam.
Going in, it's less. I'm sure Vietnam by the end was very, very unpopular.
Well, Vietnam going in didn't make any sense, did it? There was, I guess, the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Most people in America were like, why are we doing this? What's going on? You're drafting people to go to Vietnam? We're fighting communism in Vietnam?
Yeah.
What?
Well, they called it Vietnam syndrome that the American people had, which is that we didn't want to fight a war again after that. That's from their perspective, that's a syndrome. It's really something. They think, by the way, Ben Shapiro used this same line he said, Trump finally broke Iraq war syndrome. Because they think, see, from Ben Shapiro's perspective, the illness is after you lie the American people into a war and slaughter 1 million people. The illness isn't that. You might look at that as the bad part, but the bad part is that these annoying Americans have this tendency to not want to do that again after that. But he claims Trump has broken Iraq war syndrome. Of course, there's really no evidence with support of the American people that has changed at all. And, the George H.W. Bush was said to have defeated Vietnam war syndrome in Panama and in Iraq, because they were relatively easy, bloodless on the American side, or very, very limited, injuries and deaths, and they weren't like quagmires that went on forever or whatever. But of course, after the Persian Gulf War in 92, we went on to be bombing Iraq for ever since, essentially, for 30 straight years after that.
This guy's sucker now. I'm getting mixed vibes. I mean, he's a libertarian, but he's like anti-war. So he's all right. All right, I'm so tired. It's 8 hours. It's 6 p.m. PST. Tomorrow I got the Bernard rally. And I got the I'm going to be hanging out with Ana Lilia Mejia. And I'm so freaking tired. Hey, forgot to shout out chat. Yeah, you're right. I did. My mistake. Unk feeling EP? Bro, Unk is so EP. That was a full day. A lot of walking around. A lot of shaking hands. A lot of meeting the people. And there's probably going to be more at the rally, too. Are you going to be talking at the rally? No, I'm not going to be talking at the Bernie rally. That's so funny. I hope not. I don't think so. No. This was last second. Imagine Bernie says beast mode. He's like, we got Hasan Pica in the building tonight. Would you like to say a few words? That's not going to happen. That'd be funny. Anyway, love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Peace, everybody.
Stunning Rofi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hustle people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving grinnings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait.
But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait.